that I want to do in this course is rewrite division 2. There are two different ways of understanding that. My famous and ambitious student John Hogan actually has a moving on to rewrite division 3. To write division 3, since Heidegger didn't. I have no such ambitions, but I do think that the way it's laid out, division 2 is a mess, and there's a good reason. Division 1 is this elegant order. Terms are introduced when they're needed, then they're underlined, and so forth. Nothing like that in division 2, and there's a good reason. When Heidegger was up for Husserl's chair in Freiburg, he had to submit his main work, so he submitted Division 1 of Being in Time. Turns out, as you know, to be the most important book of the 20th century. But the German Ministry of Education didn't think so. They said it was insufficient, and they couldn't promote him on the basis of Division 1 of Being in Time. So he hurried up and handed in effect, the notes for Division 2. And he's got them in a crazy order. And I'm going to put them, and for years I couldn't understand. For about 20 years I couldn't. It was only about, 3 or 4 years ago that it dawned on me what's wrong. Well, it's completely crazy. It starts with the discussion of death, and which is the sort of ultimate, most extreme form of experiencing what Dasein is, and then it goes back to guilt, which is a less extreme form, and then it goes to conscience, which is something in between. It jumps all over the place. And why does it begin with death? Because somehow Heidegger trumps up this problem that have we got the whole of Dasein in our forehabit? And the answer is no, of course you haven't. Then why did you have it in the first chapter of Division 2? Why not the things that lead up to it? So, if you just open the book to the table of contents, I sort of tell you the order we're going to read it in and why. And I swear it will make it immensely more intelligent. And another way to put there's many ways, and I'm going to tell you all of them because I feel I really have to justify why we have to reorder. The simplest thing to say, well, is it to parallel the order in Division 1 when it talks about similar things. And in Division 1, throwiness always comes before projection. And that's only natural because throwiness has to do with what we are already, and that's the past. And projection has to do with what we're pressing into, and that's the future. And in a kind of intuitive way, the past does, after all, come before the future, even the authentic and very fancy, funny kind of temporality in Heidegger. So, on 172, just keep your finger in the table of contents, follow along where I show you. And remember, all I'm trying to do is convince anybody who's skeptical that I've got a better plan for this than Heidegger, about which, a claim about which anybody might well be skeptical. So I have to convince you. Okay, so if you look on 172 where he starts to talk about the structure of the there, he does it by starting with the state of mind, that is, disposedness, that is, Befindlichkeit, and then having done the state of mind for quite a while, he gets to the next point, which is to do understanding on 188, and that's the way it makes sense to do it. And on what is on 174, I say there's something. Well, at the top of 174, he sort of lays out the relation of thoroughness or facticity or disposedness to understanding. He says, and he starts out explaining that he's going to talk about thoroughness, which is the way Dasein it comes into the world, so to speak. It's thrown into the being into the there, and that is not what there's nothing against that, but that doesn't seem to be exactly what I want. So let me see why I'm doing this. I see, I'm just trying to say that after all, thoroughness is the past. It's what we are already have been delivered over to. I trust you know that already, but you've taken the course before, but just in case. So I'm going back now to 172. So he's going to talk first about disposedness, right at the beginning of section 29, and being attuned, and then he goes on, as I said, to talk about thrownness, and then only after all that, we get to talking where I was in 182 about understanding, and that's going to be projecting. That's the future dimension. They go together, as you say, they're equiprimordial state of understanding and disposing. But he also lines them up in the order he does. I mean, they're enough in a kind of circular relation that since the understanding affects the mood or attunement, and the attunement affects what possibilities you press into, you could sort of do it either way. But the natural thing is to take where you start, throw it into the world already, and put that before the stand you take on that, which is the understanding part. So that, and put the past before the future. But that's not how he does it in Division 2. He on page 11, back to the table of contents, he does, in 68, the temporality of the understanding and then the temporality of state of mind. And I think he does it because he's pushed into it to the fact that he started with death, which is got to do with projection into the future and understanding, and then he dealt with guilt, which has to do with the way you take up the past, and so forth. So he's consistent in Division 2, or he might have been, but he isn't. That, I think, is evidence that he doesn't know what he's doing, that there are sort of various undigested levels of this manuscript that he suddenly handed in. Because on 275, and I was just looking through today to see how consistent he was. I was surprised whether he wasn't. But on 275, for instance, he thought about 5 lines, 4 having, and then 4 sight, and then 4 conceptions. That puts the past, the present, and the future in the order they're on, always in Division 1. But why switch that? Why not do the book in the order of the structure of interpretation, where you do the 4 having and then the 4 side? That's the same problem. And so 275 and 320, 321 looks like. I don't know what happens there. Let's see. Well, that isn't. Can't read my own writing. I'm not going to be able to tell you what happens on that page. Here it is. Oh yeah, okay. On 326, here's sort of something kind of outrageous. That about 2/3 of the way down, having taken up death first, I'm assuming you know this is the way the book is. You have to see on 311. You're supposed to see on 11. Where you've got your fingers in, you see that, of course, the first chapter of Division 2 is death, and the second chapter is resoluteness, and the middle of the second chapter is guilt, 58, and that's a crazy way of organizing it. And lo and behold, on 326, he does it in the other order, the right order. This is 20 lines from the bottom. He says all ontological investigations, go ahead, take it. All ontological investigations of such phenomena as guilt, conscience, and death. Why not say death? Make up your mind, Heidegger. Why not say death, conscience, and guilt if that's how you're going to write your book? He hasn't put it together. Okay, so that's my argument for that. But the right way is to put guilt first, not only because it has to do with the past, and death is present in the future, but it's also wrong in the sense that he's clear that death is a more radical kind of experience, and that in facing death you have a more radical kind of anxiety, a more total experience of nothingness than guilt, which also has a kind of anxiety experience, but it isn't so radical, and it isn't such an extreme form of nothingness, and so that's part of the problem, and that's related to what I think is the really confusing thing. So far, it sounds, just what I've been saying to me, probably you just sort of pedantic. Why not just let him have that order if he pleases? But it's really important pedagogical issues. And you'll see it if you don't have to go through all the suffering I went through and everybody else reading it in the order he published it, because if you imagine how it would have been, you can see how confusing it is when you see how you behave in the face of guilt and death. Because in the face of guilt, it turns out, you have resoluteness. In the face of death, which is the first chapter, you have anticipatory resoluteness. Resoluteness is a lesser form of authentic activity than anticipatory resoluteness. So you have to go through death and anticipatory resoluteness, and then back up and do guilt and resoluteness, and then you keep getting told that as you do resoluteness, this isn't really the full thing. The full thing is only apparent in death. Well, you wonder why you have to do it that way. Why don't you just do the unfull thing and then add the other thing, which makes it even more whatever. And that's so when you do it my way, you do guilt, conscience, and resoluteness. And resoluteness, and as he puts it, I'll give you a quote, tends toward authentic resoluteness. So you ought to do that next. And if you read it my way, it's pedagogically, it's that as it makes sense why you should do it that way. And for instance, on just one example, in 349, I want to show you that anticipatory resoluteness is some more full, more primordial way of acting than just plain resoluteness. And you would think you would start with the simple one and lead up to the more complicated one. On page 349, it tells you in italics what he's now gotten to. He's going to make his move toward what? Let's look. Yeah, he's going to make his move toward anticipatory resoluteness. In italics, about 6 lines from the bottom, is resoluteness in its own most existential tendency. That's just plain. You've got to keep telling yourself, plain resoluteness is not the same as anticipatory. And now I'm going to tell you that it points toward it, that it's got its half there in its understanding of anxiety. So he says, this resoluteness in its own most existential tendency point toward anticipatory resoluteness as its own most authentic possibility. Now, if I told you X points toward Y, which do you think comes first in the guy's book? You'd think you'd have the thing that points toward, the X that points toward Y, and then the Y that it points toward. Not in this book. And that's what I mean by pedagogical confusion, and I'm going to assign it in the order in which I think it makes sense, and I hope I'm going to save you a lot of agony. But certainly, when I finally broke this code, saved me a lot. Now back to page 10 and 11, you renumber the chapters the way I'm going to deal with it. So, number 2, Roman numeral 2 is 1. I'm going to let's call it Arabic 1, just so I will get what you all see. So the resoluteness in number 2 is the first thing. Then comes death. That's so the chapter Roman numeral 1 is in my reading Arabic 2. Then you can finally put the thing together as a whole in section Roman numeral 3, number 62, which tells you about anticipatory resoluteness. And then you've got the whole picture, almost Although really, you have to go over now and grab historicality, which somehow got stuck on the end. That is what Vicky found it on the floor and put it in at the last minute. It's just so odd, having gone through a whole abstract discussion of temporality and remapped all the modes of temporality in Division 1 on temporality in Division 2, then he gets here with historicality. So I put historicality, which is number 5, as number 4. What we should be discussing. I hope that's right. Yeah, that's how I do it. Okay, and then finally we would get to how temporality is the ontological meaning of care. And that's in section 3, the last part, really number 65 is the crucial thing. All of them sort of lost over there. Once you've done that, you can then map all of the previous talk about temporality onto it. That makes section 4, Arabic section 6. Are you with me? I lost everybody. Has everybody lost me?
What? Categorize again. I just got lost in the second and third.
Why don't I try to add number 4? That might be something to do to get it. Because I'm beginning to think even I can talk. So, it's going to be cryptic when I write on the board. I haven't time to write it out. I'll just do the Roman numeral, Arabic numeral thing, because you'll understand what I'm doing. So, I'm going to say number 1 is for me, number 2, that's how we're going to do it, and so I'm going to do it in my order. So this is number 2, this is my number 1, now where's number, okay, and then 3, and gives you, the first half gives you my number 3, that's up to 62, up through 62. Now, then comes for historicality, which got left behind. Section 5 is 4. And then finally you're in a position to go back and find out how time is the basis of everything. It's lost way back at from 65. This is my 5, and it's got section 63 to 66. Okay, now then we're getting ready to pull in all of the rest of temporality, which is 4, and that's my 6, and then let's see what else happens. 7, we're almost done. Yeah, that's right. Now we've got finally section 6, which is mine, number 7. I think that's it. Did you contradict anything I said previously? I hope not. Now you can't read what I wrote on the board, I suppose, because it's way down there. So I didn't help much. You could stand up if you want to see it. I would put it up there, but I can't do that. I'll just read it through once. Are you all having trouble seeing it? Lots of people are having trouble going like this. So 2 is 1, then 1 is, I'm going to just say 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. That's exciting. 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 6, 6, 7. Did that make it work? Okay, that's the end of that, which is, I'm never going to talk about that again. It's just like I had to tell you why I'm assigning it in all crazy, and give you a sense of why I'm doing it. Now, there's 2 things you can look for and help me, because I'm sure I haven't seen all of them yet, and I would like to have them all. Every time you see the order between past and future, that is throwingness and projection, or between, what else have we got? Disposingness and projection. Or disposingness and, projection, resistance, what was with existence. I think that's right. Sometimes they're closed in this. And anyway, these pairs, which I presume after a semester you got used to, which are always past-future pairs in the structure of Dasein, if you see them in either direction in Division 2, sort of undermark them. And so let's see how many he's got in each direction and why he's got them in both directions. The more interesting one, which I began to map out, but I didn't want to bring it in today because it'll make much more sense when you've got the phenomenon, is how many ways he has to say, and squirms around, saying that resoluteness is somehow leads up to, is tending toward, so forth, anticipatory resoluteness. He has to sort of rethink that, because he starts with anticipatory resoluteness. Then you want to see, well, then resoluteness somehow must be something else beyond that, or something. So he has to keep telling you, well, resoluteness really is something that leads up to anticipatory. To keep me posted. I've found about 10 such places. Maybe I found them all. Maybe I didn't. Now, ready to go on to the next. All this formal stuff, I'm sorry to say, we have to get out of the way. And we will get into the content before the end of the time. The next thing on my list is formal indications. You can't really, and that was another thing I didn't know until, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago or something. You can't make any sense out of what he has to say about guilt and death if you don't understand that it's all done in the method of formal indication. Remember, formal indication is always finding some provisional way of describing what you want to talk about, and then investigating it. And almost always, he says, I should have brought it in, but I just didn't have time and didn't look for it. Maybe next time I will. Formal indication always starts out with some property of what it's talking about. Well, not always, but usually. It starts out with some description of what it's talking about, which is dead wrong. And you can be almost sure that the first way you pick up whatever it is you're trying to describe is, from a Heidegger point of view, not only dead wrong, but sort of motivatedly dead wrong. It's a cover-up. This is one step beyond Kripkean rigid designation, because Kripke doesn't think that gold and heat and such hide from you by showing up in your life in a way that isn't the way they really are. But Heidegger thinks that guilt and death and mostly those two now for us here. Well, that's the only two I'm sure of. Those are the big ones. Anyway, they're going to show up when you start to try to describe them, starting where everyday human beings are with understanding of guilt and death. You can be sure that that's going to turn out to be just not only not quite right, it's going to be 180 degrees wrong. It's going to cover up what's really going on, and moreover, that's why it's so wrong. It's actually in the business of covering up what's really going on. And why you have to do guilt first, I now understand, and I hope you will understand, is because guilt is the clearest and simplest version of this formal indication flip. By the time you get to death, it is so murky that you can't tell where the wrong understanding of death gradually, for a long, confusing chapter, turns into the ontological right understanding of death. But if you keep your eye on the fact that it's another case of formal indication, you can at least be looking for how. What you'll ask yourself, what's the really wrong description? And how is it 180 degrees wrong? And what is the right description? And how is it once you have the right description, you can understand that the wrong description was a cover-up of the right description? You'll see that so clearly in the guilt chapter. I'm going to explain it today. And then, in spite of the fog, we'll have to find our way to the death chapter, which is a disaster, an equanimity description, I think, because what he's trying to do, I think, fails. But at least you can see what he's trying to do, and that helps. Now, where are we? So you remember that formal indication By the way, you just... No, I'm not sure. No, I think when I talked about it, in the last I talked about it and compared it to Kripke. It didn't, I raise the designation good, because I just don't want to drop terms on you that I haven't used. Well, we don't need to go back to that. But on 274, you see him making this funny move, because it's a move about formal indication, but it's a case of formal indication which is a little bit odd, since the provisional sort of guess that you get turns out to be right. If I were going further in rewriting division 2, which might be an enterprise to go with John Hoagland's division 3, we have the Hoagland Dreyfus division time. But anyway, if I were doing it, I would say he doesn't introduce Dasein the right way. Because he says we're formally, here he says on page 274, we're going to formally indicate Dasein as the being whose being is an issue for it, about 10 lines. You've seen that already at the beginning of Division 1. But when we came to our, he's referring back to it, about 5 lines down. When we came to our analysis of this being, we took as our clue existence, which, in anticipation, that's this provisional, we designated as the essence of Dasein. This term, existence, formally indicates, see, that means we don't really believe it yet, that we're going to give it a try, at least picks out what we want to talk about. Formally indicates that Dasein gives an understanding, ability to be, which in its being makes an issue of that being itself. Now, you see his problem. His problem is he wants to tell you the right answer provisionally, but really the method would require him to tell you the wrong answer, the answer that's always been accepted as the right answer, the answer which actually covers up the right answer. He should tell you, he should do that with Dasein. But then that would make, that's his, I mean, he's got a serious problem there. I don't know how to help him, because it would make, it's hard enough to understand the book without being given a wrong definition of Dasein, and then later discover that that covers up the fact that the real essence of Dasein is that its being is an issue for it. But here's how it would go. It would say, we want to talk about human beings in here, and we're going to provisionally call human beings rational animals, let's say. And then we're going to discover, the more we look into it, that they're not rational at all, and they're really not animals at all. Or we're going to say, we're going to describe the structure of a being, and we want to know its nature. And it's got an essence, and it isn't just a structure. It's got a nature like plants and animals, and we're trying to find out what that is. And then, of course, we'll find out that's wrong. But it would be so confusing he doesn't do it, that I'm doing it just to show you that there's a symmetry about this. It's always the case that when you take up any notion, the way the hermeneutic system works, it's bound to be something which, in its everyday manifestation, which is the only thing you've got when you start, is bound to be not primordial, not authentic, not disclosing of what the essential structure is that you're trying to get. That just follows from the fact that Dasein is fleeting, and that everything you discover, what you discover important about Dasein is fleeting and covering up, and so the one is giving you the wrong answer. I may be about to get to guilt, which is such an example. So there I read about formal indication, and it works well for guilt and guilt. Heidegger never says, I'm just reading my notes, that he's doing formal indication when he gets to death and guilt, but he clearly is. And if you don't believe me, you will when I've done talking about it, I bet. And you can see him coming close to saying it at the bottom of 326, about 15 lines up. All ontological investigations of such phenomena as guilt, conscience, and death must start with what the everyday interpretation of Dasein says about things. Because Dasein has fallen as its kind of being, the way Dasein gets interpreted is for the most part inauthentically oriented and doesn't reach the essence. You see, this is all formal indication, it's just not using the term. For to Dasein, the primordial appropriate ontological way of formulating questions remains alien. So you're going to be bound to start out in the wrong way. But whenever we see something wrong, some injunction as to the primordial idea of the phenomenon is revealed along with it. That's the point in which, again, it's not like cryptic. I mean, it isn't as if seeing something yellow is any help if discovering it has a common number of 72, then it isn't if we cover that up by calling it yellow. But if it's true, that if it's the case that the wrong story about guilt and death and Dasein, which we don't do, but the wrong story about guilt, which the tradition did, anyway, Dasein was a substance. That's the wrong story. Aristotle on, Descartes. If it's true that the wrong story is always a motivated cover-up, then it's true that when you grab hold of the wrong thing, you've already got a clue as to the right thing. That's what that's for. Something is revealed about the phenomenon of guilt that people have decided covered it up the way they covered it up, and why they covered it up, as you'll see. And that paragraph is really telling you this is a testimony, this is formal indication without using the terms. And maybe they're in the German. I once went through here and discovered about half the time he uses the term formal indication, the translator says formally or provisionally and doesn't actually use the term. So anybody who's reading it in German, keep your eye out for formale Anzeige and signal that it's there. Now, I said on 341, yeah, it's the same point again. I'm going to read it again because this is methodologically going to govern everything we do. I'm just going to say not only is it wrong about Dasein, it just occurs to me, necessarily wrong, and thinking, say, we're a rational animal or we're a very totally talking that's more of a bad guy. Well, let's start by thinking, well, we're a thinking thing. Well, let's start like, say, John Searle, that it's a mind and it's a sense of futures consciousness. There are all kinds of wrong ways of formally indicating, provisionally indicating us, which turn out not to be primordial. It just occurs to me. I don't know why it never occurred to you before. Of course, temporality too. Turns out that we've got a view of time as a sequence of moments which we measure by a clock. That turns out to be wrong. I mean, well, not primordial. It's way, way left behind the primordial phenomenon of time we get that everyday understanding that Aristotle already had. Temporality. So that again, he never says it, I don't think, but I don't notice it, but I never looked. I wonder if he does anything like a provisional claim that he's doing a provisional analysis of temporality. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know where. But he should be. I mean, he could be. He could say it, but that's what he's doing. So let's see. I'm going to read the first paragraph of 341. This is my last methodological remark before we actually get to guilt. See, I'm not rushing to get to guilt because we aren't supposed to have read the guilt stuff yet, and I feel bad about sort of tramping over with my footprints before I let you see it on your own. But I can't resist getting there so you can see how this formal indication method actually works with him. Anyway, the first full paragraph on 341. We must first show how the only phenomena with which the ordinary interpretation has any familiarity point back to the primordial meaning of the call of conscience when they are understood in a way that is ontologically appropriate. See there, our ordinary understanding, there's another one on the list. Maybe I mentioned it. I don't think I did. Our ordinary understanding of the call of conscience is all wrong. Totally, exactly 100%, 180 degrees wrong. Just to give you a clue about what that might mean. Everyday people, us, think that conscience is some kind of voice that calls us and tells us what to do, gives us moral advice, scolds us when we've done something wrong. All of that is just wrong. If that's all, you'll see the quote in a little while, the voice of the one. Real conscience doesn't say anything, and it doesn't call you to do anything, and it doesn't scold you for doing anything. It's different, and it's so creepy, real conscience, that people cover it up with this everyday story that there's this little voice in us that's got these moral rules and tells us what they are and when we violate them. So he's saying that he's not going to find the ordinary interpretation. The one we got is not ontologically appropriate. We must then show that the ordinary interpretation springs from the limitations of the way Dasein interprets itself in falling. That is, again, that's the motivating cover-up, the fleeing kind of falling. And since falling belongs to care itself, we can show that this interpretation, in spite of its obviousness, is by no means accidental. That's the cover-up story. It's not right. It's obvious. And it's not, but it's no accident that it's wrong in the way it's wrong, because it's precisely to cover up something anxious-making and hard to understand and hard to live that this ordinary conception develops. I can stop talking. I've been talking for an hour, at least I've been standing for an hour, and let anybody who wants to say anything say something. Yes.
Maybe I'm jumping a little too far ahead, but what you said makes me wonder, is Heidegger a moral relativist?
Okay, let me think about that a minute. That's an interesting question. I think the answer is, well, that's hard. I bet you thought. Well, it's hard to put these two things in the same, the intelligibility business.
Yeah, well, anything about the conscience is going to be because doubt anyway, so no.
Right. So, I see. Well, except that it could be a more, it could be an existentiale, that is a structure of Dasein, which denies that there are any moral values or any moral guidelines. And I think it is. I mean, it's sort of, that's why I'm confused. It's a strong essentialist statement that Dasein is intrinsically a moral relativist. That is, if there's a structure which is not relative, it's true of all Dasein, that all the rules that you get about how to act, and the need for autonomy and rationality, or the Bible, or whatever your culture is telling you what about morality, is wrong, is a cover-up. And yet, I can't really answer this, it's too hard, but next time you're going to find out. Even though he's a moral relativist, he's very clear about the difference between the good life and the bad life. That's part of it. There are no moral guidelines, no more rules, no sort of Kantian belief in autonomy or anything like that, or lucidity, but there are good guys, and they have good lives, and there are bad guys, and they have bad lives.
It's not like a paradox, maybe I guess we'll figure it out.
It is paradoxical, but it's terrific. It's brilliant. I think it's right. I'll defend it. You next, and then you. Yeah.
Nice. I was trying to recall from the Division 1 class, in the discussion of Das Mod and refining cultural style and so forth, I guess just related to the moral relativism argument, would Heidegger be considered a cultural relativist too, because of that?
Absolutely yes, and then again absolutely no. In the sense, it's a version of what I said to him. There are certain universal characteristics of Dasein in all culture, and in some ways, I think the good guys will resemble each other in all cultures on his reading, and the bad guys will. But there's no content or principles or rules or essences of human nature or anything that's cross-cultural. In that way, he's an existentialist. As Pascal said, custom is our nature, and we can make masculine mean anything and feminine mean anything, and age be valuable or age be junk. Old people can be valuable or they can be junk. Cultures can be anything like that. And in that way, he's a cultural relativist. But there are these structures in Dasein that any human being has a world, and everything, and anything that's involved in having a world is in there. And there is something like, again, good guys and bad guys, the authentic ones and the inauthentic ones are going to be the same from the Black Forest to Manhattan. I think. Don't you think?
Yeah, and then the other part of the paradox is the groundlessness, right? So there's no ground for anything we can find.
That's right.
So that's the sort of analysis, right?
There's no ground for anything we can find, and yet, by formal indication and working it all out, we find a structure which, amazingly, can help us distinguish between authentic and inauthentic.
And authenticity is kind of like a virtue.
Yes, exactly. And authenticity is certainly kind of virtue. So what you're asking, that's what makes this book so important and so interesting. I mean, it just manages, one way to put it, a different way to put the same thing that Charles Taylor said to me once that I thought was interesting. Heidegger's managed to save as much of the meaning of the Judeo-Christian tradition and our sense of the sacred and so forth that you could save in a secular culture. I think you could say the same thing about ethics and morality and so forth. He's managed to save as much of a kind of non-nihilistic, non-leveling. He's trying to save a kind of way of having something like moral judgments in a time in which we are, in a certain way, relativists and nihilists, and that's what makes it so important and so interesting. Did you want to say something? You did. Okay.
At the close of Vision 1, you said something like that Heidegger wasn't saying that there is no supreme good or being, he's just leaving that open. But isn't it deeply implicit?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Really?
On the podcast.
Wow. I don't agree with Dreyfus so much.
I think you were referring to God.
Wait a minute. I think. Say that again.
You said, I believe, if I'm right, that Heidegger leaves open the question. He's not saying definitively that there is no God or supreme being or absolute. He's leaving that open for each individual to search themselves.
That's right, too. Yeah, that is right. That's right.
But isn't it deeply implicit throughout being in time that you can't have something like that, because when you enter into anxiety, what's revealed to you is not a divine order, or it's just nothingness. And that's inherent to the situation of anxiety.
That's a good question. I see what you mean. Let's think about a supreme being who reveals to you the moral order and somehow saves you after you die. My intuition is Heidegger at least claims to say, I don't know what he wants to say, but he takes the stand that that's none of his business, that that's existential and not existential, and nothing he can do can prove that there's no supreme being and no life after death, or that there is supreme being, life after death. And he isn't trying, he's no secular naturalist kind of fundamentalist, and he's no Christian fundamentalist either. That's all just existential for him. So that means, but he leaves it open. Now that your question is interesting, and what about anxiety? Doesn't anxiety reveal that you can't have that kind of grounding and security? Gee, that's very interesting. I don't know. Have I got you wrong? I think he does want to play both these things. I think he definitely wants to be somebody who says it's none of my existential business what your religion and belief in the afterlife is. I'm going to tell you the structure of being unto death and so forth. But he tells you anxiety is a Grundbefindlichkeit. That is, it's a it's the best truly revealing experience. And anxiety is the experience of the groundlessness of it. I'm stumped. That's fascinating. Well, let's hear what other people have to say about it.
I think you're getting yourself into this dilemma. I mean, if we take him at his word, all these structures, he's neutral with respect to authenticity and inauthenticity. All I see him doing is sort of laying bare the structure of our being. We get these categories: authenticity, inauthenticity. We can try and generate an ontological ethic the way you and Eugene are. So there would be one imperative to be what you are, to be authentic. But he keeps saying over and over.
Okay, but I agree with everything you say, but he's pushed the argument one step further.
But
what about anxiety?
I would say the same. It's like the temptation is to read all these categories: authenticity, inauthenticity, and each one is sort of good, one is bad. There's an implicit imperative towards one. But with all these structures, I think he's literally neutral with respect to them. He's just going to show you more primordial structures, more sort of surface structures. And he keeps saying over and over, and there's no imperative to live your life in accordance with the primordial as opposed to a surface.
Well, I'm not convinced by that at all. What about the being in the truth and the untruth?
I think even these, unless you do an esoteric reading in which you sort of just bracket his own language and you sort of try and get behind the language. He repeats over and over. He's not making any moral claims about whether you should be authentic or inauthentic, whether you have to live in the primordial structures or at the
I just don't recognize that description. Let me think about it. I think he's telling you exactly what it is to be authentic and inauthentic, and it's facing up to your groundlessness.
I agree.
To be authentic.
He's telling you what it is to be each. I don't think he's generating any of the sort of moral imperatives that you and Eugene want to tease out of it.
He isn't, and I'm clear about that, telling you any specific thing you should do to live in terms of your anxiety and your groundlessness. But there is a way to do it in which the authentic person does it, and you can tell the difference. That's the crucial thing.
You can tell the difference, but I don't think he's saying you have to strive to be authentic or inauthentic. Strive to
be the wrong word. You're called to be authentic. That's what a conscience is.
There's just possibilities that Dasein can get themselves into, and you either are in one or you aren't. I don't think there's any imperative that can be generated.
There's no imperative. That's sort of right, but there's certainly no way to choose, and it's whether you're going to be authentic or inauthentic. It's not up to your sort of willpower, but there is something like an imperative. Your conscience is not calling you and saying, well, you could be authentic or inauthentic. It's up to you. Your conscience is saying, you've got to be authentic. And the only way to avoid it is to cover up your conscience with the story we're about to hear. The conscience is giving you nice, clear guidelines. It isn't. And when you're authentic, this is like you aren't defending the idea that when you're authentic, there's anything that follows from that about what you should do in any particular case.
But you're reading. So the only imperative I think you get in Heidegger is become yourself, having learned it. The Pindar quote. It's an ontological book, right? So the imperative,
yourself.
Having learned it. So he's going to tell you who you are as Dasein, and the imperative is to become it. And the way you and Eugene are reading it is he's showing you these structures of Dasein, authentic, inauthentic, and implicitly it's become the authentic part. The other way of reading it is just he's saying these are the structures. You're in one or the other.
You have to get, and I still don't understand what to do with anxiety as a primordial disposedness. It's supposed to show you something. What's it show you?
I think it's a possibility of being. It's like these are all
possibility. That's more than that.
It's more than that. It's primordial. It's primordial. It's deep. But I don't think he's gonna. I don't think unless you read against his own language, you're not going to be able to generate an imperative towards the primordial as against the one.
Well, unless you think what do you think conscience is calling you to? It's not an imperative to be authentic and face up to your anxiety instead of playing games.
I mean, this is what it's doing. It's not clear though that anything's wrong. It's not.
You don't think he agrees with Pascal that you shouldn't go out and cover up your wretchedness by playing billiards and hunting and dancing?
I don't know.
I know. And Eugene has been involved in this, so let him talk next, and then you started. Okay. Let me hear you.
Maybe we can agree that he's not short of saying it, so if he doesn't come out and say that authenticity is virtue or you should be like this or like that, right? So it's not moral in that sense. But then that's part of what makes it strange and complicated, that he stopped short of saying it. It seems like he should go on and say it.
But
because he's saying there's a call of conscience, so he's not saying that we should follow it. But it seems to follow from what he's saying that each of us as a Dasein, we each have a conscience, and the conscience calls us. So just by being a Dasein, we're put in this fight where we're called by a conscience to do something. And that makes it, like this is his motivation.
That's interesting, but I do think it goes further. I'm following him. When he tells you that anxiety, which is the experience of the groundlessness of everything, is the revealing experience par excellence, he seems to be going further. That's the moment in which we all agree, at least not all.
I mean, I think it's much worse than Eugene just even. Not only does he stop short of saying these things, he often says the exact opposite. So it's the sort of reading you guys are offering. It's not only an with authenticity and inauthenticity. He says it over and over. Do not read this as an moral imperative to be authentic.
He says don't read it as an ethics, doesn't he? Not as an. I don't think he ever says that it's not an imperative.
You're not supposed to put any judgment on it. Any normative. There's not supposed to be any normative weight on these structures. Any of them.
And no normative weight on telling you that anxiety reveals things in a primordial and privileged way.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't get it. I think he may be writing the book he should have written, but I'm not sure. But let him first talk because he brought it up, and then you can talk.
Well, it doesn't seem like you have to ascribe a moral evaluation to that. But if you're in the groundlessness and anxiety, it seems like only from that point and in that groundlessness is authentic pressing in possibilities possible. Because if in this revealed experience, if what is seen is an absolute cross-cultural, a historic value that you must ascribe to, then authenticity is sort of laid out for you right there, and then authenticity would kind of be following a roadmap, and it wouldn't be the owning of the self and sort of the individual.
Maybe what this is a fascinating discussion. I just want to say something. You can say, then you can say something. What you're really setting up is interesting to watch when we're about to see it. When he talks about guilt and conscience, how formal and empty is this call? And what is Dasein fleeing and covering up? And what would it be to lead a life that wasn't fleeing and covering up anything? Does that have any content? These are the very questions that you're asking. How normative is his discussion? And I would say death too, but death is such a, as I say, mess, and I don't want to make any claims about what goes on in there. But in the guilt chapter, it's pure and beautiful. And in the guilt chapter, we ought to be able to see, if we're looking for it, just what kind of normativity he repudiates and what kind of normativity, if any, he thinks he's supporting. You want to say something?
Yes, just regarding the normativity of the lack of an imperative to be authentic. I think that makes sense. I think it would be difficult for Heidegger to justify an imperative to be authentic. Like, you might say that your conscience is there and it compels you to be authentic in one way or another, but that's not an ethical imperative or a moral imperative of some kind that makes you do so. Even if that doesn't exist,
imperative, whatever that is.
But even if it's not present explicitly in being time, I think in certain sections that sort of imperative is present implicitly. Like, for example, when we see Kierkegaard's influence on Heidegger, when he speaks of leveling. And just looking at his language, I can't read the German, but looking at the language in translation, it seems as though Heidegger has a certain resentment, I guess, towards leveling, and seems to perceive it himself on a non-philosophical level, I suppose, as a negative thing. And he seems to have his own ideas about it. So the impression I got, anyway, was that although Heidegger wasn't willing to take the step and make an ethical imperative and say, you should be authentic, he did not seem happy with people being inauthentic, if nothing else.
Well, maybe I could take over what you said and put it this way, that he thinks that there is a more or less primordial understanding of what it is to be Dasein, and Das Man, when it levels and stops and so forth, does all the bad things, it covers up, for sure, the more primordial understanding of what it is to be Dasein. That's already an important sort of normative distinction. And then the next question is, and does any way of acting as what you should be doing, or any way of acting as what you shouldn't be doing, follow from this idea that there is a more primordial form understanding of that? I guess I'm just thinking out on a limb that one thing at least follows normatively: don't level, don't gossip, don't have a non-primordial understanding of your being, because it belongs to the very essence of Dasein to take a stand on its being and presumably get it right. That is, don't cover it up. And then we're still not getting any, we don't know how much normativity you get out of that. So far you just get a claim that there is some way that Dasein is that's more primordial, and that we are called to get that. That's the truth. And we don't know yet what follows from that. So again, we get a kind of empty normativity, at least, I think. And then, what, I don't know. So you started this. That was very interesting.
I'm going to throw one more thing out there. Isn't normativity itself always an existential? Because it's always normal to a time and to a culture and to a pre-established forehaving of a set of beliefs. And isn't Dasein at rock bottom just normless? That's why.
Well, again, it's all kind of getting clear what you mean by norm. There's not going to be any cross-cultural values or rules or virtues or something like that. That's the sense in which he is a relativist and so forth. But there does seem to be something that isn't just sort of any old thing. Dasein is being called to, I think, manifest in Dasein's behavior what it is to be Dasein, and that is to take a stand on its own being by acting. And it looks like it's built in that there's a wrong way to take a stand on your being by acting, namely to cover up that you're the kind of being that has to take a stand on your being by acting. Then you're in the diversion and fleeing and cover up, or somehow to manifest in your actions that you're the kind of being. It doesn't have any moral normative guidelines except that it better manifests. It's called, it's required, so to sort of get it right about being Dasein, to manifest in its actions that whatever the truth of Dasein is, and there is one, all across all cultures, there's some essential structure. It's got to manifest that. It's this funny, I'm just trying to give you this funny feeling that there's something normative going on, but it's nothing like having rules, virtues, principles, rational justifications, and all that. It's something else. It's, the name for it is ontological. Yeah.
Well, any particular norm, of course, he's going to be a relativist about that, but he's not relativist like with Nietzsche, because Das Man is an existential part of Dasein also. We are historically thrown. So in that situation, we are thrown into a situation where there are these norms and these different things we're called to, and we can respond in some way or another. So it's a particular, there's a strange kind of normativity that we deal with, but it's not, but there's nothing, but that sort of norm is not a Kantian norm or something that's...
It's not in sort of Aristotelian norm either that you're thrown in a culture where there are... That's interesting. This is, what you're saying is wrong in a very interesting way. I mean, you might say you're thrown into a culture and you better do what the culture tells you is the right thing to do. And then you're not saying...
No, I mean, it's not like it's not like an Aristotelian virtue ethics, but it's also not... I mean, it's just, I guess I'm thinking more of just the nihilism that people are kind of concerned about is that Heidegger isn't a nihilist in that way, because you are born into a culture that you can take an authentic stance towards or an inauthentic stance towards. I mean, it's not an Aristotelian virtue ethics or anything where you should aim for whatever is the absolute center of your culture or something. But you're also not. We're not just completely free floating. I mean, it's a peculiar kind of groundlessness.
You're born. Well, I think that this is extremely interesting, but I can only tell you the form of what I believe about it. It couldn't be this actually that is involved. I think the resoluteness in answering conscience and accepting guilt is compatible with doing all that on the background of whatever your culture is telling you is a good life and a bad life. And you should do whatever you should be good in the way your culture makes it possible for human beings to be good. I think that's what the guilt chapter does. And then the death chapter just throws that out, the way anxiety throws that out, and says, no, that's not right, it's all ungrounded. I'll tell you my intuition, because I don't want to be mysterious, but yeah, it's very clear and important. The guilt chapter is going to tell you that the highest thing you can do, if you understand the call of conscience and what guilt really means, is respond in a unique way to each unique situation by being an expert in the values and ways of acting of your culture. The Hieronymus is the hero of the guilt and conscience chapter, and he has this funny character of never obeying the general rules that one does, but doing its own unique thing, which can even look crazy for a while to one. But they eventually come around to see that it was a terrific new move that the culture can accept. But the Hieronymus, and we want Aristotle here. Aristotle's man of practical wisdom is already outside than any kind of norms of the sort that you could find in Kant or in value ethics even, because that is, he's outside of it in the sense that they don't tell him what to do in the situation. He just spontaneously, automatically does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. That's fascinating. He's become a master of his culture. But what the death one says is, in effect, okay, Aristotle, that's all correct about that. But the interesting thing is, Aristotle and the Phronimus accept the culture. They accept the whole background of values and virtues and understanding of what a human being is and should be, and within that, the Phronimus is a master of it. But the second part on death says that's all ungrounded, and if you think that there's a cultural sort of support for what you're doing, and that you're a master of your culture, that's fine. But you really aren't yet a full Dasein. The full Dasein who lives in the face of death understands even the very principles of their own culture is ungrounded. Something Aristotle and the Phronimus don't understand. And I mean, that's where Heidegger goes beyond whatever it is you think he's doing, and goes beyond what I think he's doing, or should be doing, and he's doing something more radically near nihilistic and culturally relativistic than being Aristotelian who believes in virtues and phronesis. Although he does believe in it, and he likes it. That's your culture. Do with your culture. Be a master of your culture. That's something like what the person who's understood guilt and conscience comes out. Keep your eye open for the crucial page when you read for next time, where he talks about the difference between responding to the general situation, which is what the one does, and responding to the unique situation, which goes with having no way to justify what you're doing at all, and that's what the Phronimus does. When he doesn't say Phronimus there, he just says that the inauthentic person responds to the general situation, and the authentic person responds straightway, without reflection, without justification, it does the uniquely appropriate thing in that situation. Now, I saw another hand. You want to say something?
Yeah, what you just said sort of touched on what I was going to ask, but it seems like I'm probably simplifying this to extraordinary levels and can't understand it at all, but it seems like Heidegger would say that would be a cultural moral relativism, and would say that our imperatives come from from the one of our culture. It would be very difficult for him to explain something like, we've got concepts, I think, of like a true moral guy not following everything the culture says, but, putting his conscience to it and being like, oh, that's not okay, I'm going to go against that and do the right thing instead. I mean, that person's idea does not come from the one. That person's idea,
there's a higher version of the one. Yes, because if they can justify what they do and say why they think it's the right thing to do, they're not the Phronimus anymore. The man of practical wisdom doesn't have a reason, can't justify it. He just is so good at understanding the deep meaning of his culture that he will do what is appropriate. That's pretty radical. I like that. I mean, that's as radical as you can get and still stay within a culture.
It doesn't really make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you've read. Have you read Bourdieu's stuff on cultural virtuoso? The person who, I'll just tell you as long as you've gone this far, the person who's understood this best, I don't think the virtue ethics people understand this very well. And whenever I read them, they seem to think that Aristotle, that the Phronimus can justify what that he's doing and understands something like the general situation. Anyway, Bourdieu when he talks about the cultural virtuoso in the book, what's it called in French is the sens pratique, the logic of practice. Bourdieu has an understanding he's a Heideggerian like all of them, has a Heideggerian understanding of what the person of what he calls cultural virtuoso can do, that if he does it by deeply accepting the whole culture and Woodruff and Heidegger, and only the experience of ontological death, which has very little to do, absolutely got nothing to do with being on your deathbed and as John Hogan says, croaking. That's not what it's about. But anyway, only the experience of ontological death is going to make you sort of even free of your whole cultural background. It looks, I hope that's wrong, but I think that's what he thinks. And now, Stephen.
Just a small point about formal indication to bring it back. Don't we have to be careful, though, when we're talking about things like guilt and conscience, to remember that they are formally indicated as being guilt and conscience, and don't we have to sort of leave the normative or moral baggage attached to those words at the door when we go on and try to investigate the phenomenon? Because I feel that in the discussion we're sort of bringing the connotations with us.
Yes and no. I mean, you do leave the moral baggage at the door, so to speak, little by little. I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing, but that's how formal indication works. You have to start thinking that gold is that yellow stuff, and that lightning is those bright flashes in the sky. You may just take cryptic kind of examples because they're easier, and the heat is what feels warm. You've got to start with things like that. And in this case, you've got to start with a moral view about guilt, if there are things that are wrong, and if you've done wrong things, you're guilty and so forth. But you can leave all that behind, and that's sure. But whether you left everything that has any kind of normative significance behind, keep your eyes open. I think. What do I think? What do you think? No, well, I've already just answered this. I think that if the Phronimus is an example of somebody who's done it right with conscience and guilt, it's got that much normative significance, no more and no less. If you can do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, but you can't say why it's appropriate because there's no answer to that. It's just what somebody really understands the culture does, and not everybody, but just this person in this situation does. So there's still normativity in there, but it's been so sort of cleaned up. That's what we're going to talk about next time. But that's all right to talk about it this time.
Yeah, just a question to go back to cultural virtuoso and here and Heidegger we're talking about. Now, for the cultural virtuoso, he's in this kind of very authentic being. Does virtuoso take sort of meditative thinking that we talk about, where he can kind of reflect in a meditative, very deep, fundamental way about being itself, and how it shows up in that way? Because it sounds like you're saying it doesn't need to do that.
No, he certainly doesn't need to do that. I mean, a cultural virtuoso certainly is the most likely place to find one, Heidegger would say, is we've had this discussion among the peasants in the Black Forest, who never went to school and certainly aren't corrupted by philosophy. Then you don't need to have that. What you need is in my version, what you need to become a cultural virtuoso is enough sense of anxiety to not just believe the norms that your conscience tells you, the cover-up norms. This is the right way to live, and this is a good thing to do, and here's the rules, and rationality requires, and all that stuff. You've got to have enough anxiety to fail to not accept, not believe that, not experience that. And the peasants can have that, too. And then you've got to have, this Heidegger doesn't talk about much, maybe never, I'm not sure. Keep your eyes open. Lots of experience in the culture of not doing what the norms, the general situation requires. And sometimes it works very well and everybody's happier afterward, and sometimes it's a disaster and everybody hates you afterwards. And if you have enough experiences like that and take them seriously, you get more and more skilled at being, say, an Athenian Greek. And the more skills you get, the more of a mastery you get on the basis of a lot of trial and error that you take to heart, then you get to be autonomous. And that's how you do it. And peasants can do it too.
But would that imply some sort of reflection?
Oh, that's such a good question. I argue with my brother about this every once in a while. It can involve reflection, but it doesn't require reflection. This is how it looks. I wasn't going to. I'll include in the paper I'm going to tell you to read for next week the Dreyfus story about how you go from a novice to a master, because that's what I'm really telling you. I thought I didn't have to, but to see Heidegger the way I see it anyway, you need to know that. And what was I going to say? What did you just say?
Wouldn't it require?
Oh yeah, reflection.
Not reflection necessarily in the rational.
Some kind of meditation.
Yeah, not
okay,
reason stuff.
here is the question. It's just that we're getting down into these wonderful issues that are just a little bit too existential for Heidegger to think about. But the question is, if you learn by making mistakes and feeling bad about them, there's two ways you can go from there. You can make yourself and do some kind of analysis of speech. You can look and you can try to figure out just what went wrong and make up your mind not to do it again. The analogy of that is something like, what's his name? The golfer, the famous golfer.
Tiger Woods?
Yeah, Tiger Woods did when he took apart his whatever and went back and trained because he saw that he was doing certain things wrong. Then he got worse, that after a while he got better than he ever was. That's something like the form of meditative thinking. You try to figure out what you did wrong, and you feel bad about it, and you try to get clear about it, and you try to fix it. But you can also just worry about it, and the next time and so you just decondition yourself from doing in the next situation what you did in the previous situation. Or you can really just feel good about it. Now, I have to bring me in. I'm the only case I know of this, and my brother is skeptical. But I say that's how I learned to be a good teacher. That's why I have to have the tapes for the last seminar, because I always listen to the previous one, and what I am thinking is, wow, that really worked. That was the right way to do it. I understood it better. They all understood it better. Or I think, oh my God, I just wasted 15 minutes going down the wrong track, and now they're more confused than they were when they started, and I'm confused too. And then I'm just conditioning myself to do that good thing again, and I'm feeling, because it makes me feel good, don't ever do that bad thing again, because you'll regret it. And I don't think I ever analyze, or not very often, what did I do wrong to get me on that wrong track, or to get me on that right track, and so forth. So then I think that's a non-meditative, non-reflective way of getting to be a phronomist. It doesn't matter to Heidegger, I think, how you get there, as long as you get to a point in which you don't anymore even understand why you do what you do, and you just do it. And that's the intuitive mastery Zen-like state. And you can notice how cross-cultural that is, whether that's Zen master or a Berber, that which is like Bourdieu studies, the Berber virtuoso, or the phronomists that the virtue ethics people should be studying better than they are. Anyway, yeah.
Just relating this idea of intuitive mastery, where you don't need to think about it or explain yourself anymore, to the idea that the authentic person can act without justification. Is it that the authentic person acts entirely without justification, or that if they sat down and thought about it, they could justify what they do, but they just don't? I mean, I guess
I understand the question.
Just relating back to the idea that it doesn't make any sense that the moral person could act without justification. I think maybe it's understandable, but it's very terrifying, I guess, that an authentic person simply just does something totally unjustifiable.
I think that's right.
They can't explain it to you,
that's right.
But it's just somehow very appropriate.
That's right, and it is sort of terrifying, but that's how it is. The phronomist cannot tell you why. The virtuoso can't tell you or themselves why that was the appropriate thing to do. That specific thing was the appropriate thing to do in that specific situation. They can't even generalize it to a big thing that Kantians think you have to do, because they're going to learn things and experience successes and failures in their behavior, and the next time they're in what is sort of the same situation, it won't look like the same situation, and they won't do the same thing. When you get really good, you can make a neural model of this. There isn't any rules and representations. It's got to do with neural networks and chaotic attractors. And this may not help some people, it may help others. You can make models of the brain which imply that there isn't any answer to the question, that you can't give your reasons. You can't justify what you do if you're an expert. You just do it, and that might be terrifying. Yeah.
But if it's appropriate in any way,
Yeah.
then aren't there reasons for which it's appropriate? And theoretically, if there are reasons, can't you describe
Well,
them?
no, there are not reasons why it's appropriate. That it's appropriate because that's what phonomai do, and other ones will recognize it. There are certainly some gross guidelines about what's inappropriate, and there are certainly for novices and even for just people who are competent and proficient, there are guidelines that you can give and reasons why it's appropriate, for instance, to give people their condolences, give the relatives condolences when somebody dies and so forth. But when it really gets to be a crunchy situation and in specific cases, what you do and how you do it, it's not going to have any reasons at all. Yeah.
Would it help out if in thinking that understanding is not prior as a know-how and not in the explicit...
That's right, it's a kind of know-how.
Right, so if you express a reason, an assertion of why you did something, you can't possibly express all the nuance of the situation and the know-how so that an inauthentic person might understand. Like sometimes it might be possible, but not necessarily.
You're more likely to be able to get another astronomist to understand, but even then, you may not. I mean, all the other astronomers in my picture, take chess masters, will understand in the sense that he'll see that that was the appropriate thing to do, and he'll say, wow, yeah, that was. But that doesn't mean that now they've agreed on what the rule was or the analysis was that made that the appropriate thing to do. All they agreed is that if you played a million moves, which you have to play to be a grandmaster, one of them told me lately, if you made a million chess moves, that'll look to you like a very good move to make, and anybody else who made a million chess moves, it'll probably look to them too like a good move to make, but they can't tell you why. Yeah.
So effectively, morality becomes a ready-to-hand tool, just like anything else.
No, I don't know. That's a funny way to put it. But that suggests that you use it as with a towards which, as if you do it to get credit or something.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Not in that respect, but in any case, insofar as it's just like in your book, you talk about way back. You talk about how the human being who types doesn't follow rules and
they get their hand in the right place to get
exactly.
to move to the next key.
But the computer has to. I mean, and there's no actual rule governing. There's no mental content governing a person's use of a hammer or something like that. It seems to be similar that there's no actual a guideline or rule governing the Bonomos's moral decisions or actions, and that just as one can postulate reasons for, just as one can postulate, I remember in your book you mentioned opening the fridge and getting a turkey sandwich. You remember that example with I guess Dennett was making some point about how the
my
Russian
book,
police.
my computer book. You may not want to talk about this here because nobody else probably lots haven't read it. But go ahead with this.
No, this was in your.
It's in my Heidegger.
Yeah, it's in Heidegger book. Yeah. You mentioned how Dennett says that there needs to be belief and action.
Yeah,
and all
that's
this
right.
stuff.
And all you really need is the skill to get
Exactly.
the turkey sandwich into your mouth.
Exactly, and there's no beliefs and actions at all. You can postulate them after the fact that we weren't there.
Right.
So it seems like it's the same with the Bonomos and morals. He will do the right action. He can later postulate reasons for having done it, but they weren't actually part of it. There were no decisions, there were no...
The crucial thing is that's all true. And the reason they weren't part of it, besides that there was no phenomenological memory of it, is that if you follow those rules, you won't get that expertise. You may get you may get that result in that situation, but the expertise sort of recognizes similar situations and does similar things, and there are no rules for that. So the best you could do is maybe find rules that would produce exactly that behavior in exactly that situation. That can't be the really important rule.
Therefore, an expert system or a computer or a robot could never be something that even grasps the concept of morality. I mean, I think it's fair to make a move something like that.
Well, that's what's so funny. I would say that the only people who grasp the concept of morality, like computers, are Kantians. I mean, they believe exactly in clear rules and universalization and application to many situations and all that. I just think that so computers could do that, maybe could do that, but I don't think that's what morality is.
Exactly. So they could never actually be the spontaneous, supposedly moral person.
They wouldn't be moral experts, but then Kant's not interested in moral experts, as far as I know. I may be am I unfair to Kant? I'm afraid so. We need a kind of, there must be somebody like that. That is a cognitivist ethics person. What did I put in instead? Cortisol? I hope. Anyway, we don't have to worry about that. So, what are we doing here? Yeah, I said we talked before. I can either go back to talking, or has all of you said what you want to say? You've done a lot of clearing up of things that were going to come up next time, but there's no harm in that. I will now know that I can do something else next time. But let's start. I would love to start on the guilt part, and you can see how it works. So you start with the ordinary experience of guilt as his everyday understanding. Because of informal invitation, you've got to start where you are. And you're picking out something that you'd like to know the essence of. But all you know right now is a problem about which you can point to it. And it's stuff like that we call guilt. That's what we want to do. And it happens that in this case, which is nothing special about it. I mean, we shouldn't think that that would generalize this. You have to know that the German word for guilt is Schuld. Did I spell that? Okay. And it has a much more of a connotation of owing something. So when you have a debt, you are showed somebody a certain amount of money. So Heidegger has a lot to say about this indebtedness view of guilt, which is just it's not that the German view of guilt is radically different than the English one. It's just that it's got this indebtedness component in it that's a lot less obvious. And it's that, but he starts with this word, so he starts with the person who is should is somehow responsible for something and owes something, the guilty person. And Heidegger says he's just analyzing an ordinary notion, his ordinary German notion. To be guilty is to be responsible for a lack. That is, you owe somebody money, or you cause somebody some kind of pain and suffering, or you had some kind of duty to somebody you didn't fulfill. So, and guilt is, you're guilty when you have caused this sort of lack, and your conscience tells you that you're responsible for it, and you ought to make it up. That's the good German fuel for Schuld. German reader nodding. That's good. Now, the next thing to talk about somewhere is the wrong way to understand the guilt story, in which my commentary is a paradigm case of an absolutely whopping, marvelously dumb misunderstanding. Because what I say in the commentary is, well, it's not that you lack something. Well, sorry, it's not that you've done something wrong. This is my slogan. I understood that it wasn't about particular wrong things that you did. No, sorry, I'm jumping ahead in a way that's unclear. Now, I thought that what Heidegger was going to say was, now I want to say, well, what is guilt really? If it's not having done something wrong, because that seems to be just the ordinary way, as he later says, I won't jump to it, that's what the one tells you. If you've done something wrong, you've broken this rule, you had this duty, you had this responsibility, you borrowed this money, and you didn't pay responsibly to fix it. And I wanted to say, well, what does Heidegger think is really the problem? If that's not guilt, if that's the one, what is guilt? And my answer I had to myself was, aha, the guilt must have to do with the fact. Oh, goodness. I think I'm telling you this in the wrong place. Yes, cancel what I just said. I can tell you now, but it wouldn't make any sense to tell you now. I don't know why I put it in my pocket in my lecture that way. Let me just note that I will come back to my mistake. Okay. So let me go on without that. The guilt, as Heidegger understands it, has nothing to do with doing something wrong, failing in some way, lacking in some way. That's what one normally says and thinks, that in fact guilt is is the reverse of that. That idea is a cover-up of something else, which is ontological guilt. And the interesting thing about ontological guilt, and this is the important thing to know, is that ontological guilt isn't a bad thing. It isn't some kind of lack. It isn't something you should fix. It's not something you did wrong. It's not even, and now here's my mistake. I said, no, it's not something you did wrong. It's something wrong with you. And I realized, well, what could that be? Well, I said, well, you can't ever be clear about what you're doing. You can't be lucid and autonomous. You can't take full responsibility for the lack you caused and that you want to fix it. And that's something you're going to read a lot in the paper you have, which we didn't end up discussing. That's what we're talking about. When Heidegger says what ontological guilt is, you can't get behind your throwiness. I say in my commentary, aha, guilt is you can't be autonomous. You can't be lucid about what you're doing and responsible for it from the ground up. And what's stupid about saying that is, it's true that Heidegger says you can't get behind your throwiness, you can't be autonomous, you can't find out what you're really up to and what from the ground up. But my mistake was to think that that's something wrong with you. Heidegger thinks that's fine. That's just, in fact, that's good. That's a structural feature of Dasein, that it can't get behind its throwiness. And it's not something wrong with Dasein. And guilt hasn't got anything to do with what's wrong with you. And the test and the evidence is that the normal experience of guilt, the one that your formal indication starts with, says that you should somehow stop being guilty. You should fix it. Take the responsibility. You should be lucid and freely do what your conscience or your reason tells you to do. And the funny thing, and the interesting thing is, Heidegger doesn't think you should stop being guilty. That's just an ontological fact about people. Everybody, all Dasein are all guilty, all equally guilty, and all the time. That's the shocking thing you've got to realize. If you read this thinking that in any way being guilty is a bad thing, that you should get over it or have less of it, or some people have less of it than others, you've missed it. There are two important points. One is, I just said it, but I'll say it again. That everybody, every Dasein is equally guilty and couldn't be anything else but guilty, because whatever the essence of guilt is when you've done the formal indication and found out what guilt is, it's a structural feature of Dasein, and every Dasein has it and has just as much of it as any other Dasein. So you know you're on the wrong track as you read this. If you're thinking there must be something wrong, which we're naming guilt. That's what I was doing in the commentary. I was asking, well, what is the Heidegger think is wrong with these guilty people? That's a completely stupid thing to ask. You can't, there's nothing wrong with Dasein, that it has a certain structure. Namely, that it can never get clear about the background. It can never get clear of what the world is throwing. It can never understand what it's up to from the ground up. Remember last semester I said you can't get clear about what it is to be masculine or feminine. If, as a masculine person, you've done bad things to women, you are certainly responsible, but you may not even ever know you did it. And it's a structure that you can't help being in, that you will do things to hurt people. And in a certain sense, if you found out about it, you'd have to take responsibility for it. And then you would have that little bit of guilt. But the basic structure, that there's lots of what you are doing, which you will never be able to be explicit about or take responsibility for. That's a structural feature of Dasein. And that's the first one. The second point is, it's not only a fact that you're all equally good, we're all equally good, and shouldn't be feeling bad about it or think you should fix it. It's a good thing that we are all guilty, that we can't get behind our feelings, that there's something murky as the background on the basis of which we do whatever we do. That's what Roos is talking about when he's talking about the kind of identity you have, which you can never get clear about, and you don't choose it, and it isn't a narrative, and so forth. That's why I wanted you to read it, because he's got such a nice account of it, that I brought along, and if I read it now, I want to carry it next time, Heidegger's best statement about how the non-lucidity and murkiness, which is structurally part of Dasein's way of being, is a positive function, or plays a positive role. That's the last thing I'm going to talk about. That's funny. I said you said here, but I didn't say what page. That's not good. The origin of the work of art is where I'm looking. And now let's hope I can find it. And in the origin of the work of art, the name for this background that you can never get clear about, because the atmosphere in which we live is the earth. And I'm trying to tell you about the earth and why it's absolutely important. Aha, here it is. Okay. Every decision bases itself on something not mastered, something concealed and confusing, else it would never be a decision. Now, what? That sounds, certainly you don't understand it when I just read it. What does it mean? Well, you can see clearest what it means in Kierkegaard's the first who discovered it. What it amounts to, you have to look at the other side of it. What would it be to act lucidly so that you could justify what you've done, you could lucidly, clearly understand what you've done, and justify that it was the right thing to do? What does that look like? Well, Kierkegaard says, again, when you break down the ethic, that if you acted completely on principle, then and you wanted to always do the right thing, you'd have to understand by some kind of principle why what you're doing was the right thing. But then you'd have to understand that those were the right principles, and you would be in a kind of regress in which you would sort of fall into the groundlessness, because you can't. You could have principles maybe for justifying your first order principles and principles for your second for justifying. But you are in a regress in which you never get to the self-justifying principles, Kierkegaard thinks. I mean, if you believe in revelation, you just you get to a point where you stop. But so there has to be something which is not up for grabs, some kind of background on the basis of which you act, which are not explicit, foreground, lucid reasons or principles on the basis of which you act. And because, as Kierkegaard, there's a better way to put it. I mean, Sartre is good at this. Suppose you were able to lucidly and freely and choose what you were doing. Now we've got this one problem is how you would ever justify your principles. But the more interesting one maybe is how your choice could ever make any difference and be a choice. And you probably know some of you this. Sartre has the example of a gambler who chooses, decides freely, lucidly, autonomously one evening not to gamble anymore. And the choice makes absolutely no difference, because the next morning he has to decide now whether to take that choice seriously. It gets no grip on him. If decision making is completely free and autonomous, these people argue, and Heidegger is thinking, then everything is constantly up for new decision and up for grabs. But somehow decisions have to be based on something that can't be a bunch of justifying justified principles that are justifying what you do, and they can't be sort of lucidly, freely chosen, because there's always got to be a background. That is what really makes these principles seem binding on you. Which there has to be a background which, insofar as you have any principles, gives you a sense that they're justified. Whether that's revelation or the cultural practices, it doesn't matter. And there has to be some way which is very hard to describe. Merleau-Ponty tries hard and hard to describe it in the chapter on freedom, in which when you do something, it doesn't just count as a free, clear, lucid decision that you make, but it changes the background on the basis of which you make your decisions, about which you aren't going to be lucid. Now let me try, I have to find this again. That's all in this one murky sentence, which says, in effect, that being unclear as you are in guilt, that you can't, that it's luckily, structurally, the positive feature of Dasein, that it can't get behind its slowness. To me, that sentence has always been so interesting and important that he says, every decision bases itself, that's on the basis of it, bases itself every decision bases itself on something not mastered, something concealed, something confusing, else it would never be a decision. That means it has to get behind justifications and principles and lucid choice. Otherwise, it won't get a grip on it. It will go into a regress of justifications, and it will go into a sort of self-undermining choosing, which is always has to be re-choosing. It never gets anything. So what does this mean? It means that somehow we always operate on a background. And that's what Dreyfus. And now it turns out that, thank goodness we do. Where is this? Every day. I'm going to just read you the quote. I don't have it there either. Well, I can find it. Will you help me find the quote so you can't get behind that? Oh boy, I can't find it. Come on, somebody just in this chapter. I thought I marked it. That's the punchline. We can't stop until we find it. It's in the guilt of the punchline. That's amazing. That sounds about what it should be. Yeah. Yes, that's the page. Thanks. Okay, so all of this is on 330, what he's talking about. Okay. And this is, now we're going to find out what so you don't lose track. What ontological guilt is, that we started thinking it was owing something and the responsibility and so forth, or going against the rules. We find out what it is, and we find out, in effect, that it's, or I tell you, that it's a positive thing. I'm not sure he does here. But let's look at 320. It's all about on the basis of switch. Starting about
320 or 330?
330. Starting at about 5 lines down. It has been delivered over. This is what it is to be guilty, structural. As such, it can exist solely as an entity which it is, and as this entity to which it has been thus delivered over. It is, in its existing, the basis of its ability to be, although it has not laid that basis itself. It reposes in the weight of it. And now we go on. And how is Dasein this thrown basis? Only in it projects itself upon possibilities into which it's been thrown. The self, which has to lay the basis for itself, can never underline, get that basis into its power. And yet, as existing, it must take over being the basis. To be its own basis is the ability to be, which is the issue of care. And then just read a little more to get the punchline. Its being the basis, existing its own Dasein, constantly lags behind its possibilities. It never exists before them as a basis, and as this basis. Then now, thus being a basis means never to have power over one's own most being from the ground up. This not belongs to its essential meaning of thrownness. It itself being a basis is a nullity of itself. That sentence says you can't be autonomous. You can never become your own self-legislating, responsible, rational being. And that's what it is. That's what guilt really is. That has nothing to do with having done anything wrong, lacking anything, owing anything. And it's not because you're falling short of being autonomous. That was my big mistake. Now I can talk about the commentary now. There's something wrong with us. We're not autonomous. No, it's not something wrong with us. It's just the structure of a being that is on a background and always has to act on the basis of what it can't treat as a figure, that has to always act on that background. And that's a structure. And Heidegger is going to call that guilt. It's not recognizable. Nobody in their right mind, no ordinary, everyday person would understand in the world we were talking about. If you said, well, guilt, everybody's got it, everybody's got the same amount of it, you don't want to get rid of it, it's really a positive good thing. But that's how it turns out. When you finish your formal indication, it turns out to be the opposite. I'll just say two more things. It turns out to be the opposite of what you would have thought. That is, you would have thought you did something wrong, and your conscience tells you what's wrong, you can be lucid about it, you can take responsibility for it, and so forth. And you can do that sometimes. But that's not, but what's ontological guilt is this structural, everything is always on the basis of the background. Now, and that is a positive thing. I want to say one more thing about it. Oh yeah, finally. And the final move of formal indication is that it's to cover up this, at least this terrifying fact that you can't fully understand what you're doing. You can't fully justify what you're doing. You can't take you have to take responsibility for it even though you don't know what it is, and even though you don't know how to take responsibility for it. All that's weird. That gives you the anxiety of guilt, what I just described. It's this groundlessness of. Now, then you can see the last move of formal indication, and why do people think it has to do with conscience, and conscience calling them to obey the rules, and duty, and rationality, and being able to justify what you do, and feeling guilty if you fall short of what you ought to do? Well, all that is a cover-up, it now turns out, of this fundamentally unsettled characteristic of Dasein's action. And it's just because it isn't a case of clarity, rule, justification, autonomy, and so forth, that those things come in to cover up what it really is. That those things are the clues. I'm just telling you the whole formal indication story of what's there. And when you follow them out, you finally find that behind our ordinary conception of guilt is this kind of thoroughness in which there's always something you can't get clear about, which makes your actions serious and makes them be real decisions. Okay.
I'm ready to plunge back into the fascinating issues around the guilt. I've got the syllabus in front of me just to remind myself and you that today we're supposed to be doing guilt and resoluteness, and we will. And next time we're going to be doing death, and that's such a complicated, long, messy, confused chapter that I will put on the website for the course a long, and I hope not confused, but I'm not sure, paper I wrote about it as an introduction to a book on Heidegger on death. The important thing isn't, I mean, it begins explaining where it sits in the book, but the important thing is that this book, written by a former TA, a former PhD in this department and TA in the Heidegger course, she has this fascinating idea of looking at what Heidegger means by death all through his whole career of writing and reading back into what he said in the earlier discussion of death, what he ended up saying about death. That seems like an sort of unfair and unreliable or something hermeneutic approach. But I think Heidegger would have loved it, because Heidegger was constantly reading back and reinterpreting being in time as saying what he was later saying, and which is pretty clearly not what he's saying in Being in Time, but it was, I think he would say what he's trying to say, his unthought, and he gets it clearer as he goes along. So, but that's for next time. I'll put it on the web tonight or tomorrow. And so for this time, we've got Scott Roos's paper, and we've got the chapter in Being in Time on guilt and resoluteness. And I think I'll talk a while, sort of laying out what I think are the important issues and the important pages, and then we'll have a discussion. I'm just not sure whether we should have a discussion any time. I think Tyler wants to say something.
Just a clarification, was the Bruce paper for last time or this time?
It's really for this time, because, I mean, it's about the punchline of the paper. Well, let me explain why the paper's there. I think it's a terrific paper, the punchline of which is you can't get behind your throwiness. And that's exactly what primordial ontological guilt is. It's the fact that Dasein can't get behind its throwiness. But it's not obvious what in the world fact that is, what it means to say that. And secondly, it's not at all obvious what the argument is supposed to be that shows that you can't get behind your throwiness. And why, Tyler, does it matter?
It seems like we were supposed to read your paper today.
Yes, my paper too. Sorry, I'm glad you said that. There's an ambiguity. Believe it or not, I've written two papers. So, and one of them was for today, or last time. It's sort of in between. It's the paper on everyday intelligibility issue, but what I wanted you to see in it, and what I didn't want to spend a lot of time in class sort of just going over, was the skill story. But the idea of what expertise and mastery is, that phenomenon of that, is going to play a big role, or, well, a middle-sized role, in what I want to say. So there was last time my paper on, and okay, and also that paper, I didn't look at it with this question in mind. That already does guilt before death, doesn't it? I'm sure it does. I mean, that's part of one of the reasons I'd already reordered the thing. Remember last time, a real quick review from last time. Remember, I decided that you got to do you got to do birth before death. You've got to do the past before the future. You've got to do the facticity before the interpretation, or the projection on the basis of that facticity. For all those reasons, you've got to do guilt before death, and Heidegger just got it mixed up. Don't ask me why. And when you do it that way, you will discover, and we get our first sort of reward for doing it that way, that we can distinguish anticipation, let's start the other way. We can distinguish resoluteness from anticipatory resoluteness. And you can see how resoluteness, which is always tied with guilt, and only resoluteness, not anticipatory resoluteness, is a less radical understanding of the fundamentally ungrounded character of Dasein than anticipatory resoluteness, which goes with death. That is in my paper, isn't it? I hope so. You're telling me. Okay. So that's why it's in there. It's also it's an argument for the phenomena of expertise, which I think is important, and maybe it's even more important. It's an argument for what I just said. Why you want to do it that way. Why? And remember, it's another way to put it is why you want to go do what is kairos before you do Augenblick. Or there was another way I was going to put it. Well, I say to myself, you've got to do the Aristotelian Phronimos before you can do Jesus and the God-man. They're all versions of the same one thing what presupposes what. So anyway, thanks, Tyler. Yes, that was why that paper was in there. And I see now that I put the Roos paper there in the first introduction. That's because I thought I was going to get further in the discussion than we got. But it really belongs with the guilt paper, but I wanted you to read it before we got to the guilt discussion, which in the end you have, presumably. And now the paper, what I'm going to give you to read before the next meeting is my version of the death chapter, and then we'll be ready for anticipatory resoluteness in the meeting after that. Any questions about all that, or sort of situating of it? Then we can go into what I think we should be going into, and I think it maybe take about half an hour to say all the things I want to say, and then we can discuss them. But I was just, when Tyler raised his hand, I was just asking myself, do I want to sort of stop and discuss these issues as they come along, or read this until for half an hour or something and then discuss? I'm really puzzled. I'm puzzled because this is sort of a class and sort of a seminar, and it's got the number of hours and units of a class, but I originally had it as a seminar, and I think of it as something we're all trying to figure this out together. It's sort of true that I think I already have figured out the first 3 weeks, or maybe even the first 4 weeks, but from there on, I'm the blind leading the blind into temporality. So I think I'll start reading it, but if you think you really got something important to say, such that if we don't talk about that right away, we're going to be off the track, or you aren't going to understand what's going on, or I'm going to be misleading everybody, then interrupt. I mean, let's have some middle ground, sort of be a kind of Phronimos of interruption. When it's appropriate, do it. Okay, now, as usual, I wish I had a lectern. There just isn't one, is there? Okay. I think I can get along with just putting things on my briefcase. I mean, it's good to go maybe after class and try to steal one and keep it in here, but it's not a good idea to go marching into some professor's lecture and take the Phronimos out, take the lectern out from under his nose. Okay, so I want to talk about the phenomenon and get in the air sort of what view of action Heidegger is presenting in this chapter. And guilt is always sort of the basis of it. That is something about the fundamental ungroundedness of Dasein, something about the fact that it can't get behind its thrownness is where we're heading. But to begin with, I think you need an understanding of how the resolute Dasein acts, a description of the highest, almost highest level of action. And as far as it being a story about action, it is the highest in the sense that you can't get any more mastery than this. You may get something else. I mean, I don't want to be secretive. I mean, this gets you up to the highest level of skill, namely mastery, as I understand it. Remember that the resolute action responds to the unique situation, not to the general situation. That's what I'm trying to explain. But there's something higher than mastery even, and that is being a world discloser. That's not, so to speak, more skillful than mastery. It's just something more radical than mastery, and that's what the death chapter and anticipatory resoluteness is about. So now I'm just trying to explain why I'm going to talk a little while about my view of mastery, Bourdieu's view of the cultural virtuoso, the Aristotelian Phronimos, and Heidegger's resolute Dasein. And I'm saying things new to me this time because I'm constantly learning more about the Bourdieu and Phronesis and seeing that there are all kinds of distinctions I haven't been making yet. So, first thing is, how do you get to be a master? Well, that ties up with the anxiety of guilt and the nullity that it reveals. I have this tendency to want to say all these things at once, but I'll try not to. The anxiety, let's start. There are three kinds of nullity, and these are things I want to sort of say to get the architectonic in mind, because it's not very clear in Division 2. But there are three kinds of nullity. There's the nullity of the ungroundedness, which is the one that guilt's going to tell us about. There's the nullity of choice, which is what Sartre writes almost, I guess, the whole of being and nothingness about, and Heidegger thinks is so uninteresting that it's treated on one page of Division 2. And then there's the nullity of, what is it? The possibility of having no more possibilities. That's the death nullity, and each of those has an anxiety of guilt, an anxiety of choice, an anxiety that goes with death. And we're starting by looking at the way the anxiety of guilt plays some kind of role in becoming a Phronimos. And I don't think Heidegger ever explains that very well. I want to take it to mean that the anxiety of guilt is the anxiety that there are no grounding principles on which you can act. Neither the principles of the one, that is the general rules about how people do things, or rational principles, or, I don't know, cognitivist principles that are the structure of your action, even if you don't know it. There aren't any such, and that's what's revealed in this anxiety of guilt. And why is that important for becoming the kind of mastery, having the mastery of resoluteness? Well, that's tied up in the whole story of how to skill acquisition, where you start out with rules and principles as a novice, and then you get maxims, remember, as an advanced beginner. But when you get finally up to expert, you don't have any rules and principles. You just straightway do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, whether it's driving or chess playing or doing moral actions or doing good actions in your culture. And the idea in here is that the anxiety, if you hang on to the principles, if every time you make a mistake you try to find a rule that will tell you not to make that mistake again, you'll be stuck at competence. But if you're living in a kind of experience of all of this way that one does things and rules for doing things and standards for doing things don't have any grip on you, and that's what happens in anxiety. You see that they're all ungrounded and have no force in determining your actions, or should have no force. Have no force when you're an expert. And how do you get to be an expert? You just see that they have no force. There's no place for a should have no force in there. So when you're in anxiety, you see that the principles don't have any power over you, can't be the base, and you can't use them to ground what you're doing, and you have to see that if you're going to acquire mastery, if you're going to stop trying to explain what you're doing. I mean, I could give you an example. A lot of this comes from my brother, as you know, but I give him credit as usual. So Stuart has this example, which is just any old example, but it'll do, that how to get stuck in competence and how not to get stuck in competence. I talk about it in the paper, but not this example. Yeah, maybe I do. I can't remember. But the example was, if you're a driver and if you coming out of a parking place, you get sideswiped by a car, and then you can either just feel bad about it and remember vividly what happened, or you can try to make a new rule for yourself. Never pull out of a parking place without looking back. And that will keep you from getting sideswiped as you pull out of parking places. But it's a very rigid, general solution. At midnight on an empty street, it makes no sense to carefully look back before you pull out. But that may not be a perfect example. Well, it will do. That shows that you can give yourself a new rule, and you will indeed be able to avoid some bad thing that you did, but you will never get to the kind of flexibility. Again, what do you and I do, presumably? We're all expert drivers. Well, we look back when it's appropriate to look back, and we've been looking back all the time in the rearview mirror, so we don't have to look back just before we pull out of the parking place. And if it's late at night, then there are no cars, you can't be sideswiped, and so forth. All of that leads you to, again, just straightway do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. In this case, sometimes that means looking in the rearview mirror, and sometimes it doesn't. And the role of anxiety is, in here again, is you would have given up belief that there was any rule that was going to tell you correctly in all situations what to do driving. And that's the way, I think, one way anyway, that anxiety plays a role in becoming a master. Namely, you don't go around believing in making principles for how you behave, discovering when you make mistakes, try to figure out what you did. On this story about skill acquisition, you remain open, you worry about what you did, you feel bad about it, or if it's something good, which equal could happen in some other example, you feel good about it, and if you do it enough and feel bad about it enough and good about it enough, your brain just gets wired in such a way that you do the appropriate thing. That's my skills picture, and I think that's Heidegger's skill picture. It'll come out as we go. Now let me read a few pages. Is everything okay with that? You're looking a little, I don't know, puzzled. So let's read something. I say to read, well, I'm going to be on 342 for a while. How anxiety undermines the one and its standards and principles. So 342. The fact of the anxiety of conscience. Remember, of course, conscience isn't going to mean anything like conscience. So we have this reminds you, the whole formal indication story in the background. Anything that anybody normally says about conscience is going to turn out to be a cover-up, and somehow an 180-degree wrong cover-up, which exactly denies the phenomenon, so that you're not upset by it. So conscience, which one might think gives us rules, tells us what God wants us to do, or tells us what follows from the categorical imperative or whatever. All of that kind of conscience is a cover-up for what's really happening with conscience, is the experience that there are no standards and rules. No grounded standards and rules that you have to follow. You can follow them sometime. So the fact of anxiety of conscience gives us phenomenal confirmation that in understanding the call, Dasein is brought face to face with its own uncanniness. I always like to translate that unsettledness. But the Unheimlichkeit in German, it has to do with it's the ungroundedness. Wanting to have a conscience becomes a readiness for anxiety. That's just to give you to define the terms. On 143 at the top, only in keeping silent does the conscience call. That is to say, the call comes from the soundlessness of the uncanniness, and the Dasein which it summons back, called back into the stillness of itself and called back to something that is to become still. Only in reticence, that's the silence. Therefore, is this silent discourse understood appropriately. In wanting to have a conscience, it takes the words away from the common sense idle talk of the they. So anxiety, wanting to have a conscience, that is wanting to be open to and experiencing anxiety, which is wanting to be open to and experiencing the groundlessness of action at its most masterful, is what resoluteness amounts to. Now, so let me read one more thing. Where he defines resoluteness, is this the first or the second place? One of the, I didn't look back. One of the sort of evidences that this is an unfinished manuscript is, I remember he defines resoluteness twice and puts it in italics like a good definer should the first time he introduces it. I don't remember if this is the first or second, but here's one. The middle of 343. The disclosedness of Dasein and wanting to have a conscience is constituted by anxiety as state of mind, by understanding as projection of oneself upon one's own most being guilty, and by discourse as reticence. This distinctive and authentic disclosedness, which is attested in Dasein itself by its conscience, this reticent self-projection upon one's own most being guilty, in which one is ready for anxiety, we call resoluteness. And that's got to do, of course, with being authentic. Authentic Dasein lives in resoluteness, and that's in the next paragraph. In resoluteness, we've now arrived at that truth of Dasein which is most primordial, because it is authentic. Now, with that general story about how anxiety comes in to make possible mastery, which is not something Aristotle is interested in, I think, although I think it's what he would say if you pressed him. Did I say Aristotle or did I say Heidegger? Aristotle. I mean Heidegger. I mean Aristotle too, but I was meaning Heidegger. So now I want to say that once you're inside the mastery business, because you've done it the way I was just describing it, holding on to anxiety and listening to the silence of conscience, you can see that there are several different kinds, none of them getting it what I would call right until we get to Heidegger. So I used to think that Heidegger got it all right when he talked about the Aristotelian phronimos, but interestingly enough, he doesn't talk about the phronimos at the point where he gets it right. So anyway, but he does talk a lot about phronesis in his sophist lectures leading up to being in time, and there's something right about it. The phronimos is even somehow better than an expert. An expert already, it seems, responds to the unique situation. I want to say everything at once, and then I don't want to jump ahead, though I should probably wait till we get there. On 346, that's where Aristotle's phronesis comes near the surface of the thing, though Heidegger, I think rightly, doesn't quite attribute it to Aristotle. But he talks about, on 346, responding to the unique situation, underlined in italics at the end of the top. Just he calls it the situation. It's the concrete situation, and and it's distinguished from the general situation at the bottom of 346. The one, however, the situation is something that has been closed off. The one knows only the general situation, and so forth. And Heidegger thinks that the phronimos responds to the unique situation all right, but there's two things that make it different than Aristotle, which isn't in my paper because I hadn't understood it yet. One is, and this I think must have dimly understood already, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. One way the phronimos is different and very importantly different than the resolute Dasein is that the phronimos in Heidegger does what he does when he's behaving like an now let me back up. The phronimos is more than an expert. An expert already responds to the unique situation, whether when playing chess or driving or just finding their way around to the world in flow, going out, the two go out when they go out the door, then they're already an expert. And they're responding to the unique situation, and that's fine, but Aristotle adds something that Heidegger doesn't have, and doesn't want, I don't think, namely that the phronimist does what the phronimist does for the sake of the good. In general, I think, for the sake of the good in the culture. You can, all who know more about Aristotle, correct me on this if I've got it wrong. And also, and this is something Alistair MacIntyre talks a lot about, that the phronimist gets to be a master at some practice, and the phronimist does their practice for the sake of the internal goods of the practice. So doctors are phronimi when they use their medicine to cure people. But they could be very, very good at understanding poison, for instance, and use their medical knowledge to poison people and do it in a unique situation in just the appropriate time and just the appropriate way. That would not be phronesis, I believe. And I think Heidegger doesn't want, and it wouldn't be an experience of anxiety of this right sort then, because there would be something like a grounded, or at least seemingly grounded, understanding of the good of the practice and the good of the culture in the background of the moods of the phronimist. And I think Heidegger doesn't mention Aristotle and phronesis here because he doesn't want that. He wants his authentically resolute Dasein just does the appropriate thing. But the appropriate thing I don't think is the same as the good thing for Heidegger. Now for Aristotle it is. And Aristotle's got a distinction, therefore, that Heidegger doesn't have between cleverness and phronesis. Cleverness is what happens when you have expertise and do something that really works and everybody recognizes as something that really works. Somewhere I've written down some, I don't know where I put it, but for those of you who know the Athenian context, oh, here it is. So Alcibiades was not a phronimist, I take it, but he was extremely good at everything, and he was a terrific trader, such a good trader that he could go off from Athens to Sparta and give them all the secret information, and then come back to Athens, and everybody was so glad he was back and embraced him because he was so charming and so beautiful and so smart and so clever. I think I don't know what the Greek is, but Aristotle has a category for people who are clever, and they do the good, I think. I mean, they do the skillfully appropriate thing, that is, the thing that works, and they do it for their own good, not for the sake of the good. And now I realize something that I have got wrong. Partly I'm teaching myself something new and trying to keep you from making a mistake. I think Bourdieu's cultural virtuoso, which I talked about last time. I don't think I read last time the passage. Now I'm not sure I could just turn to it, but I marked it so I thought I could turn to it. Trouble is there are all these different purple markings. Not going to be in there. Anybody know where it is? There's a place where I just decided to quote culture. I think it's in the skill model story. Oh, by the way, I'm passing in. By the way, if we all print this in PDF, this paper that I sent of mine, for instance, or Rouse's too, will we all have the same page numbers? If you have my paper on page 5. There's this quote about the phronimist, which I think is from early Heidegger, which shows that the phronimist, he says the phronimist responds to the unique situation, but he doesn't bring in the business of for the sake of the good. He says the phronimist is determined by his situation in the largest sense. The circumstances, the givens, the times and the people vary. The meaning of the action varies as well. It's precisely the achievement of phronesis to disclose the individual acting now in the full situation in which he acts. And I think that captures the part of phronesis that Heidegger wants and leaves out the part of the phronesis that Heidegger doesn't want, this part about the good. Where's the cultural virtuoso? I don't need it, but it's nice the way Bourdieu explains it. Well, if I don't find it in a minute, I give up. But I know I marked it. Here it is. Okay, only a virtuoso with a perfect command of his art of living can play on all the resources inherent. Now, listen to this as it's describing Alcibiades, a brilliant, unscrupulous, self-serving master. Only a virtuoso, and anybody know the sort of biography of Bourdieu, know Bourdieu? He's an absolutely amazing example of this. I mean, he's so smart and so self-promoting that he got himself from being a Basque peasant through the French system to the Collège de France. And he did it partly because he was brilliant, but you don't just get to the Collège de France by being brilliant. You've got to go to the right tea parties and meet the right people and drink their wine and say the right things. And he did all of that, and he was very pleased with himself, and rightly so. And now I think of him as a cultural virtuoso. Only a virtuoso with a perfect command of his art of living can play on all the resources inherent in the ambiguities and uncertainties of behavior and situation in order to produce the actions appropriate to each case, to do that of which people will say there was nothing else to be done, and to do it in the right way. I mean, I think that's cleverness. That's Alcibiades and Bourdieu, and I mixed it up. Why I'm saying it is with phronesis. I don't. And Bourdieu, I'm almost forgetting the punchline, doesn't say that he does it for the sake of the inner goods of the practice, that is, he, the cultural virtuoso, or that he does it for the good as understood by his culture. He just does it, presumably, to get ahead. He manages to exchange gifts more cleverly than anybody else, which is a tricky business according to Bourdieu and the Berbers, because you have to give, if you give a gift back too soon, it's wrong, and if you give a gift back too late, it's wrong, and if you give a gift back that's not as sumptuous as the gift you got, that's wrong, but if you give an overwhelmingly super gift back, that's wrong. And the idea, and you can't learn any rules for it. You've just got to learn how to give a gift in a way that gets you respected and what you want. Okay, now where are we? And the other really important difference that is in which the difference now between the resolute Dasein acting as a master in his culture is that, and here I'm amazed at my own, that Aristotle isn't saying what I think he should say, and Heidegger is saying, in effect, what Aristotle should have said, and that's got to do with the role of reflection in being a master. Now, Aristotle knows better than to think that the master has to reflect on what principles to follow, what rules or whatever, to do whatever that master does. But as I understand it, and some of you may correct me, what happens is, and I've always had this phrase in my mind, that the phronimous straightway does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. And I couldn't find anywhere the straight way. There was all this doing the appropriate thing talk, and now I think Aristotle thinks, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the phronimous straightway sees what is the appropriate thing to do, but then has to reflect in order to do it. That he has to test it, check it out, understand that it's the appropriate thing to do, not just see it as attracting him, before he can actually respond to it. If so, that's just, so to speak, one thought too many, as Roos quotes Harry Frankfurt, no, it's Bernard Williams talking about. I mean, the phronimous doesn't need to see it as the right thing to do, or that it's the right thing to do. That's all too conceptual. All the Fronomist has to do is be so tuned to the situations in his culture, having done lots of actions and suffered from the bad ones and been happy with the good ones, that he just, when he sees what to do and he does it. On 347, Heidegger says it. And I think it's wonderful, but it goes by awfully fast. This, I think, distinguishes, now what I'm saying is distinguishing resoluteness from phronesis, without saying it. The end of the beginning of the second paragraph, second sentence now. Resoluteness does not first take cognizance of the situation and put that situation before itself. It has put itself into the situation already. This is now my favorite sentence. As resolute, Dasein is already taking action. That's the straightway part. It's insofar as Dasein is resolute, Dasein doesn't have to sort of step outside and reflect on the situation. Just when something comes along that solicits this appropriate action, the Fronomist does it. Now, and Aristotle, all this relation to Aristotle is more and more fascinating me. And this is something now, too, that's interesting. Let me just not lose you, though. Aristotle does understand that mastery in everyday skills is reflectionless, I think, because he says in the physics at one point, techne does not reflect. Now, that's interesting. That means that the craftsman who has mastery just immediately does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time. If you're making a vase or a statue, then Aristotle sees that. Why he doesn't see that the social virtuoso, well, I can't use that term anymore, the social master, the mastery of the culture, the Fronomist can't do as well as the craftsman and not reflect, I don't understand. I mean, I think it's just wrong, and I think it's interesting that Heidegger got the phenomena right there. Heidegger sees that the resolute cultural master does not reflect at all. He straightway acts. That's what I think that sentence says. And now, where do I want to put this? And when he does act, he doesn't act because in some way he's understood that the situation calls for that sort of action. That's, again, too conceptual. When he acts, being a Fronomist, his action defines the situation. If he gives a great big gift, spontaneously on the occasion when gift-giving happens, it defines that as the kind of situation where you better give that guy an overwhelming gift and embarrass him, or you're going to be embarrassed, or some such move. So he says that on 346. That the Fronomist in acting defines the situation, well, the resolute Dasein. But I think this applies to the Fronomist too. So let me sort this out before I confuse you. So the Fronomist reflects, and the cultural master doesn't. The Fronomist does it for the sake of the good, and the cultural master doesn't. But what the Fronomist and the cultural master have in common is that what they do defines what the situation is. There's no sort of fact of the matter about the situation except that they made it into the situation they did by acting the way they acted. This is on 346, somewhere. Yeah, okay. About in that big middle paragraph, about 3/4 of the way down, where it says 300 in the margin. Far removed from any present-at-hand mixture of circumstances and accidents which we encounter, the situation is only through resoluteness and in it. So you can give an objective situation. That would be, the general situation. This is a general situation of gift-giving. But what this particular situation of gift-giving is absolutely concrete and particular. And when the Fronomist does it and people see that was obviously the right thing to do, that's to see that, so to speak, the Fronomist has made it into a situation in which you give an overwhelming gift, for example. But And now a way that Heidegger and I agree, and that Aristotle just has missed something crucial, is that the Phronemus acts on the basis of his cultural background, and in no way calls that cultural background into question. Now let's translate that into resolute Dasein. Resolute Dasein does the appropriate thing in the concrete current context, and he does the appropriate thing on the basis of having totally assimilated and learned how you behave in that culture. But he doesn't have the kind of radical anxiety that doesn't reflect on it, but senses the ungroundedness of the whole cultural background that he's acting on the basis of. Again, not to be mysterious, only death can do that. That is, the resolute person, like the Phronemus, like Aristotle's person, hasn't felt the ungroundedness of the cultural background on the basis of which they act. To sense the ungroundedness of the cultural situation on the basis of which they act, that would be a more radical kind of anxiety than the resolute Dasein has. That would be anticipatory resoluteness. And we're saving that to next time. But now that I got in the position of being able to read the whole complicated page here on page 330, where all of this comes into now we're in Heidegger. I think I should stop at that point, because we're not going to be talking about what Aristotle says anymore, or Bourdieu says, or Dreyfus says. What I want to talk about is Heidegger's understanding of what it is to be resolute, and I'm going to talk about that as a criticism of a whole cognitivist Kantian way of being. It's the question sort of that what's the most good person? Heidegger's got his story here on 330 of that resolute good person, and it says you can't get behind your throwness. I mean, that's the phrase you keep needing. And that's a criticism of a whole lot of views, of most views, maybe all views, I don't know. Maybe not Hume, I don't know. Lots of views in philosophy anyway. But before I do, what I'm going to do next is to try to describe in detail what the theory of resolute action from Heidegger's point of view, no, that's not good. The phenomenon of resolute action and what follows from it. That's where Roos's paper is going to come in. But I think this is a good point to stop for a moment. Surely people have had feeling that I could see Eugene having feelings that I needed some help. Go ahead.
Why can't a Dasein be resolute and still be bad at everything?
Bad at everything. I have to put it back in context now. Bad at everything, but responding to the concrete situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, wouldn't he just? I mean, I guess there must be a distinction between respond, but I see the issue.
Going forth into the situation as much as you can.
Okay. Well, I guess there's two different kinds of bad. Let's try that. I think that the cultural virtuoso and Alcibiades can be precisely that. They can be bad at everything and not being a traitor, but they do it brilliantly. But what I think you can't be is bad at everything in the sense of being a klutz and, messing up everything as you do it. Bungler. You can't do that because if you're a bungler, you're still acting on what you think or sort of feel or something are the rules and right ways of doing things, or what one does, I think. And then you could only be sort of novice. I'm just trying to picture, to fill in more. Which kind of bad person do you think the resolute Dasein could be?
Okay, so what if Michael Jordan has a stroke, right, and he becomes a bungler, but it doesn't change his existential state, so he's not Or I guess that's the question, does he have to be inauthentic or irresolute now? Can't he just be the same Dasein in the same mode, but his hands won't do what he tries to get them to do?
Okay, I see. Can you hear him? I mean, so what about somebody who has a stroke in this example, so that they aren't skillful anymore, like Michael Jordan can't play basketball well anymore, but their state of Daseining is nonetheless resolute. So, and the moral is supposed to be that you could do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, and still not be. Yeah, you could still be resolute, but not do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. I see. So resoluteness is not a skill level. It's not like mastery. That's interesting. Yes.
Well, wouldn't, in that case, the skills of Michael Jordan, resoluteness would be corresponding to skills in a different time and place that he had when he was in his prime, and through those skills and that meshing with the referential totality, he was able to get that mastery. And this, maybe in this condition, the skills no longer mesh, but his phronesis is on the basis of prior skill.
Well, yeah, but you still get what Eugene's trying to do. Take apart. I mean, if he's still resolute after his skills no longer mesh and no longer work, then you've broken resoluteness apart from cultural mastery. And I'm the one who put in the cultural mastery story, except, again, I got to sort of, I see the problem, and yet I don't see if. So you could still be. Well, let me go back around where I was for a second, and then I'll let you talk. I'm still trying to get my head around the idea that to be resolute, you've got to respond to the concrete situation and respond appropriately to the concrete situation. Isn't that a definition of resolute? I mean, that would, of course, prejudice the story in my direction. So we better look. I'll let you guys talk in a minute. Where's that crucial place where the situation in italics comes into it? I take it that was supposed to be a definition of what resolute action looked like. Where is it? Here it is on 346. Let's all just read on 346 that top paragraph and see if we can answer this objection. We may have to begin earlier. Let me see. No, let's start there. I don't know. I see that as you can't be, so to speak, resolute and not project yourself upon what is factically possible and break out of the they. And it doesn't seem somehow that you could sort of see what is factically possible for you now that you've had a stroke and break out of the everyday because you're acting differently. Doesn't that look like a discussion of somehow having to be able to act appropriately by the standards of the culture?
Or you have to see what's factically possible for you. That might be much less than what's factically possible for everybody else.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, try that. So you have to see what's factically possible for you. Let me look a minute. Let's jump and the they knows only, I'm going to the bottom, loses itself in opportunities and reckons up accidents and so forth. Let's look at the top paragraph on 347, each to ourselves. So we were getting called forth into the situation is whatever's practically possible for you. If you're resolute, it doesn't have to be highly skillful mastery. Still, you could respond by already taking action. Still, you could define the situation by the way you act. It may be that acting as a master is a special case of this more general notion. I still think resoluteness is a specially something or other way of acting. It's not just bungling around. It's got to be. Well, say one more thing, and then there's a lot of people want to talk.
How do you picture what happens when a resolute person tries something new?
Oh, I see. That's not a problem. The resolute person isn't magically a master. What happens is they bungle around and follow rules and make mistakes, and they stay resolute. You mean? Yeah, but that's all right. They stay, and they stay sort of on the track to being a master. I'm happy to separate resoluteness out and say it's not only mastery. Maybe that's a good compromise. It's not only mastery, but it's also what the certain conditions that masters and only masters have that enable them to become masters. They aren't yet. Maybe. Anyway, now there's so many people want to say things. Do you have any idea which order you had your hands up in? Who had their hand up first? Okay.
Oh, yes. Related to the difference in cultural.
You have to talk really loud. You're talking to people way over in China.
Related to the possible difference between cultural mastery and resoluteness, it seems possible maybe that, say, someone who becomes resolute by being a master of a particular skill or sort of begins to learn, just instinctively learn the penalty and so forth, upon losing their skill, instinctively realizes that and either tries to compensate for it or ceases to do what they were doing, realizing that they no longer have the ability to do it. Just looking at on page 344,
Okay.
the middle paragraph near the bottom.
Middle of 344 near the bottom. Okay.
It says, it begins resoluteness as authentic being oneself is not detached object in the world. But it ends, that last sentence, resoluteness brings the self right into its current conservable being alongside what is ring to hand and pushes it into solicitous being with others. And I can imagine perhaps with the example from Michael Jordan of his hand being broken or whatever, not being able to play it, looking at his teammates and realizing, if I pretend like I can play right now, we're going to lose the game. And instinctively knowing he's got to bow out so that they can have a better chance. And so he loses his mastery, he remains resolute and maintains his priorities.
Okay, frees himself, let's see, dives towards what makes it possible to let the others who are with it be in their most potentiality. That's a whole dimension of it I haven't talked about, how the pharmacist relates to the others. I don't understand what it is really to become the conscience of others, which is what this paragraph is about, and that's the next sentence. So there's some way in which I think we should bracket that. I mean, there's a further story that has to be told about how the resolute Dasein and the Phronimos relate to other Daseins. And and Heidegger's, I don't think it's Aristotle's Phronimos, has this sort of imperative to push other people into being authentic and jump in ahead of them and make them sort of take responsibility and act without groundedness and so forth. I can't see any sign that Aristotle thinks the Phronimos is concerned about other people's becoming phronimi and how to help them do it. I don't think any of these do. I think I don't know what to say about that, but I don't want to, whatever we're doing, it should be able to answer it without worrying about others. I mean, it's enough to worry about whether Michael Jordan is resolute when his hand is hurt and he can't really play basketball very well. I mean, it's funny, you can't just think his hand is broken. You've got to think, as Eugene said, if he had a stroke or something, he no longer has or will ever have again the capacity to play well. Then you ask yourself, well, is he still a master basketball player? And I think the answer has to be, sadly, no. He's a has-been master basketball player. And then the question is, but is he still resolute or not? And then the answer is going to be something like, well, maybe he still has the resoluteness that made him able to become this master basketball player. He's lost the capacity to do it, but if he still lives in the anxiety of ungroundedness and responds to the unique situation, even if his response is now no longer masterful, I'm ready to say yes, he's got. So resoluteness is something like the appropriate response to the situation given the capacities and so forth of the Dasein. I think we can, and I won't be, I mean, I don't sort of lose anything I want when I say that, except I think it's true, you can't tie it as tightly to mastery as I just did, but it's in the ball game of mastery, yeah.
So you can say it still is mastery, but it's mastery at being Dasein, not mastery of something specific.
You could say that. That's, I think, yeah, that's possible, I guess. Of course, it's got to be acting, but that's all right. It's masterful at acting straight way. It does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, given its factical situation, which means that it needn't look like a master in the big game. I think that's fine. Yes. Yeah.
I feel like at that point that this particular Dasein might be resolute at something other. I mean, if this is Michael Jordan, he might become a resolute basketball coach, but it seems like a stretch to still say he's a resolute basketball player if he can't disclose this world.
Well, that's right. Or he's a resolute basketball player in the Special Olympics. So, I mean, who's make his factical situation is to be a disabled master basketball player. I think that's what comes out of what Eugene was saying. I mean, you don't have to be a master in the sense of the gold medal winner in the Olympics kind of master, but you've got to, again, I like that formulation that we came up with together somehow. You have to be able to do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way given your factical situation. That's that kind of mastery. Whereas there's another meaning of mastery that if you can't win the game, run the 4-minute mile and so forth, you're no master anymore. That's not right. We got to qualify that. But nothing, I think, that I'm saying hinges on it. I don't know. Does it?
So it's not a skill level in objective terms.
It's not an objective skill level. No, it's something like, but it's a kind of relative to the individual Dasein skill level. But I don't think anything else is going to follow, but we'll see. Yes? Talk loud, yeah?
Possibly I'm not understanding the question and the situation very well, but I just don't understand why we're speaking about the resolute Dasein with it need to have it be imperative across all areas of the Dasein life or existence. Why can't it be situational or contextual? I don't understand why the Dasein could be resolute in any given situation and not in any other.
Good. That's a similar kind of point. In Aristotle, I think it has to be in behaving in the culture. It's not enough for an Aristotle to be a phronesis of chess. You could be a master of chess. That's another distinction there. But in Heidegger, you can certainly play chess in a way that a resolute Dasein plays chess, and so I think that that's a way Heidegger's generalizing it from the Aristotle story too. Not only does Heidegger think that you don't have to do it for the sake of the good. Bobby Fischer certainly was a master, and he didn't play chess for the sake of the good. Whether he was resolute or not, he was so weird, I don't know. But he could have been. But because I don't think Heidegger wants to build in for the internal goods of the practices or for the goods of the culture. That's what you're asking. And I think his resolute person doesn't have to do that. And he never says that the resolute person has to do what the culture says. Of course, it's tricky. Surely the anticipatory resolute person doesn't have to. And he's not sort of making a fuss about the fact that the resolute person isn't really fully resolute until they're anticipatorily resolute. And then it turns out that sort of everything they do is grounded even in the background practices, as I understand it. Yeah?
There's a way that as we get more and more localized, though, it seems like it starts to become there's kind of a triviality that we're introducing into it, where it seems like then when we imagine the genealogy of a person being resolute, we imagine the anxiety has to be also that localized, that these very particular things are not grounded, and it starts to, I don't know, I feel like we might be losing.
I see. So it belongs to the resolute person that they've got this general anxiety about all. Yes, I think that's got to be right. That I don't think Heidegger thinks that you can have a sort of localized ontological anxiety. I think you may be able to have localized anxiety about your health and whether there's a flu germ running around or something. But if you're a resolute Dasein, then you have a sense of what it is to be a Dasein, and that's general. And I think that's important. And we can that you could still say that unless you had that general sense of anxiety that it takes to be a Dasein, which pulls you out of the one. Unless you have that, you also can't do all these local specific things, be a very good skateboarder, and that's all right. But I do think you can't have local sort of skateboard culture anxiety. You've got to have Dasein anxiety. Yeah, Stephen. Oh, can you, now I have to keep coming closer. You keep talking loud. What? No. Because you can't, that would be responding to the general situation, and the resolute Dasein never responds to the general situation.
I was thinking, and this is another question I want to ask about where you thought the first definition of resoluteness was in the text, because sometimes it seems that resoluteness just amounts to choosing to choose one's being for oneself, and not having Dasein choosing.
Where does that, where? I mean, I worry because I know Heidegger does talk that way sometimes, but then you have to make a long speech about choice and how choice can't possibly mean what Heidegger...
On the bottom of 314.
Okay. 314 in the German. Okay. 314 or 270. 314 or 270. Okay, I'm going to read that. Yeah, I see. Choosing to choose a kind of being which in accordance with we call, that's that first definition of resoluteness, as you say. Well, you've got to make a big distinction about choosing. I wish I had brought in the Schelling lecture. I'll bring it next time, where Heidegger sort of backs off this very, maybe even these very pages, where he talks about what he said about choosing and being in time and changes it. If choosing means sort of stepping outside the situation and deciding for this rather than that, then that's not what the Dasein normally does. The Dasein can't be choosing if it's straight way the resolute Dasein acts. So in what way could the straight way acting Dasein be said to be choosing? Well, as I understand it, the word for choice in Aristotle is just that there are other ways they could have acted. Not that they stood outside and saw the range of possibilities and then decided on one, picked one. It's a choice if what you just spontaneously do isn't all what you could have done. I take it if you run into a burning building and save a child, you, in Aristotle's sense, chose to save the child. But it could well be that phenomenologically it probably is. We're back to Bernard Williams jumping in and the guy jumping in and saving his wife. You just do it, and but you can see this other sense of choice. What's the Greek boulesis or something like that? Anybody know the Greek? That Aristotle Greek shouldn't mean something like choosing or choosing to choose. It's got to mean doing something which they could also have done something else. Is that all right? That would help.
Just one more thing. I mean, on page 313.
And wait, what page? 213. Oh, 313. No, yeah, okay, I got it. 313 in front of me. Oh, yes, that's right. This is all that weird stuff about choosing.
It's very suggestive in a different way, and so I'm just wondering, is that just a failure of translation? He says, he uses the word deciding here.
Yeah, I see that. A decision. Well, I will definitely bring in next time the places where he talks about choosing in being in time and says that he got it wrong. Whether that's exactly this wrong, I don't dare say without looking at it again. But it better not be. I mean, what I would say if I mean, listening to this, it's clearly there's a contradiction between choosing and making a decision on the one hand and straightway acting on the other. Where is that again? The situation, already taking action. Putting yourself into the situation as already taking action. That's the one on 347. Doesn't seem to be describable in a normal sense of choosing to choose, let alone deciding to choose, which is what it seems to there. And so I think Heidegger's just getting it wrong, and that's what happens in Division 2 sometime. And I think Heidegger thinks he's getting it wrong, but I have to go prove that. I'll accept that as a problem. Yeah.
I've got two questions. First of all, is it fair to characterize resoluteness as a sort of commitment to readiness to hand in social situations, or something that would include that?
No. Because of that funny passage about jumping in for the other and being the conscience of the other. That can't be taking the other person as ready to hand.
Situational readiness to hand, if I can say. I mean, basically what I'm getting at here is that readiness to hand is defined, in my understanding, as just reacting non-consciously.
I see what you mean.
And if resoluteness is reacting with a level of mastery, just as you manipulate a hammer with a level of mastery.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Then it seems to me to just be a very, like a really awesome version of readiness to hand, kind of, because unlike normal readiness to hand, you need to work a lot to get to resoluteness. But it still seems to follow the same basic.
Okay, good. Generally, though, I mean, at first level, yes, I agree with you. But you don't really have to work a lot. I mean, sorry, you do. You said you don't. You do work a lot.
You do.
What?
I said you do have to work a lot too. Oh, you're saying with the hammer?
Yeah, even with the hammer.
Okay.
You can't just pick up and hammer. You can't even pick up and walk without a lot of effort and falling around. So getting the skill to do straightway things like hammering or going out the door is certainly something that happens to Dasein. Why isn't that the same as resolute coping? And I see why you say that, because it's got this thing in common with expertise at hammering and expertise at gift-giving. They are all unreflective, and straightway you do them, and it takes a lot of experience to get so you can do them. Aristotle says that about the Phronimus, too.
I would be inclined to say they're all sort of the measuring stick of how one should act in a certain situation. It's the way that someone acts when they are sort of coping with that matter.
Doing the appropriate thing. All that is true, but there's this very important feature of the ready to hand that this doesn't have. That's why I jumped and said no. I mean, you're always using something instrumentally. The ready to hand is introduced as always having a towards which and in order to and so forth and so forth. And that's why I mentioned the relation to the other Dasein is certainly not using them like equipment. So relating to them as ready to hand, I think is defined as relating to something as equipment, and then you do it transparently, flow and coping and so forth. And then there is relating to other Dasein, and that's not relating to them. That's mit Dasein, and that is also, and that's your point, totally unreflective. It has to be learned and when you do it, but it isn't going to be called treating them as ready to hand. Okay, that sounds right. You don't want to. You're not using, and you can treat people as ready to hand for sure, like you do the cashier in the bank or something. But you don't necessarily do it.
I understand that completely. And I have another question.
Okay.
Is resoluteness I'm very unclear on this based on the discussion today. Is resoluteness a state of being that you just attain and have forevermore, or is it like something that we have in certain endeavors?
I think it's something you attain, but I don't think of any page to, because when he keeps saying the resolute Dasein and the anticipatorily resolute Dasein and the authentic Dasein, you can certainly lose it. You can be that because you can be back in the untruth. You can flee it and so forth. But unless you make a positive, and maybe, I mean, I'm just saying unless you make a positive effort, you don't lose it. I guess it could. I mean, I'm very interested whether anybody can help me with this. I would say I don't know whether people who have held on to anxiety and become resolute and anticipatorily resolute and authentic can just lose it can lose it in the following way, by just fleeing groundlessness and all three kinds of anxiety. It seems to me once you've done it, managed to live authentically, it's complicated. When you manage to live authentically, you'll see when you get laid further into Division 2, it's joyful. And why would you want to flee this sort of heightened, rewarding sensitivity that you have when you're resolute Dasein? However, I can't think of any place where he says that you don't flee it. My hunch is he thinks that you don't, but keep your eyes open. Can you sort of, once you've been authentic, flee into inauthenticity, or is it a kind of state of grace that are you going to say something on this specific topic? Okay, then we'll turn to him.
Well, he says, there's the part about Dasein, the essential tendency to cover things up, so we're going to have that tendency even if we're constantly resisting it. And there's the part about how we have to, if you're resolute, you have to keep repeating it all the time, so you have to keep sort of going back into the situation. So if you don't do that,
you just naturally cover things up. My bet is that, this is the very thing that he seems to be so ambivalent about. It's this idea that we're all essentially always falling and have this tendency to flee, and this other story that that we are called by our conscience always to face up to what Dasein really is, and so we got this. We're always being pulled both ways, and so we can always. I'm just sort of getting inside of the way you see it, and so we can always lapse and not listen to the voice of conscience, which is calling us to be authentic and resolute and so forth, and fall back into fleeing and taking it easy and so forth. That might be so. Can you remember to keep that? I want to keep track of the issues that I don't know the answer to, but I can't get it. Will somebody get that? I just want to get a pen. So I want to look up choice. Keep your eyes open. Can and does authentic Dasein fall back into fleeing? Okay, I don't know. Yeah.
Just one point I want to make. On 348, he says that we should not go about dialectical thinking when we want to talk about Dasein's mode of being. So in the example 348 is on the third sentence. So when we are already talking about Michael Jordan and not being able, for example, to play basketball, this situation is already brought up by Dasein's mode of being. So it's already, as on 347 it says, resoluteness is already making that as manifest as a situation. So I don't think that we can go inside that and think about how to go further than that situation and how a resolute person goes around situations and comes back or repeating those things. Because Dasein as a whole makes that situation appear as a situation and not afterwards. And he
yeah, but wait, why can't, I thought we sort of settled that, at least to my satisfaction. You don't want to rule, say, paraplegics and generally disabled people out of the possibility of being authentic and skillful within their factical limitations and say, no, sorry, they're not going to win any awards at ping pong, and then you say, so they couldn't be resolute. So I think we have to say that, resolute Dasein does a masterful job with whatever they've got as in their mind and in their mental and physical capacities. That just seems, I mean, we should say that, even if we don't, even if Heidegger doesn't. I mean, he hasn't gotten to the Nazi stage where I think where he would rule them out.
In the second place, it suggests a misunderstanding in the ontology of Dasein as a resoluteness, where a special way of behavior belonging to the practical faculty, as contrasted with one that is theoretical. Care, however, as concernful solicitude, so primordially and wholly envelopes Dasein's being that it must already be presupposed as a whole when we distinguish between theoretical and practical behavior. It cannot first be built up out of these faculties by dialectic, which, because it is existentially ungrounded, is necessarily quite baseless.
Oh, well, that's a different issue. That just says that this is deeper, this discussion of resoluteness, than theory and practice distinction. You can be skillful in theory, you can be skillful with your microscopes too, and in practice, but still do science. It's supposed to cut across all, and you can be skillful in dealing with people. That's solicitude, and you can be resolute in your science, and then you would see the existential scientists are open. Well, you would see that there are other ways of doing things, and you would I'm just trying to. I could do it, but I don't want to talk about science right now. But it's just more behavior. I mean, just for the time being, all human activities can be done resolutely, and all human beings can do activities resolutely. That's the disabled kind, and theory and practice can be done resolutely or not. That is, not meaning do with them in a general sort of way in which you're like a normal scientist. I was thinking of that, just doing what all the scientists do and thinking this is how it has to be done, and then somebody like Fleming comes along and sees that the mold in the Petri dish is antibiotics, and then you're not doing the normal thing. That's all. You could say it in any area, I think. Now, okay.
I mean, it's certainly related here on the issue of the situation and the resoluteness on the page 346. We already read this, but
okay.
The last sentence of that first ending paragraph: the existential attributes of any possible resolute Dasein include the items constitutive for the existential phenomenon, which we call the situation. So is it in the situation phenomenally where resoluteness kind of shows up?
Oh, well, yes, except that that's exactly the wrong way to put it, according to this. There isn't any situation until Dasein does something. Otherwise, you're standing outside and describing the situation, say, I did it myself wrongly. This is a situation of gift-giving, and then I said, and the Dasein does it terrifically. That it's a situation of gift-giving instead of poisoning the guy who's got all the money and the gifts, or tricking him or something. That is, I mean, it isn't just written on it that this is a situation of gift-giving. So Dasein, also a resolute Dasein, defines the situation by acting a certain way in it. Of course, irresolute, inauthentic Dasein sees the situation the way that they sees the situation, and they see it all. I mean, this is why I'm stuck with my penicillin story. I mean, the they says throw out the mold that's in your Petri dish and start over again. You can't do any science with moldy germs. And Fleming sees that that the mold is killing the germs, and that's what we're trying to do. And he doesn't see it the way the general situation, and authentic Dasein always sees the specific situation and responds in a specific, concrete way. I avoid saying unique only in the sense that there's nothing that says that you couldn't, two different Dasein or the same one on another occasion couldn't do exactly the same thing. It doesn't have to be unique, but it has to be concrete and specific and not general, the way resolute Dasein sees the situation. Yeah.
To me, this all kind of seems like the authentic, the resolute Dasein
is attuned to or more prone to serendipitous sort of situations or experiences that you pick up on?
Well, yeah, I made it sound sort of serendipity, but of course, Michael Williams making a basket or something, or some chess player, Bobby Fischer making a super move, isn't serendipity exactly because they spent years learning, failing, succeeding, living out in this risky area where they can't take the rules for granted and so forth, that they are able to, we need another word than serendipity, it's this, doesn't Heidegger have a word for it?
Well, in terms of like the construction of the situation, like with, through the resolute Dawson's actions.
That's right.
In your example of Fleming, it was his decision to say no to killing the germs that led to the situation of the discovery of whatever it was.
That's right.
So,
He's thinking outside the box, where the box is what one would normally do, and he's not doing what one would normally do because he's a Fronemus scientist, and if he threw it all over and decided he could do it even better with acupuncture, that would be anticipatory resoluteness. I mean, that would call the whole game into question. You have to be facing death to do that. He wasn't doing that. Okay, one last thing, and then we should go on.
I actually just wanted to answer your question about an authentic Dasein fall back into fleeing. And I think generally that this idea of fleeing is our primordial state of being, like it's the prior thing that we feel. And
so you think that fleeing is something we're always doing or feeling, or what is that what you said?
I think it's like the basic state that we feel.
It's where we normally start is in fleeing. We are fleeing. That's right. That's because there is a tendency to cover up the unsettledness of human beings. I take it that's what you're saying. Is that right? Yeah. I'm saying it partly because I think the people couldn't hear you otherwise. Go ahead.
On page 335, like, it says, conscience is a call of care from your intent, call which summons Dasein with almost potentiality for being guilty. And I think even though you might be authentic, like, you're still getting this idea of conscience, you're still getting the call. And so if you are, and you have fallen back into this, like, you can't just ignore that you have a conscience. And I think that if you do that, you're not really like working towards authenticity. Like if that's the ultimate goal, it's not really like a substantive thing that you can exist in all the time.
Ah, I see the bottom line what you just said. If consciousness has to be sort of constantly calling you to be authentic, then it must be that you can't exist in it all the time. I think you could exist in it all the time, but you'd have to be resisting all the time the natural tendency. It's sort of like gravity, he describes it in one place. It's like falling. I mean, there's a tendency sort of pulling you down, pulling you away, because it's and this is something I have to say that's Heideggerian, though I don't really understand it. It's somehow painful, I don't know what to say, frightening I can't say because there's no object. What I really don't understand, and I put it on the table, and I don't think it's my problem, I think it's a deep, deep, deep problem in Heidegger, is why you have a tendency to flee anxiety at all. Given that as long as you haven't become authentic, I can understand why you flee it. After all, it's much more tranquilizing and reassuring to do things the way one does them and have principles that tell you what to do and so forth. But once you've been authentic and you know that it's joyful, which is what he says, and that it wasn't so bad after all to be ungrounded and not have any principles to act on. In fact, it's terrific not to be ungrounded and to be able to just immediately respond appropriately to the situation. Then I don't understand what this pull to falling is anymore. Why should you be? Either anxiety is a unpleasant bad thing, or it only looks like an unpleasant bad thing until you live in it, which is what I think he says, because the authentic Dasein, we've just been reading things like that, I just didn't stress them, where you've got to do it all in the one, and that's not a problem if you relate rightly to the one. That is, you have to be enough in the one to be intelligible, and Well, no, I think that's a different issue. Cancel that. We don't need to talk about that right now. All I want to say is that it only looks frightening or whatever it is, upsetting, unsettling, let's say that. It is only unsettling that there is no ground which can tell you how to behave in any domain if you have been brought up with the rules, as everybody has been. Once you see that you could act appropriately and moreover joyfully in not following any rules and responding to the concrete situation, then I don't understand why anybody would want to flee back into the inauthentic way of life. But that's my I don't know how to answer you. I mean, I think really in a way you're right about Heidegger, and Heidegger is wrong. That is, you're right that Heidegger thinks that there's always a tendency to flee anxiety. And I don't understand what right Heidegger has to say that there is always a tendency to flee anxiety, unless he builds into Dasein a tendency to want to have everything grounded. But why does Dasein have a tendency to want to have everything grounded? But that's not what I want to talk about today. But you've given me the transition in a way, because the second piece of what I wanted to talk about, by the way, I brought this because it showed up in my office. Did anybody lose a black glove? It's not the appropriate moment, but I will forget it otherwise. Okay. So what about this call of conscience, and why is it silent? And what is it calling to you to do? That's the other thing. It's another angle on the same questions, of course. But the conscience is sort of pulling you, summoning you, making some kind of imperatives, but it's not telling you anything specific that you should do. That's the sense in which it's silent. And it seems to be silent at several levels. And this is what I'm not sure, whether Heidegger's saying this or whether I'm making it up. But I think that there's a silence, so to speak, at the top and at the bottom of behavior. By that I mean conscience is calling you to be authentic and do whatever your calling is. And your calling is not to be a banker or a teacher, but something very more general. Your calling is to be a world-disclosing, transparent, to the being of Dasein activity. That's the highest thing. You're being called to be authentic, to be just in a sentence. But you're also, at the most basic level, being called, let me start again. I'm not being good. I'm trying to understand why the call of conscience is silent. Why there is something that consciousness calls you to do that cannot be said. And I think one of the things it calls you to do is just to be authentic, and there's nothing more we can say about that. Each person will have to do it in their own way. You just have to answer that calling. It's not a calling like being a monk or a doctor. That's, I don't think. But then there's at the bottom there's also something calling you, which has to be silent. And that's the unique situation calling from you the appropriate response. That's just to say, conscience can't tell you in this is a so-so situation, and in that kind of situation do such and such. It's got to be silent about action, down to the most basic level, where it can't even tell you the sort of what the doors are for going out, and in this situation you see it as a door and therefore you go out. All that's too much talking. All at the bottom level of acting, you simply respond to the to go out. And I don't know, but it seems to me that's one other way conscience is silent. Maybe it's, I feel like not saying it because conscience is such a fancy word. It ought to apply to the calling to be authentic. But after all, we're trying to make conscience mean, I think, something, we're doing the formal indication, and maybe conscience is any silent calling that brings Dasein out at its best. And that's from the top to the bottom, from the silent calling of the world of skillful coping and flow, to the silent calling that keeps telling you manifest in your behavior what Dasein is, could be any of those. I mean, I take it that Heidegger's only here, anyway, in this passages, interested in Dasein, conscience calling Dasein to be authentic in the sense of not doing what the anyone does. But now I'm back to my other thing, but that's also true of the expert in science and in chess and even in going outdoors. And if there is some, maybe Vahe, who was a student here and wrote a highest honors thesis, said that there's no such thing as the authentic way to wash your hands. And maybe that's right. Maybe going outdoors, going out a door is something you just do in a general sort of way. But there's a whole range of stuff that you do that is, you do in responding to the unique situation or the concrete situation, which can't be put into words in terms of rules and principles and standards. And if it's the they that is the one that responds to the general situation, and authentic Dasein doesn't respond to the general situation but to the concrete situation, and that's what conscience calls Dasein to do, respond to the concrete situation, then I want to say, look at that. That's a huge spectrum of activity, from the most basic kind of coping to the very special sort of existentialist thing, be authentic. Okay, I don't know if I have more to say about that, so let me look. Maybe not. I'm trying to understand why conscience must be silent, and the answer is sort of, well, no, it can't tell you how to be, to face up to what it is to be Dasein, to be authentic in everything you do, to manifest your throwingness and your being unto death in your behavior. But also, it can't be calling you to do all sorts of everyday appropriate things. I'm sorry, what did I say? It can't tell you general rules for how to be Dasein, and it can't tell you any general rules for how to be good at anything. Let me read it. The situation of authentic action is concrete and specific. It's not based on a life plan. Oh, I wanted to get to that. And throwingness... okay, wait a minute. I see. Well, I said it better when I wrote it here, so I'll say it as I think, as I said it here. And I want to talk about both of these, and we have time. I think that conscience calls you to resolute action is one issue, and the other is the phronesis issue, that conscience calls you to concrete, specific actions. And boy, I'm not as happy with what I've written here as what I'm trying to say. Let me keep trying. Okay, I'll just sort of try to blurt it out. The silence of the call of conscience, I'll say it in terms of what it's denying. That's always helpful. So the conscience can't use any language to call you to be an authentic Dasein. What is that denying? Well, that's denying that you can have a kind of narrative that describes who you are and justifies what you're doing. The whole paper, the Roos paper, the anti-Husserl in this, but it could be, I think, anti-Kant. That is, and it's the statement that it's not any kind of principles or anything like that that could give you any kind of guidelines in life. That things show up for you as mattering, and that forms the background of your action, and you can't get behind that. That's the Roos paper. So one of the things that silent conscience tells you is you're guilty, and that means that there's what kind of self you are, sort of who you are, isn't something that you can, and what you do when you're acting at your best isn't something that you can justify. You can't say anything about it. You're just called to do it. So I want to discuss both of these. There's the Rus anti-Kantian, anti-autonomy, that when your conscience is silent because there's nothing you can say about what the right thing to do is. Authentic Dasein is just able to do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, period. And the other thing is that you always are responding. This is at the top level. Remember I said at the bottom level you are always responding to the concrete solicitations of the situation. And what's the opposite of that? Well, what's the opposite of that is cognitivism. That there are standard rules for playing good chess, or for coping, or for driving, or for anything, and that you should learn to get the best rules and learn to follow them. And one of the ways conscience is silent is calling you to be yourself, to be whatever that is, and he can't tell you anything about how to do it or what it is to do it. And the other thing is it's calling you to respond to the concrete situation, to do the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, and it can't tell you what the situation is or what the appropriate thing to do is. So the silence of conscience is against two kinds of conceptualism. That is, there's the conceptualism that goes with thinking that you can have a worked out account of who you are. I want to see where I put it in terms of conceptualism here. Well, I mean, opposes, I wrote Kantianism on the one hand and opposes conceptualism on the other, although I think it should be both of them. So I'm going to read it to see why I think it's... For Heidegger, when acting at its best, the resolute Dasein is responding to the unique situation, both responding to an overall calling that can't be conceptualized, because it's on a background that can't be conceptualized. That's Rousseau's story. And you acting with masterful skill that can't be conceptualized, because there are no principles that dictate what the situation is and what an appropriate response to that situation is. So the silence of the call of conscience is Heidegger's anti-conceptualism, I want to say, on the two most basic levels. The top level of what it is to be you, and the bottom level of what it is to respond to by coping to the current situation. Now, I've got pages for those things, so let's just do them. I mean, well, let me read you. Okay, let's start with, because I want to certainly talk about it. The whole silence of the call of conscience and the fact that you can't get behind your throne is obviously meant to be a critique of a position where you should be autonomous, where you should understand what you're doing and be able to justify what you're doing, and he's saying, no, that's all part of the anyone. That if you are authentic, you can't put what you're doing into words at all. And when he talks about it, I like what Ruth says at times, and that's why I asked you to read it, because you can just say, oh, well, Heidegger says you can't get behind your throwiness. That's where this comes in, and can't sort of choose to be you for reasons you can give, and you can't describe who you are by telling a story or by giving properties of who you are. And the question is, what's the phenomena of that? And the whole thing hinges on moods, only it goes by very fast. Let's see if I can find it here. Well, maybe I should find it over here. No, but do you remember that? Heidegger just at one point says that what you do is a question of your disposedness. Here it is, okay, 330, the end of the top paragraph. It's about throwiness. being a self. Thrownness, however, does not lie behind it. Let's have to back up. An existent, Dasein never comes back behind its thrownness in such a way that it might first release this that it is and has to be from its being itself and lead it into the there. Thrownness, however, does not lie behind it as some event which has happened to Dasein, factically befallen, and so forth. On the contrary, as long as Dasein is, Dasein as care is constantly its that it is. All this is very obscure, but I think I know what he's getting at. It has been delivered over, and as such it can exist solely as the entity which it is, and as this entity to which it has been thus delivered over. It is, in its existing, the basis of its ability to be, although it has not laid, this is the crucial sentence, although it has not laid the basis itself, it reposes in the weight of it, which is made manifest to it as a burden of Dasein's mood. That's the only mention of it, but that's the crucial issue. The crucial thing is to say, finally, what you are defined by what matters to you in your world and what draws you to respond to it in your world. And you can't decide what matters to you or ultimately even, I think, resist what matters to you, because it's more basic than that. It just shows up as these things are to be done, and these things show up as to be avoided, and this situation shows up as to be taken a risk in, and so forth. It's not as if there's anything else you can say about it. I want to see if now I want to read what... And I like what Roos does when he says from Merleau-Ponty, well, let me start at the bottom of page 6. Heidegger provides the key. We've seen that everyday Dasein pre-reflexively projects upon possibilities, but which possibilities? We need to examine Heidegger's conception of Befindlichkeit, that is, disposedness and attunement. With these, Heidegger means to capture the way in which things and possibilities are always already matter to Dasein in some particular way. Then he quotes, Dasein, as essentially disposed, has already got itself in the definite possibilities. Moreover, by way of having an attunement, Dasein sees possibilities in terms of which it is. And these possibilities, he then quotes Merleau-Ponty, polarize the perceptual field and the field of action. That means we're just called to do certain things at the level of basketball playing and soccer playing, which Merleau-Ponty talks about, and at the level of how we relate to others, and at the level of how we relate to our vocation, which we don't, the vocation is much too sort of conceptual and linguistic way to talk about it. I mean, the world is polarized. I mean, looking back on it and so forth, I can say my world is polarized about being a teacher. But it isn't that, but I don't, the way things show up as mattering and how I'm called to be a teacher is sort of day by day different things matter to me and make me happy and make me unhappy and so forth. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. Is this a devastating criticism of a whole conceptualist view of what it is to be a self and what it is to, and what ultimate requirements there are on acting? And remember, the clue is conscience is silent. That's just the opposite of saying conscience is drawing us to do something or other particular that we can describe, even if it's very abstract, like be autonomous. You can't say consciousness is requiring you to do that, because that would require, according to the way Heidegger's setting it up, that you could be lucid about the background out of which you act. And the background has got to be, remember I read the passage last time from The Origin of the Work of Art, something unclear, something murky and unsettled, he says there. That's probably not the best way to put it. I think the best way to put it is that the way mattering polarizes your world is so pervasive and so ungeneral and undescribable that you just sort of are what you Dasein is what it does, or but in this case, and I want to add now, Heidegger wants to add now, and what Dasein does depends on what matters to it, and what matters to it isn't anything that you can say anything about. You can only, and you can hardly even see it. It's so basic. And I guess the bottom line is all action is action on a background that you can't be lucid about, is his basic thesis. Now, does that matter? I mean, I'm looking at Eugene because I know that the main enemy, I think, now living is Professor Korsgaard at Harvard, who's Kantian, who I think would deny all this, although maybe it's not, maybe there's no incompatibility between all this claiming of Heidegger of the silence of conscience and the can't get behind your throwiness and the way it's all finally bottoms out in matter and disposedness. Is there a conflict?
I think that not being able to get behind your throwness is completely compatible, because that's just pretty much the same as in Kant. In Kant, there's a fact of reason. And the fact is that it's a fact and you can't get out of it, you can't get around it, and you didn't do it to yourself. You're just put in the situation.
But is it silent or does it say something?
Right, so the other part is the silence.
Oh, okay.
And then it does, yeah, so that's for disagreement.
Okay, that's a disagreement. That there's some content in this calling that is imperative and categorically imperative, not just hypothetically imperative. There is such a calling. They share that absolutely. And that the calling can be put into words and put into the whole critique of practical reason in Kant and so forth. That's what Heidegger denies. And the denial is really a story about whether you act on a background which you can't make into a foreground, and that's got to do with your throwiness and disposedness. The silence finally turns out to be, I think Heidegger has it already in that when he says that you repose in the weight of your mood, and Roos spells it out pretty well. It turns out that the final level of mattering is something you just can't put into words, and you can't sort of dictate to what it's going to be, and it tells you who you are and what your world is in a way that you have to just do it. You can't say it. That's the story, I think. What?
You're saying that's disclosed through mood, the final way of mattering.
The final way of mattering is mood. That's the path, that little line I...
Is that this final way of mattering which you can't get behind is disclosed in mood?
Is what disclosive mood? Is mood, yes. Mood, that's what he says.
I'm worried about this. I mean, if we, like, all these passages from the Finlichkeit section, right, where he seems to, I mean, there's all this language about how you're always already in a mood, but he actually implores us to take control of these moods through a counter mood, right?
He says that's the only way you can sometimes be able to do it.
So it seems like, okay, what matters to you is disclosed in mood, but he's actually saying, but that's not the last.
But
you can deploy a different mood, counter mood.
Yeah. And what would lead you to do that would just be another mood, I think. That's the bottom line for him.
Regress there, but it definitely seems like you're already in a mood, but there is a sense in which you're not stuck with that mood. And the conscience might be calling you to deploy a counter mood as against the mood you're already.
But what would call you except more moods?
Yeah, I mean,
but the regress is the crucial point. For him, there's nothing sort of beyond or behind the fact that there are moods, and there are moods that are calling you to get out of moods, and you can use moods against your moods, but that the world is always polar. Insofar as anything matters and you do anything, it's always because you're always already in a mood. Is that... Yeah?
Some meta mood, I guess, but but it strikes me as a different picture. It's one in which you're always already in a mood in which everything that matters to you shows up. And the conscience really doesn't call you to alter that in any way. But this other picture in which you're always already in a mood, certain things show up to you as mattering, but the conscience calls you to counter the mood you're always already thrown into with a different mood.
Well, first question, does it call you silently, or does it say don't be grumpy?
I think it would call you silently in the sense there's no content to it. It's not telling you what to do, but it's telling you to counter the mood you've been thrown into through a counter mood. But there's a formal structure to it in which you're not just taking over the moods in which things matter to you, but there's a big vacancy. You're countering it with another choice in a way.
I don't remember where he says that. I mean, I remember he says that you can only get rid of a mood by way of a counter mood, but where does he say that anything is calling you to get rid of any mood?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's an interpretation of the content of the call of conscience, and whereas you're saying it doesn't have much, what matters to you shows up in mood. Especially if we read conscience in light of Befindlichkeit, it's possible that what it...
Befindlichkeit is disposedness in the jargon of last semester, yeah.
There's at least a formal structure to it where the call tells you not just to take over the mood that you find yourself in, but rather to deploy a counter mood to get out of the mood you've been thrown.
Well, it's true. I see the point. Let's let people talk about it. Well, first him, because he hasn't said anything.
I don't know where to really matter so long as we all have our own phenomenal experience of our capacity to change our mood.
Well, we do have a capacity, a sort of small capacity to change our mood. We can go to a party and hope that it will change.
Very strong capacity, I would say.
Really? I think that's not what Heidegger thinks. I think Heidegger thinks it's... Oh, well, or Prozac or something. No, but that's not fair. I mean, he's...
There are intellectual and cognitive tools that you can use to modify your mood. And I just want to point out that feelings of negative aspect are their own motivation to dissolve. Like, why do you want to feel bad? Shouldn't that motivate you to feel better? Isn't that feeling itself motivation to not have it? So...
I think Heidegger thinks that your feelings are somehow not motivated. They just come over you like an atmosphere, and they are global so that you don't have any place outside of them. When everything looks depressing, then there's no way to do anything about it in a Heidegger picture, because anything you drag in to help will be also depressing. And if you're taking Zoloft, that'll be depressing. Well, yes, but it... Well, okay, but then Heidegger just doesn't think either, and I can't tell whether Heidegger's going to just deny that, or he's going to say, but even whether you want to modify your behavior is already part of the mood, and if you're in a sullen mood, then you want to be sullen. It isn't as if you would like to be cheerful and friendly. It colors everything, and it seems to reveal, I guess the point is, the moods seem to reveal the way things really are. And if they're really the sort of full of brightness and opportunity, then everything is full of brightness and opportunity, and nothing will pull you down. And if they're full of sort of darkness and gloom, then everything is full of darkness and gloom. And you can't just say, boy, is it unpleasant being darkness and gloomy, and cheer up. Now, maybe there are techniques, I'm not going to deny it, I don't know, that Heidegger's wrong, that there are techniques for getting you out of mood, and you can go to a therapist, and you can take a pill. But let's just, for the time being anyway, let's just understand it as what anybody can do on their own, without therapists and without pills. You've talked. Anybody want to say something who hasn't said anything?
I didn't think I could finish. If there is any capacity for us to change our mood, which I think it would seem...
If there's any what?
If there's any capacity for us to change our mood, then that capacity must become more foundational than just always already being thrown into the mood.
Well, but there isn't anything...
If you are always already thrown in a mood, how is this not completely deterministic?
If we're already thrown in a mood, why isn't it completely deterministic? Okay, let me think about that. It's not deterministic, surely, in some kind of science determinism way. It does take away your freedom to decide what matters to you, and I don't know whether, and is that deterministic? I think the answer somehow is calling it deterministic doesn't help any. It's something like saying, well, you should be able to choose your mood, and look at this, you can't. Moods just work that way, and you're never sort of outside the mood where you're freely deciding what mood to be in, according to Heidegger. That's your throwing. Instead of saying deterministic, how about saying it's your throwingness? That's his way of putting it. And it just makes it doesn't sound like somehow your molecules are driving you to be a certain way. It's not that kind of determinism. He's not interested in that. That there is something he calls throwingness, and that you can't get behind it. And that means that you can't step outside your global moods and choose other ones, though sometimes you can do something to help. The general idea is that your whole space is polarized by by mattering, and we were having this with Tyler. There's no way Dasein can get to a point where it hasn't always already taken on some mattering or other, and decide or choose which mattering to take on. That's the point. I'm glad we're having it, because it's a strong claim. I think it's true. I think that's sort of the logic of mattering. That there's always already a way that things matter, and it's only on the basis of that we can, to some extent, change the way things matter, but always from within the way things matter to us now. You look worried.
Why does that show that the conscience has to be silent?
Good question. Why does it show that it's silent? It's the way that it is so pervasively, mattering is such a pervasive background that it's invisible to the people in it, and I think unnameable, but I don't know whether it's unnameable. I think it's unnameable because it's, again, so concrete. I mean, you can say general things to yourself. I'm a grumpy person, but you're certainly so uniquely grumpy, and the generality of that basis is something that you can't say anything illuminating about it. What do you think? Why is it silent?
So it seems like a non sequitur to have all of that and still have a conscience that.
And still have a conscience.
Still have a conscience that said something.
Ah, good question. So if conscience is calling you silently, what's it calling you to do if you're already totally in this mattering, throwing situation? Wait a second, let me worry about that. What's the crucial passage that we're trying to understand? It's correct that there's something funny going on there because it's calling you to something, and yet tell me where it's this business of reposing in the weight of it, which I found once, but I've lost again.
3:30.
Okay, 3:30. Yeah, let's look at that again. This is the crucial passage, and this is the thrownness passage now. It's delivered over, and such can exist solely as the entity which it is, and as this entity which has been delivered over, it is in its existing the basis of its ability to be. Although it has not laid that basis itself, it reposes in the weight of it, which is made manifest as the burden of mood. And let me just do the next paragraph too. And how is Dasein the thrown basis? Only in that it projects itself upon possibilities into which it's been thrown. The self, which as such has to lay the basis for itself, can never, in italics, get the basis into its power. And yet as existing it must take over the basis, the being a basis. To be its own thrown basis is the ability to be, which is the issue of care. Well, that is sort of illuminating. I mean, we're being called to take it over. What does that mean? I don't know. Let's go on. It being a basis, that is, in existing its thrown Dasein, constantly lags behind its possibilities. It never exists before its basis, but only from it, and as this basis. That's my talk about always on the background. Thus, being a basis means never to have power over one's ownness from the ground up. This not belongs to existential thrownness. That's the nullity. It itself being a basis is a nullity of itself. Nullity doesn't signify like being. Let's see. In being itself, Dasein is as a self, the entity which has been thrown. It's been released from its basis, not through itself, but to itself, as to be as this basis. The question we're asking ourselves is, what is conscience calling you to do when it's calling you to somehow live in that nullity? That is, to accept, as he puts it on the next page, to accept being guilty. We just read the phenomenon of being guilty, namely sort of indebtedness to what you can't get behind and is the basis of everything you can do. And the nullity is something at the bottom, is not something which emerges in Dasein occasionally. It's not something you can eliminate, and so forth. Now, anybody got an answer to what Eugene's question? I mean, what is consciousness calling you silently to do? There you are in the mattering, and so yeah.
I don't think it's called so much to what to do, so much as it is to how to do.
Well, and what is it called? And what is the how it's calling? The care. You should care. I don't know. You gonna try something?
This is why like mattering or care in the background becomes.
But it's calling, but mattering. Yeah, but the point is. But if it's already, never mind that though. The basic thing is, if it's already in the background and always in the background, and you can't ever get outside it or behind it, then what can you do that you're being called to do? And that's what I think. That's the question. I take it, right?
You're asking a better question than I asked.
Really? Okay, I'll accept that. Go ahead.
An alternative might be that even if the mood, for example, is pervading everything, and you can't escape your own totality of relations and so forth, there remains the fact that this context, this mood, is ungrounded, and anxiety can still arise, even if you're totally entrapped within the mood. And perhaps, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a contradiction, but it seems like potentially a paradox of some kind that even though you can't force yourself or compel yourself to escape the mood because the mood is so pervasive, there is that the anxiety is somehow more primordial perhaps, in the sense that it can still shake you up even when you're trapped in there. It's a possibility that it gives room for consciousness.
I think you're on the right track. I'm not sure whether I agree with it or not, but it looks like Heidegger's saying what anxiety is calling you to do is face the anxiety of being always in a mood and never in control of your own destiny, never can be autonomous, if you look at it this way, because the most basic thing about who you are and what you do is something you can't choose and can't even find words to express, can't conceptualize. If that makes you anxious, then you could be called to face up to that anxiety, as opposed to fleeing it into rules, into giving a narrative about who you are, and so forth. It helps to see the temptation of the opposite. So at least we can say this, I think, and this is to Eugene's question, or to my question, whoever it was, at least you're being called to not do something. You're called not to do what one does, not to flee, not to find principles and standards on which to justify and figure out what to do. That's fine. So you're called to face the anxiety of the groundlessness of it, that you can't get behind your throwiness. You're not called to not get behind your throwiness. That's just your structure. What you're called to do is face up to that structure and not cover up that structure. Yeah. Okay. I think that's helpful. I mean, maybe you don't look helped. You don't look helped. Wait. What?
It's much worse than the way you just formulated it. Like, if we just say you're being called not to do something, that's fine.
Wait. If I get over here, you could talk louder.
If we say you're being called not to do something, that's fine. But I think it's stronger. It must be you're being called not to do what you're already doing. So
that's true.
What's required is a modification of what one is already doing.
That's right.
How does that happen?
Okay.
How do you, it's not just a call not to do something, it's a call to modify what one is already doing.
But now I know how we can reconcile each other. It's not a cause to modify your mood, which is how it looked last time, because that's just, as you say, in the circle of some other mood on which you want to modify the mood. It's this meta thing which you were trying to get at. What you're being called to do is not to cover up, but rather to face up to this thrown condition. To not think that God tells you what to do, or reason tells you what to do, or anything like that. You're being called not to do the Das Man move. Is that right? And that is something apparently you can resist. You can. You're being called to hold on to anxiety, I guess, and face up to your unsettledness. And you can't do that by your willpower. This is a different sort of puzzle. But it is certainly what you're being called to do. You're being called to stop fleeing. Fleeing isn't a mood, I don't think. So that's why it isn't as if you can say, well, I'll just fix it. I won't have that mood. No, wait, this fleeing is taking up the way one does things, the standards and so forth, and using them to get out of the anxiety of unsettledness. And I take it, I don't know why exactly, but Heidegger thinks you can be called and the silent call is stop fleeing anxiety and stop doing what one does and listen to what you are being called to do. But I mean, that's not the basic level. The basic level you're being called is to stop fleeing. I think that is how it seems to Heidegger. What you certainly can't be called to do is have a right mood instead of a wrong mood, or to change your mood. I think that's supposed to be the thrownness part.
I think if there's any change that you're being called to, which I think there is, there's a call for existential modification.
Oh, right. All right.
So there's a call for change. If there's any change, the only room for change I see in all of Heidegger's thinking is through a modification of mood. That's the only room.
A mood. Is fleeing a mood?
It must result from a mood that one is in.
It is a reaction to a mood.
How does this phenomenon of the mood cause the anxiety or give this possibility of anxiety or unsettledness? The mood itself, how is that?
What? It's not that you're told you're supposed to flee moods or change moods of a normal sort of mood, where I think of something like being happy, being grumpy, being whatever. What you're being called to do is, so it really doesn't have much to do with moods. That's a funny thing. I mean, your moods are your thrownness. Your moods are your facticity. The call of conscience is to accept your thrownness and your facticity, and that you can't get behind it. And that means to accept the unsettledness of being a Dasein and not flee, I'm just saying the same thing over and over, into the one. Am I disagreeing with you or not? I don't know. So today we're going back to talking about death, and it's, you're getting used to it, I hope. It's sort of important but hard to keep just track of the page numbers because of the way I've cut it up in different form. But it ought to begin to already impress you that we can talk that we've talked about guilt and we've talked about resoluteness without talking about death, although the death chapter is prior to them, so that Heidegger is going to have to go through the awkward move of next time bringing back the story of death to put it again after guilt. Remember, the way the book is actually written, we're supposed to have done death already, and then guilt. But that's not how we're reading it. So sometimes you've got to just keep in mind that we've done guilt, because that's the past, and that gets you resoluteness. And today we're going to do death, and then next time Heidegger's finally got to do the job which he had to do anyway, but not in that crazy order, get the resoluteness together with anticipation. That is, get guilt together with death, and get anticipatory resoluteness. as the way of life that a Dasein lives when it is authentic, that is, when it manifests in what it does transparently, or so Hoagland has a nice new term, I just realized, lucidly, what it is to be Dasein. And Hoagland says, and I think that's nice and right, Heidegger uses the term explicitly, ausdrücklich, but that makes it sound as if you could say what it is and sort of have a credo for being authentic, and that's not how it is at all. It's a way of understanding that is coping with yourself and other Daseins and the world, but you can do that lucidly, meaning, and now we have a word from Kierkegaard, transparently, which is Kierkegaard's way of avoiding it. When you say lucidly or transparently, you don't mean something that you can put into propositional form and state explicitly. So, but now that's just a parenthetical. So next time we will get to the way you live at a formal level. Of course, everybody has to do it their own specific way, but the general shape of the life that you live, if you manifest transparently or lucidly in your activity what Dasein essentially is, instead of covering up, which you can do, what Dasein essentially is. And what is Dasein essentially? Well, it's throwing, projecting, falling, being, whom I think, although it isn't so clear in Being and Time, the main sort of job description is being a world discloser. And, well, but we won't talk much about that unless we talk about Carol White's introduction, the paper I put on the website. And so there's a kind of problem. I might as well just find out now what you want to do. I'm open to, I mean, they're just two different something or others on the table, though not utterly unrelated to each other. Namely, the assignment that we read for this time about death as treated in Being and Time, and my paper that I put on the website, which tries to sort of position the comments on death in Being and Time in a broader context, following Carol White, in which the death of cultures and the death of understandings of being plays a more important role than the death of individuals. I take it, here's my proposal. First I talk a little while about our assignment, and then we discuss that, and then if there's still time, we discuss, how many read the piece I put on the website? Not even half. Okay, well, then, and you don't have to. I mean, I think it's really illuminating, her book, and therefore my talking about her book is also really illuminating, but it's not necessary for understanding what goes on in Being and Time. It's more like it prevents certain misunderstandings of what's going on in Being and Time, but we can prevent them anyway. So anybody want to say anything? Is there any better way to do it? I really wish I could just go back and forth between them, but I don't think you're able to do it given what you've read. I don't think I'm able to do it just keeping too many things open on my desktop. I'll crash. So let's go to this. Starting with a running start. That is a quick review of last time, because it's so important to keep from getting lost in the death chapter. Much more easy to get lost in than the guilt chapter. But on the same grounds, it's important to realize that when you do this kind of hermeneutic understanding, you want to get at the essence of death and guilt, and you want to do it by sort of getting an overall picture of Dasein in which these various components fit together in a holistic way and then reinforce each other. The method you have to use is formal indication. That means you have to start with not only isolatable components like death and guilt separately, and resoluteness and anticipatory resoluteness separately, and finally put them together. That's part of what makes it hard. But what makes it even much harder is if you do formal indication, you have to start with an understanding of whatever you're going to be talking about. In this case, death, and then last time, guilt. an understanding of it which is wrong, which is a cover-up, which is not a distortion, is an understatement. It's a 180-degree wrong denial of exactly what death is or guilt is. And we saw it last time, but I want to remind you. So guilt normally means that you're responsible for some bad thing you've done, or that you're responsible for obeying the laws and the standards and the principles of your society, and you've broken the law. You owe something. You have to go to prison to make up for it, and so forth. All that talk, and of course conscience too, tells you what the laws are and tells you when you've broken them, the moral principles and so forth. All that isn't just wrong about ontological guilt. I mean, Heidegger's not going to tell you that's wrong about the ordinary meaning of guilt. That's a good analysis. I didn't do it elegantly, but you could make a good analysis of the ordinary meaning of guilt based on how it looks when you just look at the phenomenon at first sight. That's what I was just saying. Guilt is indebtedness and owing something and obeying rules and so forth. You have to start with that, because that's how we normally take it. That you know when you start that if you work it out, you'll discover that ontological guilt, as opposed to sort of common sense understanding of guilt, the real structure that the word guilt is guilt is pointing to, the word guilt is pointing to, the real phenomenon is buried and covered up. And moreover, and this is something I think Heidegger really thinks, but he doesn't say it except once, I think, in passing, and I wouldn't know how to open to it right away, but it's not just covered up, but it's a motivated cover-up that is trying to exactly deny what guilt and death really as ontological structures of Dasein are. And therefore, the wrong answer is a clue to the right answer. Because if you can see that if you can understand what guilt is denying, namely that there is no basis for what you ought to do, and conscience doesn't give you rules and scold you when you do wrong things. Conscience is silent. It's a silent kind of call. If you see that putting a voice into conscience, putting guilt and indebtedness, responsibility, and so forth into the notion of guilt, is precisely to cover up that there aren't any moral guidelines and you don't owe anybody anything specific and so forth. That's going to be a clue to the right answer. I mean, I'll say this one more time. It's the more semblance, the more truth, or something like that, Heidegger says. I'll have to find the line that I see as I talk that I should have looked for. But anyway, the point is, you've got to see that we're going to be told a story about death, which is dead wrong, you might say. Okay, well, you want to say something?
Well, I just had a question, or maybe checking out a possibility. Would Heidegger say there's no such thing, then, as ethical comportment?
We had this, will you hear the...
Yeah, I was hearing, and I read everything again. And
I see.
No, he wouldn't, but I want to hear how you would respond to that.
Okay, well, I got to think about this and whether I want to... I mean, we might just sink back into a discussion that was the first meeting, but I'll see if I can say something that doesn't start a whole discussion again. Heidegger thinks there are wrong ways of behaving, ways that cover up what it is to be Dasein. But those ways of behaving might well be obeying the moral law and doing whatever you do in a way that you can generalize it. What's the word in the Kantians use? Universalize it. I mean, if you're doing stuff that's universalizable, that's certainly a clue that it's wrong. Because remember that the phronimous responds to the unique situation. So Heidegger has plenty to say about all the wrong ways that one acts in order to cover up the true structure of Dasein. But I'm trying to think, is there anything I can say about Well, you could say very formal things like Dasein responds to the unique situation, and consciousness calls Dasein to respond to the unique situation, but it's a silent call because it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't say treat people as means, as ends and never as means, or love your neighbor, or do unto them as you would have them do unto you, or more specific things like vote when an election comes around. It doesn't say anything like any of that. So it's, in the end, I don't know whether to say it gives you moral guidelines or not. I mean, let's say it tells you a wrong way to behave when you're Dasein. It tells you in a very abstract way the right way to behave when you're Dasein. It gives you no specific guidance of how to act in specific situations, according to Heidegger. And if conscience is telling you, this is to put it in the most provocative way, if conscience is telling you what to do and what not to do, you can be sure that that's a cover-up, because that's telling you general things. And that's not that those aren't better than nothing. I mean, it may be better to be told the general thing that you should help beggars instead of kill them, but it doesn't help you really know whether when somebody asks for money on the street in Berkeley you should give them money. Each case is unique. Now, there was one more thing I wanted to say about it. Okay, yes, so you could be sure, back to your question, if conscience is telling you rules and principles that are universalizable and rational, or based on revelation, or based on human nature, or just based on the way your parents socialized you, if your consciousness is giving you advice about how to behave and telling you when you're doing wrong, in any of those ways, you can be sure that it's covering up, not doing what you should be done. So, again, but I'm trying to think clearly. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do what one does. I mean, it's better to do what one does in your culture than to do outrageous things that one doesn't do at all, I guess. Though, in the back of my mind, I'm teaching Fear and Trembling right now, and Abraham's the hero for being ready to kill Isaac. I mean, Heidegger, I think, is sort of in the Kierkegaard tradition in the sense that you can be called, if you're really a world-disclosing being, you can be called to do things that look, on the basis of the current ethics of the culture, as outrageously wrong. And so you can't even say what I just said. You should trust it if it tells you at least at first approximation what one does. Because it may be just absolutely wrong what one does, or totally stupid and silly. I mean, you had me in other courses know my favorite example of this is if your conscience tells you should send Christmas cards, and it's telling you you failed to do something you should, and now you owe everybody a Christmas card. That's not just wrong. It's silly, and I mean, particularly if there are people across the street who send me Christmas cards, then it covers up the idea that whatever it is that you could do to relate to other people in some daily, unique, interesting way. Okay, I don't know if I've helped any. Does that help any? I can say it's sort of a summary, I guess, of what we may have come to last time. Okay, I'm going back to this. Where were we? Okay, this is still supposed to be an introduction, so let me get through it fast. So, oh yeah, I forgot. And just again, and why is consciousness calling you to all these sort of high-level, deep, religious, rational, and trivial things that you should be doing and haven't, or should be doing and are doing, and so forth? Why is it doing all that? Because of the unsettledness of Dasein. There isn't any way to find out, because Dasein has no normal sort of nature. What is natural, what God wants, what reason demands, and so forth. And now I get back to where I was. It's not only not telling you what's what, it's covering up this way that we are not able, unsettled, ungrounded. There is no way to appeal to any specific principles of any sort to guide you or justify what you do. It's a very existentialist point. And it starts with Kierkegaard, I presume, or with Pascal, maybe. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so now we're going to go on to death. But that was supposed to prepare you for how hard the death chapter is, because when you start with an ordinary sense of death, just as you started with guilt, with the ordinary understanding of guilt. This is how it happens in formal indication. You've got to start where you are. But in the normal sense of death is certainly something that happens to people at the end of their life, something that happens to people on their deathbed, what John Hoagland calls croaking. That's what it's about. And that's exactly not. I mean, it's got to be not only wrong, but sort of motivatedly wrong. That is, it's got to be a cover-up. Why would it be a cover-up to think that death had something to do with what happened at the end of your life? Well, because whatever it is, you can then think of it as something in the future. Didn't I say this last time? I'm beginning to sound as if I heard myself. You begin to think of this as something in the future, this, well, the word's going to be demise, finally, this demise, this final event. You think of this thing as something in the future. It isn't even a normal event, because it's gone. By the time it happens, you're not there anymore. But you think of it as in the future, and thereby sort of not right now. And that's rather reassuring. And then thereby you can take all these homeopathic medicines that will make you live longer, and exercise every day, and that'll make you live longer, and don't do stupid things where you might get hurt and so forth. There are ways to postpone seemingly indefinitely, because why shouldn't it always be in the future? You're ceasing to exist. So the very idea that demise is about something that's going to happen to you in the future but isn't happening to you right now is not only wrong, it's covering up your somehow a kind of emptiness, a kind of unsettledness, a kind of nullity, which is structurally part of Dasein, and which Dasein is in all the time, or lives all, it's structure. Whatever death is, it's going to turn out to be some structural characteristic of Dasein, and it's not going to turn out to be an event in the future which hasn't happened yet and may not happen for a while. So I've told you both that the common sense meaning of death is demise, and that it's not just any old mistake that you might think it is. It wants to cover up something and get a kind of control on something. In another Heidegger way of talking, death, authentic ontological death, makes you constantly anxious in a positive sort of way. But turning death into an event in the future makes it something you can fear. And already fearing it, then you can avoid it, try to prevent it, at least delay it, and so forth. And that's much more reassuring than anxiety. Okay, so that's the formal indications thing. We know we're going to have to start with an event that happens to people, terminal event in people's lives, where they just get annihilated, and we know that that's not going to be what death is, but whatever death is, that's a denial of it, a cover-up of it. Okay, so now we get to what death is, but we don't get there very directly. This is a very hard chapter and very confusing, and has given rise to those of you who've read the Carol White piece to at least, I don't know how many I listed finally, I didn't count them, about 10 different, very different, and all wrong, every one of them, the interpretations of what, according to Heidegger, death is. And why is this chapter so hard? Because Heidegger, again, it's the formal indication story. Heidegger starts by telling you what everyday understanding of death is, and then he says he's ontologizing it and formalizing it. But so to speak, bit by bit, he gets it more ontologized and formalized as he goes through the chapter. And the trouble is, you never can tell quite exactly when he's finally said what death really is and gotten rid of all the cover-up. I mean, I couldn't tell you. Maybe one of you can tell me if you do come to office hours. I think I sort of know roughly where it is. At what point does he finally get to the formal, ontological, correct, essential description of that structural phenomenon of Dasein which we misname but nonetheless indicate? It's this, we're pointing at it even though we're using the wrong properties to point at it. What we're trying to get to when we talk about death. And so now we go through, and I'm just going to tell you sort of there are these stages in the account. There seem to be at least 4 stages, even if you reorder the book and make it into a linear argument of some sort. It's still hard to see, though it's, I think, linear in some sense, what the steps are in this story. So first there's the everyday interpretation. That's what I was giving you already. So one dies. And that's a tranquilizing fact about events far off in the future and not applying to you but just one in general. It isn't that Dreyfus dies, in fact is dying right now in some sense, but it's this general thing that one dies and one dies some other time. Now, so clearly he's not going to, that's not what he's talking about. And then there seems to be something like an existentialist account in which you live somehow facing up to this terminal event, which is normally called dying or death, and which Heidegger calls demise. I have to do this in a funny order. I'm not ready. We could define demise right now, but it would just complicate things. So just think of it as good old death. The existentialist thing is, well, what attitude should you have toward this death? And it's clearly not the event at your end of your life that matters. It's how you relate to the event at the end of your life that matters. That's already pretty much a definition of demise. Demise is perishing, which is just what animals do too, but perishing the way humans perish, and whatever that, the way humans perish, and that means taking a stand on the fact that we organisms perish, and that stand takes that event of perishing and gives it a meaning. And depending on what meaning you give it, you live one way of life or another. But so the existentialist move is then how to live in terms of this final fact. The Dasein faces the possibility, quote, on 294, the possibility of no longer being able to be there. That it can just, and there are all kinds of possible stands on this. The most interesting one is really Sartre, because Sartre criticizes Heidegger on death in Being and Time, because he thinks that Heidegger must mean that there is this, that death must be the name for this kind of annihilation that's going to happen to you at the end of your life. And then when Heidegger says in effect that you should live in terms of it, Sartre says, oh, if you lived in terms of it, if you thought about how absolutely, how totally you're going to be wiped out, and all, not that all you care about will be wiped out, but your caring about everything will be wiped out and so forth, there'd be no reason for you to do anything rather than anything else. You know the story of the wall? And how many know Sartre's story, The Wall? Where somebody's sentenced to death, and the next morning they will be killed. And overnight they get clearer and clearer about what it is that they're going to happen to them the next morning. And by the next morning, it's sort of like a Dostoevsky story. When they're before the firing squad, they suddenly get pardoned. And then, but they've given up, they sort of distanced themselves from the person they loved and the cause they're serving and the friends that they are protecting and everything, so that when they finally find out that they're not going to die, the end of the short story is the guy just falls on the ground laughing because there's nothing anymore that it makes sense to do. Well, that's an existentialist view of death, all right, and it certainly isn't what Heidegger is interested in. It isn't as if he even exactly wants to deny it. It's just that he's not interested in or he's not going to tell you about anyway. The book, the ontology of it, isn't going to tell you about how you should feel about the fact that at the end of your life you're going to be wiped out and all you're caring about anything is going to be wiped out. That's not the question. Now, here's already the first confusing thing, and if anybody can tell me how to fix it, I would be happy. Remember that there is then a footnote to Ivan Ilyich's death, the Tolstoy story. And I can't understand why Heidegger's got it in there, because that looks like an existentialist account of somebody on their deathbed and what they're learning when they're on their deathbed. Yeah, you want to find it and we'll look at it? Because maybe if we looked at it, somebody could explain to me what's going on there. Where is it? It's in the footnotes. Anybody found it? 495. Why did he do this? We haven't got enough troubles already. Where is it on 495? In the English?
Yeah.
I don't see it yet.
Note 12.
Note 12. On page 495. Oh yeah, in this, I expected along the thing. In this story, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, in his story, The Death, Tolstoy has presented the phenomena of the disruption and breakdown of having someone die. That's already wrong. It isn't having someone die. That is true, it talks about that, but it talks a lot more about what it feels like to be dying. And both are just existential, and that it's nothing that Heidegger should be interested in. What it tells you, how many read The Death of Ivan Ilyich? I mean, not very many. Well, that's interesting. It's a story about how he feels more and more withdrawn because he sees that it's not that his death isn't important to anybody the way it's important to him, not even to his family, not even to his wife, and he also feels that he's wasted his whole life, and that's all very touching, but it just isn't the point. Yeah.
Well, but in the section of the footnotes too, he's talking about the dying of others.
That's why it's having someone to just die.
Like at the beginning of that story where he was dead and they're just all walking by and
that's right. That's right. It's inconvenient to the family that there he is in his bedroom dying, and they're trying to go on with their life's work. Good. Well, you fixed it. I mean, I've always thought he was, but that's not really what Tolstoy's interested in, I don't think. A very tiny part of it. I don't know if Heidegger's a very good reader of actual text, but he gets interesting things out of them, even though they may not be very important to the text. Okay, so that's another example of sort of actual croaking and what effect it has on the people who are doing it and the people around them. I just remembered something so crazy that I'll tell you, because it's just an anecdote, but it's amazing. And not very complimentary to Heidegger, I must say, but it's when Heidegger had been barred from teaching, he was desperate to get in touch with the rest of the world. He was so desperate that he talked to me for an afternoon, and that's pretty desperate if you're Heidegger. But because I had written him and said I was going to teach him at MIT, and he was so happy. But he also wanted to talk to Sartre. So there's a letter from him to Sartre in which he says to Sartre, "I understand your criticism," and Sartre's criticism of Heidegger's view of death is of course all wrong. It's the criticism that I told you already in the wall, that if you actually thought about your death, you'd be paralyzed and not be able to do anything. The best way to act, Sartre says in effect, is to cover it up. You have to cover it up if you're going to go on living. Heidegger writes a letter to Sartre, says, "I see what you're saying. Yes, I accept your criticism of my view about death. And now I see that we're on the same paths. Well, why don't you come by and talk?" In effect. And I gather, reading Zafransky, really he set up a meeting with Sartre. And Sartre had the good sense not to come. I don't know whether he just stood him up or said, "I'm sorry." But when I talked to Heidegger, who, as I say, was desperate, he had on his desk Sartre's Being and Nothingness, because now reading this biography, I see that he was preparing, hopefully, for this visit of Sartre. But when I said, I see you're reading Sartre, what do you think about it? And he said, wie soll ich mich diesen Dreck anfangen? How can I begin to read such rubbish? Or maybe such crap, I don't know. I mean, more like that, right? Yes, I mean, that's what, so he never believed a word of it. Anyway, he's just a total hypocrite, and I don't think we can do anything about it. Just separate the man from the book. That's the moral of that. Okay, back to where we were. The next one, after the everyday reading and the existentialist reading, then we get to Heidegger, who says he's doing a formal ontological, existential, not existential, which is existentialist, but in full existential conception of death is what he wants. Now it's time. By the way, I see that I wrote something that fits with what Eugene said. On 308 is where he's saying what it is that Tolstoy, if I can get my book untangled here, 308. Suddenly my book seems to be going backwards. Let's try it this way. Okay, good. 308. What do I say about it there? This is what he thinks Ivan Illich is about, I now understand. So I want to look it up. Yes, about 10 lines down, when we're facing our death, it makes manifest that all being alongside the things in which we concern ourselves and all being with others will fail us when our own most ability to be is the issue. Now, it's interesting that, and he says Tolstoy sees that, and and he does. What's strange is that Heidegger, who's now in the middle of his existential projection of authentic being towards death, which starts on 304, is ready to bring that in as part of the true structure of death, that namely at the top of the page that it's non-relational. And this is supposed to say that it's non-relational. And skipping a little bit, if concern and solicitude fail us, this does not signify at all that these ways of Dasein have been cut off from its authentically being itself. As structures essential to Dasein, they are still there, and so forth. What I want to say is, I don't know what level of analysis this is. It sounds sort of existential, that existential, that other relations with others will fail us. I mean, I don't know what it is, because is it really structural? Is it true that all relations with others will have to fail us when we're on our deathbed? Love can't transcend that, or commitment to some incredible cause that keeps you going to do something or other? Again, I just don't know. He's going through a whole lot of characteristics of death here, and he says he's doing an existential discussion of them. So I guess we're supposed to think that it's a necessary structural feature of having the right relation to demise, which is that you will become isolated. This gets Heidegger into all sorts of trouble, because now I don't know whether I can find this, because I wasn't going to say it. Help me find it. There's a place where he talks about Dasein's existential solecism. Anybody remember that? Habermas gets onto that and gets very concerned about death. And this is all tied in with the non-relational thing. Maybe it's under anxiety and not under death. It could be in either place. I doubt if we could find it. Oh boy, 233. Oh, it is back in anxiety. But it's tied up with this thing that Heidegger shouldn't be saying, I think, that there is, or if he is, well, maybe it's all right for him to say it, I don't know. But it's not all right for Habermas to think that Heidegger is thereby saying that Dasein is, in some sense, totally independent and really independent and self-sufficient. On 233 in italics, he's talking about anxiety, and it individualizes. It makes plain that with the phenomenon of anxiety a distinctive disposedness as a theme of interpretation. Anxiety individuates Dasein and discloses it as solus ipse. That means isolated by itself. Well, I don't know, what's the exact translation? Anybody know Latin? Alone itself? Alone itself. And this existential solipsism, and now the Habermas and Tugendhat too stop with that and say, aha, Heidegger thinks that human beings are ultimately self-sufficient and isolated. That's just so wrong. I mean, that's just so Cartesian, where every individual self-contained mind is off in its warm room doing geometry or writing philosophy or whatever. And of course, Heidegger thinks that it's part of Dasein's structure to be being in the world. And that's the next sentence. Anxiety individuates Dasein and discloses it as solus ipse, but this existential solipsism is so far from the displacement of putting an isolated subject into an emptiness of worldless occurring, that in an extreme sense what it does is precisely to bring Dasein face to face with its world as world, and with itself as being in the world, and of course that includes being with others. So I don't know, back to where we were now, what is going on. Most of the stuff I just don't know what's going on lots of the time. I mean, how isolated is Dasein when it's dying, and what difference does it make? Because it isn't as if we're going to reveal the fact that we were and we always will be alone, some dramatic thing like that. Where were we? On 308, right? So there's a problem. Ask yourself, sort of, why is Heidegger so sure that death is non-relational, and what does he expect to get out of it, and what is it supposed to reveal about Dasein? Yeah, Eugene.
So the first thing is that it must be taken over by Dasein alone. So that's the part about how no one can do it for you and you can't do it together.
Ah, that's fine. Good. That's true. Death you have to do alone. Nobody can do it for you. But if that's all that non-relational means, that's interesting. Let's see. Let's look and see if there's any clue there. I read it to refer back to the anxiety condition of being alone. Dasein lays claim to death as Dasein, as an individual Dasein. That's fine. As understood, it individualizes Dasein down to itself. It makes manifest that all being alongside things as we concern ourselves and all being with others will fail us when our own most potentiality for being is an issue. Isn't that wrong? I mean, why should he say that? I mean, you're right, that's what he thinks, that death individuates us, but that's what leads people like Habermas to think, that he thinks that when, so to speak, when the chips are down, then all our relation to everything but ourselves is just canceled or not important or seen to be not important. That can't be what it says. What does it say? Try again.
Well, I thought it was three different things. I couldn't tell what the relation between them is, but there's no one can do it for you, it individuates you, and after death you have no relation to anything.
Certainly after death you have no relation to anything. I don't think that's one of the things he's talking about. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. That sounds wrong to me. Let's try the first two.
So that's what we were just reading. So you have to do it alone, and then individuates you.
Okay. Yeah, I think you do have to do it alone, but I'm not sure that he really has a right to say it's individuating. But what he certainly doesn't seem to have a right to say is that just because you have to do it alone, you are isolated from, that you can't, that all concern for others and for other things fails you. I see that it fails you if you expect any help, that somebody should hold your hand, but that it fails you in any stronger sense, it doesn't. Well, but then it's strong to call that non-relational, isn't it? Let me try it again. All being alongside things It will fail us when our own Dasein can be authentic only if it makes this possible for itself, its own accord. But if concerns would fail us, this does not signify at all. These ways of Dasein have been cut off from its authentically being itself. Aha. So they fail us only in the sense that we have to die our death ourselves. That's the right way to read it, I guess. That's what you're trying. That's what you wanted to say.
Well, I thought maybe the individualizes makes it a little stronger than that ties it up to the, like, brings you into your unique situation.
That makes it.
It brings you into your unique situation.
It brings you into your unique situation. In that sense, it individualizes us. Well, except that, and why do the other things with which we concern ourselves fail us? Why aren't they part of our unique situation?
Because they can't get you out of it.
Because they can't get you out of it. That's sure. Yeah.
I think there's also a notion of estrangement on the unheimlich or on the homelessness, where he's, I mean, on 233, if we kept reading, he goes down, there's the last part of the second paragraph, he says, as Dasein falls, anxiety brings it back from its absorption in the world. Everyday familiarity collapses. Dasein has been individualized, but individualized as being in the world. Being in enters into the existential mode of the not at home. Nothing else is meant by our talk about uncanniness.
Where are you? Oh, I'm being...
It's 233, just right after 189 in the German.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Fine.
I mean, that whole paragraph is kind of brings that out, but I think that... so, you know, we're not individualized in the sense that we're completely pulled out of the world or something that's, you know, counter Habermas. But there's a sense of estrangement that, you know, our world is brought before us. If we are worlded, we're also...
And so everyday familiarity collapses. We should put the emphasis on everyday. I mean, the kind of familiarity that you get from as the one, then you sort of how things normally matter and how we normally deal with them, and all that collapses.
But it can't collapse so much that we don't recognize that we're...
Yeah, because we're still in a room. We're still in a familiar room and all that. I mean,
that even in some ways, in this case of estrangement that Heidegger is trying to bring out the phenomena of, that world even becomes more present to us, even though we become estranged from it. I mean, it seems like he wants to make both of them explicit. We're not.
Okay, yes, it's a world that we have to get back in touch with somehow, although we're
not completely solipsistic. It's, I mean, it seems like part of the anxiety is that we recognize that we are worlded creatures and we have an estrangement from that world.
And that we have to get, and we better get, and that's not our... that's not our true state. I mean, it sounds like, it sometimes sounds like, and I think that's the view I'm trying to both explain and hopefully resist, that you get more and more authentic when you get estranged and cut off from others and from the familiar. That's the wrong way to think about it.
Yeah, I don't see that here. I mean,
no.
I don't see that.
Okay, so because it ought to say, well, that being in the world is essential to Dasein, and it stays that way even when it's dying, and even when it's in having its getting in touch with anxiety. It better still be in the world with people and so forth. You look worried. Are you worried?
I think he still thinks something sort of in between, like...
Good.
No one can take away your death from you, but also no one can get you out of the breakdown situation. Like if you have a breakdown with a hammer, someone can give you a better hammer, and then someone else fixes your breakdown. But if you have anxiety, no one can
help you out of it. Ah, well, that's good. I mean, let's read it Eugene's way. I mean, so it says anxiety and death are isolating in the sense that nobody can help you get out of them or feel at home in them. You've got to get out of them by feeling at home in them, really, on your own. Yeah. Okay.
Blattner makes a comparison with depression. He says it's the same thing. If you're depressed, people can help you to an extent, but there's something that you have to do yourself to deal with it.
Where does he talk about this? In that one. I read that one lately, but I don't remember that. But he may be onto something about the relation of this to depression.
Lewis talks about them as the same thing.
What's that?
He almost treats them as the same phenomenon.
He does. He thinks depression and anxiety are the same. I would get all upset and annoyed about that if it weren't that later Heidegger seems to say the same thing, but only after he's had therapy and gotten over his sense that anxiety is a Grundbefindlichkeit, the most revealing disposedness. I mean, better not think that depression is our most revealing Stimmung or mood. That would be, and then in a way, that's what. So Bill shouldn't be being in time anyway. I think treating him like depression. Tyler, did you have your hand up? Say loud, because. Yeah, we said that, right? I see. So they don't fail you in your particular things of bringing you morphine or something. You don't think that's the right thing? Well, you guys will have to discuss each other with it. What do you?
Well, that's the stronger part that you read. That all being alongside
collapses or fails you. Yeah. Why? What's failing you? I see. That's all you. That's the only thing that would matter at this point is that they could die for you and they can't, and in that sense they fail you. Okay. Well, that sounds good. I mean, you're really just taking, which is good. You don't really disagree with Eugene. Because you're both saying the way it works is that death is such that nobody can save you from it, or die for you, and that means that on that point, at that level, they are irrelevant. Everybody and everything is failing you and irrelevant for you. That's what you both think. Yeah.
Heidegger's saying something more like other people can't die with you. In that sense, you're alone. That your death is just your death.
Well, he could have meant that, but in the text it's clear that he doesn't. It means stand in for you. I can't quote the sentence, but that's what it's certainly about. Yeah.
The stronger thing comes out on 294.
294. Stronger things. Okay, let's look.
So, like 2/3 of the way down, where he introduces non-relational, right before that he says, when Dasein stands before itself in this way, all its relations to any other Dasein have been undone.
Yeah, that's the stronger one, all right. And that's really the one that gets him into trouble, because if Dasein is being with, then you shouldn't be in a state of where it looks like in authentic dying as well as inauthentic dying, all relations to others are undone, and that means then you begin to think like Habermas and Tugendhat. Well, look at that. Authentic Dasein doesn't need anybody. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. I didn't mark where you saw it. Where is it?
That's right above 251 in the margin.
Okay, I see. Death is the possibility of the absolute impossibility of Dasein. Yes. Okay, yes, that's it. Such as distinctively impending. I don't see it yet. What? Oh, I see. Positive. I see it now. Guess what? I have a question mark in the margin there. Now I see why. Okay, yes, I don't think he should say that. Get carried away into his more existentialist side. Maybe that's why he could say to Sartre, yeah, we're on the same wavelength, but he shouldn't. Let's see. Okay, where are we? Authentic existential. So now I say go to 305, but I don't know where we are yet until I get to 305. Well, that's just, I marked that as the sort of anti-Sartre. I mean, Sartre thinks that Heidegger thinks that dwelling upon the end is what you should be doing, and Sartre's right. Dwelling on that end, that final moment is certainly, and how you're going to be wiped out by it, certainly not what you should be doing. Neither dwelling on it as something awful or dwelling on it as something terrific. I mean, I keep listening lately to Bach, many places where Bach is just thinking about his death. Schlage doch gewünschte Stunde, ring the final bell. That's really going to be terrific. And I think Heidegger would say that must be inauthentic. I mean, Bach is thinking, oh, it's going to be even better in the next world, and the sooner we get out of this one, it sounds like he's saying, the better. There. It's a common theme in German music, and I guess a lot of poetry at the time. Well, that's equally bad. I mean, looking forward to your death is just as bad as dreading it. I mean, it's not a kind of event that you're supposed to have an attitude about. At least, I mean, it is an event of a sort, and you will have an attitude about it of a sort, but Heidegger's just not interested in what attitude you have about it. You're not supposed to be dwelling on it. You're supposed to be, in a certain sense, dwelling in it. It's supposed to color everything, whatever this death characteristic is, it's going to color your relation to everything. That's the next thing I want to say here, I guess, or I get there quickly, that well, I'll jump ahead. Death, this is something Hoagland picks out and makes a lot of fuss about, but it's important to say it here. Dying is a way of life for Heidegger. It's not something that happens to you at the end of your life. It's a general characteristic of Dasein, and authentically you face up to it. This is the bottom of 289. It's always interesting to know where one is, how formalized one is. Oh, you see, you never know. This is supposed to be prior to 293, which is the preliminary sketch of an existential ontological structure of death. Yet, he seems to be saying something existential ontological here at the bottom of 289. Just as Dasein is already, it's not yet. I'm just reading that paragraph. And is, it's not yet constantly, as long as it lives, it is already its end too. The ending which we have in view when we speak of death does not signify Dasein's being at an end. That would be perishing, or taking a stand on perishing by having which would be demise. Rather, it's a being towards the end. Death is a way to be, which Dasein takes over as soon as it is. And that's, I mean, you've got to get used to that. That's, where am I? About 5 lines from the bottom of 289. Death is a way to be, which Dasein takes over as soon as it is. And that means death is a way of behaving or comportment that colors everything you do and everything you see and how anything shows up for you. It's nothing, there's nothing special about that final event. That final event is just what? It's a kind of, oh boy, I never can understand this. I mean, how can it be the non-relational state, for instance, is supposed to be a general characteristic of Dasein's dying all the time. But it can't be that Dasein is non-relational all the time. Every time I try to think about it, I end up tied in knots. You got any help, Eugene? How can non-relational be a way of life? Or is it because, now you could always, I'm demonstrating why this chapter is so confusing, because now you could say, well, that's not really that's not even the preliminary sketch of an existential ontological structure of death. That's on 293. Who knows what that is? That's on 290, how the existential analysis of death is distinguished from other possible interpretations of this phenomenon. Now, maybe that makes it all right. Because it sometimes seems to me, or often seems to me, that what Heidegger is doing is gradually ontologizing and gradually taking back our understanding of death. Until 299, he hasn't got to the full existential conception of death. And even that may not be the final story. As I say, I don't know exactly, and I'm ready for anybody to come and tell me where exactly the final story is. By the time you get to the top of 311, you've got it all in there, in italics. You should keep that little piece in mind whenever you get lost. Anticipation, I'm jumping ahead because anticipation, and he's jumping ahead because on 311 he really isn't ready to talk about anticipatory resoluteness because he hasn't done guilt yet. Or am I lost? I get lost in his craziness. No, that's right. But let's do it anyway. Anticipation reveals to Dasein its lostness in the one self and brings it face to face with the possibility of being itself, primarily unsupported by concern for solicitude. That fits the idea with nobody sort of being able to take your place, but of being itself rather in an impassioned freedom towards death, a freedom which has been released from illusions of the day and which is factical, certain of itself, and anxious. That's okay as long as you don't build into anxious the idea that all relations to others and fall away. So where was I? I was reading something. .311, yeah, but before that, I was saying how I don't understand. I was saying how Heidegger can say that we are always in this being towards death. Where was I reading that? And yet say that being towards death is non-relational. Where did I? Somebody who must have been writing things down. Where was I before 311? Yeah.
Can you just clarify really quickly what exactly Heidegger means by non-relational?
Well, I don't know what to say except that other human beings play no essential role in Dasein's way of being in the world at the time if Dasein is on its deathbed. No, presumably all the time, but that can't be right. Help again. It's this. I can't tell anymore which is which.
Well, so what's non-relational is not you. It's the possibility, right? So it's you having a non-relational possibility that can't be abstract and so on, and then you have a being towards that.
Okay.
You don't have to be non-relational all the time. If you have one possibility that's non-relational.
Okay, so what's non-relational is that no one can take your place, and that's going to stay there no matter. Is that the possibility?
What's non-relational is the possibility of the absolute impossibility of your Dasein.
Okay, and that you will always be related to in the way you live, and yeah, okay. And so what's non-relational is not the way you live, but what now that insofar as you are living a relation to demise, you are alone, and is that right? And that's what's going to be.
Maybe not even that. It's just what's not relational is that possibility, which it's a possibility that no one can take away from you.
The possibility of you having no more possibilities is a unique individual possibility. Okay. Yeah, that's the best way to hear it. That helped you. Yeah. Okay. Now I don't remember where I was, but it doesn't matter. I want to be on page 291. Because I've been talking about demise, and I didn't know when to bring it in, but since it's in front of me, we'll put it in at this point. We want to distinguish perishing, which is this event that happens at the end of any living thing. I don't know whether it happens to germs, but it happens to mammals anyway. And perishing is not what he's talking about. And this is what he's saying on 291, about 15 lines down. The ending of that which lives we've called perishing. Dasein has its death of the kind appropriate to anything that lives. That's the perishing. Insofar as this is the case, Dasein too can end without authentically dying. That is, whatever dying is, which is a way of facing up to the structure of Dasein, you can just live a life in which you never actually face up to the structure of Dasein, and then you end without dying. Though on the other hand, qua Dasein, it does not simply perish. We designate this intermediate phenomenon as demise. Now, that means that demise is the stand you take on the fact that you'll perish, I think. And that's an intermediate phenomenon in that it's not the perishing, but how perishing is an issue for you. And all Dasein are into that intermediate state. Even the ones who don't face up, I think, to they end without authentically dying. That's right. But even they don't just perish, I think, because just even having the attitude toward your possible perishing that you have if you're in Das Man, that it won't happen for a while and maybe could never happen to you, and it's all in the future. Even that's a form of relating to your perishing already. So demise, I think, is the way that beings like us, who have to take a stand on their being and also the impossibility of their being, take a stand on it. You look worried. Is that right?
He says that there's a medical and biological investigation into demising.
Into demising? Really? Where?
On 291.
Right there. Well, but I wonder if that's really what... I mean, Dasein never perishes. Dasein, however, can demise only as long as it's dying. But now, medical and biological investigation into, quote, demising. I think that's supposed to be not what he means by demising. That means really perishing, I guess. Let me see, can obtain results which may even become significant. What do you think? What would it be for medicine to have a view about the stand that you take on the possibility of having no more possibilities? I have no idea. But I see the sentence. Yeah.
Well, it might be that just as becoming a cultural master involves refining the style in which the culture around you is set up, perhaps taking a stand on your death would depend in a similar way on the context of how we meet our demise and how long that takes and the way in which it happens. So medicine and understanding better how we meet our demise might understand better how we have to understand our death.
Maybe. I just don't know what medicine could understand about how to meet our demise. They could try to keep you from being aware of it and so forth, but I don't think he's talking about that. I think the quotes around demising are pretty important. I think he thinks that what they really are investigating is perishing. But maybe not, because he goes on and says sort of maybe death and the sickness can be understood from a medical point of view as existential phenomena. No, I don't know what it means. Tyler, you know what it means? I think demise is what happens at the end of a person's life, understood not as perishing, but as something that they've interpreted demise is perishing plus having a stand on perishing in the way you live. Yeah, it's an attitude toward an event of perishing, yes. Let me think now. And, yes, demise, well, that's not quite right. It's the event of perishing as having a demise to it. I mean, having a interpretation to it. And there is this event, this thing that happens to you finally when you have no more possibilities. And there's how you relate to that thing. But it really is that thing. It's just, it is something that perishing happens, and demise also happens at the end of your life, I take it. And
We're not always demising. We're always dying, but we're not always demising.
that's what I think. You think that's wrong? I think demising is something that really is in the future, but it's the future thing understood and taken over, as whatever your existential way of doing it is. Curtis was going to come in on this. Yeah, go ahead. Wait, what?
He says more about it in the next paragraph.
Well, wait a second then. Let's look. Where on the next paragraph? Let's look. Where in the next paragraph?
Well, about the existential interpretation of death, a couple lines down. In any typology of dying as a characterization of conditions under which a demise is experienced and of the ways in which it is experienced. The concept of death is already presupposed. Moreover, a psychology of dying gives information about the living of the person who is dying rather than about the dying itself. It simply reflects the fact that when Dasein dies, and even when it dies authentically, it does not have to do so with an experience of its practical demising or in such an experience.
Well, I take that to be sort of on my side, right? I mean, the important thing is the practical demising is perishing under some interpretation, but what's important isn't perishing under some interpretation. It's the kind of life that has got the structure it's got because it's got a certain interpretation of perishing. Does that seem inscrutable? Okay, Curtis, your turn then.
Isn't it true that bodies perish with Dasein's demise?
What's it? Isn't it true that what?
Bodies perish with Dasein's demise, and not the other way around.
Organic stuff, yes, bodies perish. And what do you have to add to perishing to get demising? Something only the Dasein can do. What?
So something that only Dasein
can do.
So they're both events, unlike.
I think.
Right? But it's just it's not an intermediate thing. I think that's where we get confused. It's just a matter of how much knowledge is to be used. Demise is the end of Dasein. Perishing is the end of biological life.
That's all right, but what makes the end of Dasein different than the end of biological life is that it's been taken up into a Dasein life and given an interpretation. Okay, we agree about that. Yes?
How about when demise is either an inauthentic or undifferentiated relation to non-relational possibility?
I think that just can't be right, because I think Heidegger thinks that demise is something that Dasein does, and it is an intermediate phenomenon. Yes, dying is, that's right. You're just adding one thing. There is perishing, which is what organisms do, and we do too. There is demise, which is a stand on what it is to be a perishing kind of creature, which we exhibit in our behavior. And then there's authentic dying, which is, so to speak, the right stand, which is not to cover it up, for instance. Whereas the way Das Man, the one, deals with perishing, is already dealing with demise. It says demise happens to other people in the future, or perishing happens to other people in the future, and that's a way of dealing with perishing as a kind of demise, because you've already taken a stand on it in what you do. That's what I think. Yeah.
Can we say passing away?
Okay, passing away is a way to describe
right, so
this intermediate phenomenon.
Animals don't pass away, people pass away, but you can do it, and it's an event at the end of your life, and you can do it without authentically dying.
Yes, but we have to add in there something like, and what is it that people can do at the end of their life called passing away? It's got to be something for which has been there, which is already affected how they live, or something like that. Otherwise, I don't see the difference between passing away and perishing. There isn't much difference. He's making a big deal about the difference, though, isn't he? Dying is the way in which the being is towards its death. Accordingly, we say that Dasein never perishes. However, it can demise only as long as it's dying. And dying is what? I want to say it's the way of being in which Dasein is towards its death. That's what I'm trying to get. I mean, the way of being it is, well, everybody's got something to say about this. Let's see. Stephen, you haven't said anything.
But should we keep in mind the modes of being? We say that demising is when Dasein interprets its coming to an end as if it were something present at hand. So, sort of existentially confused Daseins.
I see, but I mean, you're making it seem as if somehow demising. I mean, maybe this is right, but I'm on the wrong track. Then I thought demise was an okay term. That demise describes even the end of authentic Dasein, doesn't it? I mean, all the Dasein demises. All Daseins perish too, but whatever. But those are two different things. Daseins perish as organisms that come to the end, and Dasein demises as an already interpreted version, as a version of what it is for a Dasein to come to the end. I'm still holding on to that. Wait, I think I got to worry. I want to go back to this just because I don't think we're going to get any further, and I've got a lot of further to get. So if say something, but I may not say anything in return.
Well, right before the sentence we designate this intermediate phenomenon as its demise, he says, Dasein can end without authentically dying. I take that to be what he's calling demise.
Wait, Dasein can end with no. Well, that's the other view, the one I'm denying. So we have to find some. But I want to say all Dasein, even authentic Dasein, demises. This is the question. You're saying no. The inauthentic Dasein demises, but authentic Dasein dies and doesn't demise. Authentic Dasein demises and dies, and we haven't really gotten to the. Now you're looking unhappy, Curtis.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, okay, good. That makes me happy. And so does Eugene. And so do a lot of people. I'm quitting while I'm ahead. Okay. So I'm going back to this. Where are we now? This is the sense in which you dwell. What I'm trying to say is you dwell in it, not on it. Then you're dying. Then you're not only perishing, but you are living an authentic attitude toward the fact that you're a kind of being that perishes. Let me see what I say is on 306 that I want to talk about something. Well, that just says that being towards death is a possibility. I don't see why that's important. And it's a way of living the fact, or living the structural possibility of the impossibility of any existence at all, he says on 307. See, it's not just a way of relating to perishing, but it's a way of relating to perishing as the impossibility of any existence at all, and a specific way of doing that, I think, that we were talking about. Let's see now if I want to say anything more. I'm just summing up where I thought we got more or less an agreement. Yeah, I think that's okay. So, and then I write anxiety gets it right on 310. Let's see what that is. The anxiety is just being introduced there on 310 in italics as the Dasein finds itself face to face with the nothing of the possible impossibility of its existence. That's, I was going to mention, that's the anxiety of death. There's going to be, I mentioned this once before, but keep your eye open for three kinds of anxiety. this one, which just gets defined. There's an anxiety that goes with choice, in which you make a choice, a serious choice, like getting married to one person excludes all the other people you might have married, and that's an anxious making, I think, for him. You'll see the choice one, I don't remember where it is. It goes by very fast on one page. He doesn't care about that kind of choice. And then there's the anxiety of guilt, which we've already talked about. How can I sum up the anxiety of guilt? That partly that you can't get behind your throwness, but I don't think that's the whole thing. Well, it is that you can't get behind your throwness, and that means that everything that might have been guidelines for your existence turns out to be ungrounded. And that's the anxiety of guilt. You can't make explicit what it is to be an authentic person. You just do it. So then there's this anxiety of death now. It's what you feel or the experience of the possibility of the impossibility of your existence. And then we're right back on page 311, which is so important to me, because it says that anxiety can't be depression. I've said this to Bill Blattner, because it turns out that anxiety is a disposedness that Dasein, authentic Dasein, is always in. That's the end of that long thing where it says freedom toward death, a freedom which has been released from the illusions of the day, which is practical, certain of itself, and anxious. That's what you got when you've got anticipatory resoluteness. That's the kind of life, the kind of experience you're having of your life. And I got stuck on this earlier thing again, rereading that. Every time you hear one of these things, it looks different. At the top of 311, I go back to the beginning of that italics. Anticipation reveals to Dasein its lostness in the they self and brings it face to face with the possibility of being itself primarily unsupported by concernful solicitude. Yeah, I can see that's just a generalization of that nobody can help you out when you're dying. But it's getting toward the wrong one, the strong one that Eugene mentioned. It sounds too isolated and too much like you don't want any. That if you're really got this basic attitude toward demise, if it's demise and this is your attitude toward it, put it that way, then you're all alone, and you're always anxious, and it sounds so heroic, nihilist, existentialist, which is what it's always risking turning into. That's why it's important to read the Carol White chapter that I gave you, of my version of Carol White, because she's the antidote to that. She's the one who's trying to say, in effect, not that's much too personal, existential, isolated, and so forth. If you want to ontologize death, it's got to be a much more general phenomena. It's got to be, I'll just say it, the possibility of world collapse in your world or a cultural world collapse, and it's got to be that possibility taken over in a positive way. In that only if you're in the world disclosing business, then the fact that your world collapses if you do it right isn't a bad thing at all. It gives you another chance. One way to, my slogan is, you've got to die in order to be reborn, which is a kind of Paulian way, Christian way of thinking about it. But this has got much too much a dark side, because you don't get the sense how important it is that your world could collapse, and that you could then have, so that you would, that's the vulnerability, the possibility that your identity could collapse, that your world could collapse. It isn't just that you're going to perish someday and you'll find yourself in the middle of perishing. And then you can make more sense of how this could be a positive thing, and being anxious could be a positive thing, but you can't make much sense about why you don't have any support and concern for solicitude. That just seems too strong. I want to say something more about that, just a second. Oh, yeah, I brought along a book I wanted to show you and tell you at some point. If you want another slant on the sort of later Heidegger, or the more formal, more ontological issue of world collapse and how to deal with world collapse, and you want a sort of echo of John Hoagland actually applied, there's this interesting book. Had anybody seen this Radical Hope by Jonathan Lear, who's a philosopher at Northwestern?
University of Chicago.
The University of Chicago. And what it's about is the collapse of the world of the Crow Indians when they were suddenly taken out of their world where they were hunting animals and scalping enemies and put on a reservation so that nothing anymore was worth doing or made any sense because they couldn't do all the things that they used to do, which were heroic and worth doing. And then what Lear is interested in is how does this world collapse get taken up, and it's the Crow Indians' way of doing it versus Sitting Bull's way of doing it, and John Hoagland is playing a big role in this, and therefore Heidegger is playing a big role in this at second hand. Because what Jonathan Lear is trying to understand is how the chief of the Crow Indians was able to help them from despair in the face of world collapse. And if you read it, and you'll see, you get a very interesting sense of, I'll have to tell you, there's going to be a discussion on this at the American Philosophical Association meeting in March. And what I'm going to talk about anyway is the fact that Hoagland and Lear don't make a very important distinction. You can't tell when he says world collapse, let's do it with buffalo burgers, which is the way he does it. There are no more buffalo, so you can't have any buffalo burgers. Well, that just means that sort of something in your world is missing, and you feel bad about it, and you can feel nostalgic for the good old days when there were buffalo burgers. That's not the Heidegger way of thinking about it. That's probably Jonathan Lear's way of thinking about it. But when Hoagland, toward the beginning of the book, is thinking about it in a much more Heideggerian way, where it's not meaningful anymore what these Indians do. The whole world of meanings that supports, never mind buffalo burgers now, but hunting buffalo and so forth, isn't just that there are no more buffalo to hunt. Maybe that is the real problem, but the way Hoagland sets up the problem, it means that you can't understand anymore even why you would want to hunt buffalo. And a big difference. Try to think of it this way, that if you've got real world collapse, and not just you can't find any more buffalo to hunt and eat, real world collapse, you won't have any nostalgia for the good old days when you had buffalo and you could hunt them and eat them. And why won't you have, and that's what Sitting Bull had. But why won't you have that kind of nostalgia? Because if it was real world collapse, the whole meaningfulness of the world would be gone. And I'll give you two examples. Just suppose it's like falling out of love. The one thing you could just not be able to get the loved one. I'm stuck in Kierkegaard's Urn Trembling, of course. But anyway, falling out of love is different. You can't understand why you ever wanted them. And you don't feel nostalgic about getting them back. What would you do with them if you got them back? They're just boring people like everybody else, and so forth. And this big distinction is you've got to keep in mind if you're thinking about what's happening in the death chapter. The death chapter isn't about some things just happening to become impossible, like buffalo burgers. It's about a way of life, your way of life, becoming unintelligible. Let me get this across with another one. The Hoagland example, which is about science. When Newtonian science collapses and you get Einsteinian, or when Aristotle, it's even more dramatic, sort of stops working for the medievals and Newton takes over. It isn't as if people feel nostalgic for the good old Aristotelian days or the good old Newtonian days. It's that nobody can even understand why anybody would have believed such a weird thing as that there's the sublunar sphere and the superlunar sphere and things are seeking their natural place in the middle of the earth. What kind of nonsense is that once you've got Newtonian? And so, and what this whole chapter is about, this is sort of the Hoagland Carol White point, is that in your life, and that's the falling in love kind of example, or in the culture, and that would be like what happened to the Indians, if you understand it one way. Never mind, the Indians are so confused because of Jonathan Lear. What happens in the culture, let's try this, when medieval understanding that we're all creatures of God goes away, and you get the modern understanding, thanks to Descartes, we're all self-sufficient subjects. Then nobody's supposed to be, who's got in the modern world, nobody's going to be nostalgic for the good old days when the hills were enchanted and we were all creatures of God. Couldn't even understand why anybody would believe such a thing, or if they can make sense to believe such a thing. And now comes the point. It's not clear in Being and Time how, when you're thinking about individual world collapse, which is the possibility of no more possibilities, you're thinking of perishing with the spin on it that it's turned into demise because you've got to stand toward it, or are you thinking of a kind of dying that could happen when you lost your cultural background, or fallen out of love, when your identity has collapsed, or your personal world collapses, or your social world, or your scientific world? And what's confusing is Heidegger sometimes seems to have gotten up to the level at which it's so abstract and formal and ontological that he can deal with any form of world collapse. And then it becomes the possibility of no more possibilities. And that doesn't mean on your deathbed. That means when your world is gone, or your sense of who you are is gone. You can get it by even having a mission that fails, but you can get it even by having a mission that succeeds. When Martin Luther King, let's suppose, really gets justice for the black people, and he's been on the mountain, and he's seen the promised land and all that, and he's ready to die, it doesn't matter anymore, he says all that, and then but suppose he didn't die. Well, then he's sort of lost, because the world collapse doesn't really mean that somehow bad things happen to the world. It just means that your world doesn't give you anything to do anymore. So and Martin Luther King was sort of lost for a while, and then he became anti-Vietnam War, and he didn't do that very well because there were no peace marches to call and so forth. It didn't, and so I think world collapse is so general, and supposed to be so general when Heidegger's doing it right. And this is what I tried to say in the thing I gave out, that anything that causes your world of significance, which grabs you and tells you what's important to do and what's not important to do and what you've got to do now and what you don't have to worry about because it's trivial, when that disappears, however it disappears, that's the kind of thing that death is. And demise, I think, is just a special case of it. And Heidegger got all too much entangled describing what happens to people, so to speak, on their deathbed when they're not just perishing but demising, and worrying about, and he should have been worrying about the very general case of what can happen to a Dasein that's revealed in anxiety, namely that their world can collapse, and what attitude one should, now this is, I'm preparing next time without realizing it, what stance should one take in the light of the possibility of world collapse on all these levels? That's called anticipatory resoluteness. How should you live being the kind of being who has to have a world, and who has to have a world of the sort that can collapse? That's the really big question for next time. Yeah?
One clarification I want to attempt to make with your ideas of death and demise is that death possibility of that deep phenomenon you described, that world-class phenomenon. It's the possibility of it. It's not a logical concept. It's not the event of that phenomenon you described. It's the possibility of that happening.
That's right. That's right. Good.
Is the event that usually happens at the end of your life when you're world class. And I'm still confused whether you can demise in the middle of your life when you're going through anxiety and whatnot. But what he does say is that it is, the event that happens at the end of Dazai's life when you're world class.
So what I think, if I understood you right, is I think that he's talking about this very general thing about Dasein, that its world can collapse even though it's not, and it can do it several times in the course of its life, but he gets hooked on a kind of paradigm case of world collapse, which is this thing that happens to people at the end of their life. But I think that when he gets it really formalized, namely the possibility of having no more possibilities, that can happen to the Crow Indians, and I think he should stay at that level. And one thing is sure, and again, read the thing that Carol White is so good on. Heidegger later is more interested in the death of civilizations than he is in the death of Dasein. What's the connection? Well, civilizations can collapse where it doesn't mean anything anymore to do whatever they were doing, and that ought to fall under this. And yet, this chapter you're reading, and it's the one we should be paying attention to, and I'll go back to it now to paying attention to it, is certainly using demise, this one time, what does he say, unget-aroundable, what I would say, inevitable thing that's going to happen to Dasein. It's not inevitable that your identity is going to collapse, your love is going to collapse, your world is going to collapse, your science is going to collapse, but there's something inevitable, namely the thing that happens when you're on your deathbed. Now you want to say something?
One thing I wanted to clarify between the way we were talking about death and demise. Death is this ontological concept. It's not an event. Demise is an event.
Yes, okay, right.
Of this deep world-class phenomenon that you described so well.
Yes, good, yes, that's right. Death...
Demise actually is the event of that phenomenon, that deep phenomenon, world-class.
And an example, a paradigm case. Demise is a paradigm case of world collapse, but the possibility of having no more possibilities is not an event.
Right, that's not a concept.
Okay, but I'm a little worried because in a certain way, world falling out of love and getting from the medieval to the modern world is an event. It takes a while, but so does dying sometime. It's a funny kind of event. I wrote something about that. Let me look back then because I skipped it. Because I mean, it's not an event and yet it is an event. But the possibility of that is okay. The possibility of that is not an event. Okay.
The point I'm trying to make is death is not even an activity. It's this ontological concept of the possibility of that activity.
Okay, that's right. So you should, whenever you hear about the possibility of no more possibilities, you should think of the vulnerability of your identity, of your culture, of your life. That vulnerability is not an event. That's what you're saying, right? The event is the actual collapse of those things, and that happens too. And okay, now, well, I don't know what to think. Okay, well, I haven't. You had your hand up every once in a while.
This goes back to the non-relational part of maybe demise and dying. But I mean, is for example, world collapse in the general sense that you're talking about? Is that also non-relational as well?
No, and that's one of the problems. I think you're pointing at a problem from a kind of angle. Namely, if you make this event that happens at the end of people's lives your paradigm, you've got to be careful of what you say about it. For instance, you shouldn't say it's non-relational. I don't know what it means for, a culture collapsing being non-relational or falling out of love. Maybe that's non-relational, I'm not sure. But well, there are certain, I mean, what I would like anyway is that he could give us the general ontological condition of how of any case in which the world becomes impossible, and tell us how we should live in such a way that we are constantly expressing in what we're doing that we're the kind of creatures whose world can become impossible. That's what he should be doing. But if he sticks to the example of what happens on your deathbed, then I don't think non-relational is the right thing to say. I also don't think inevitable is the right thing to say, because some people get through their whole lives without any collapse except for the one at the end of it. Whereas, and therefore inevitable. Can you say it's inevitable that cultures collapse? I'm not sure. I don't know. It's not as inevitable as, I mean, it does seem to have been the case, though China's going on pretty well still after several thousand years. So you have to look, if you're interested in this, as you read it, ask yourself which of these characteristics of death or dying are applicable only to the event at the end of people's lives, and which are general enough and ontological enough that they apply to a kind of being who, as long as it is vulnerable to a collapse of all that makes its life meaningful, what gives it a world, what gives it significance, that's constantly vulnerable. Now,
To continue with that, I mean, maybe it's perhaps the demise of Dasein as the individualizing aspect of demise. Is that part of the hermeneutic that he thinks is necessary for kind of reaching the authenticity in the general sense of the general?
That's interesting. It's funny, I have a kind of deja vu feeling that you've asked me this question before in some version, but let me think about it a minute. Ask it again. I got sidetracked by my feeling that I'd heard it before. Say it again.
So is the paradigmatic case, which is demise, as necessary for the hermeneutic in general, as far as formal indication, to get to a general understanding of the fact that the royal class will...
I see. That's a good question.
Actually, authentic Dasein would also already have a good grip on demise, and that'd be his way into, or Dasein's way into, a general understanding of the collapse of intelligibility that'd be always...
That's good. That would be the right way to do it. To start with the cover-up, namely perishing, and then see that that's not the question, but the demise is the question, but that's not the event. That's not an event necessarily at the end of your life. You may have several. Then you generalize some more. There is that event at the end of your life, and it's inevitable, but you're still doing hermeneutic formal indication, and you see that that's still not the phenomenon. That's not a cover-up anymore, but that's not the right whole story. Then you see that even cultures can die and so forth, and then you finally get to the basic realization that there's a certain kind of being who has to have a world and has to have significance and can lose it, and then you finally see that that's what the essential feature we're going to call death is, that got covered up in several stages, and we've uncovered it in several stages. I think I'm answering you, right? So, okay, now let me go on for a while, because I'm going to discover that it's 4:30 and I haven't even covered half of what I want to cover. So I think we've got a lot of it covered, but let me look. Did we look at 291, which is where I claim? I think we did. Oh yeah, we did that. That's fine. It's Dasein and demise is not an event. But look at this. I've written this down now. Seem to contradict myself. Demise is not an event, not a future event. That's true, because it's not something that you can ever experience your own demise. Remember, he talks about that. So this is an argument about demise, particularly, that it has this peculiar character of not because I've said it's wrong to it's a cover-up. That demise is something that happens in the future. And we've been saying, oh yeah, but if demise is perishing, but from a certain perspective, then it looks like it is something that happens in the future. And I think he's got an interesting view about that. So let me look. I think he thinks, well, viewed, so to speak, so that from the outside, and not as something that you're experiencing, demise is an event that happens in people's future, and it's an event that will happen in your future. But it's never something that will actually happen in your future, because when it happens, you'll be dead, and you can't experience it as an event. And he's got that in mind on 284. I don't know why I think it's important, but so let's see now, at the end of the top paragraph. Dasein is not an event. It's a phenomenon to be understood existentially, and to be understood in a distinctive sense, which must still be, okay, so let me see now. Dying is not an event. Is that about demise? Is that telling us that demise is not an event? Certainly dying is not an event, if that means it's being always vulnerable. But I think he thinks that even demise isn't an event. Let me see if I can find that. Look on 295 to see if that's going to... There's a peculiar way, I think, I'm just trying to say this, in which world collapse is unintelligible. Because when you're in it, you can't make any sense out of it, and you're either in a world or you're lost, and then there's a kind of leap, and you're in another world. Let me see if I find the 295, and then you can say something, Curtis. I want to say something about... Yeah. Well, yes, it's this weird stuff on 294 in the paragraph that has 251 written beside it. As an ability to be Dasein cannot outstrip the possibility of death. Death is the possibility of the absolute impossibility of Dasein. Thus, death reveals itself as that possibility which is one's own most, which is non-relational, which is not to be outstripped. As such, death is something distinctively impending. So that's a funny thing. That's what I got puzzled about. Certainly, perishing is just plain something impending. But demise is something distinctively impending. What I want to say is, you can't even imagine it happening. It's not something you can expect or await or even avoid. That's why you cover it up with this perishing, which you can expect and be afraid of and avoid and so forth. You can't, since you can't imagine what it would be like not to be in love with this person while you are, or what it would be like not to be a modern person while you are. There's a sense in which you can't really have a sense of that in collapse as something that's going to happen in the future, because you can't have a sense of what that collapse is. The collapse makes no sense. That's what the collapse of all intelligibility, though it actually happens, can't be something you can think about. Wow, what would it happen if all the meaning of being me would disappear? So that's the sense in which it's distinctively impending. You can say, yes, it could always happen, it can happen any time, it could happen right away, and you can't picture that it could happen at all. You're looking puzzled.
Well, I just kind of hold on to this one piece I want to clarify. I realize what the confusion was between you earlier. I don't think you're distinguishing between dying and demise. They're two different things.
Okay, I keep mixing them up, I think you think. Okay.
Dying is a way of being for Dasein, living towards death.
Yes.
Death in the ontological sense.
Yes, dying is a kind of way of acting. It's a way of life. Dying is a way of life. Dying is what anticipatory resoluteness is a name for that way of life. That's dying. Right. Perishing is, we just croaking, and demise is what?
World collapsing.
World collapsing, right, as opposed to the possibility of world collapsing, I take
Which
it.
is the ontological structure of death, yeah.
Yes, so the ontological structure of death is the constant possibility of world collapse.
Right.
Then there is something called world collapse. I don't know what his name for it is. What, dying? No, we just use dying. Right, so what is the name for actual world collapsing? That must...
Well, that part I'm a little confused. I don't know whether you can reserve anxiety for a certain time of what happens during your life, and demise for the end of your life, or how would you deal with that?
Okay. Demise, it seems, is a stand you take on perishing, at least the way it comes up when he introduces it. And maybe we should think that also gets generalized, so that after all, we talked about that, cultures can die, and so forth. So demise better be a name for the event of world collapsing.
And when it never can connect.
That's right. Yes, it's sort of terminal world collapsing. Yes. Okay. So let's get that for everybody. Demise is terminal world collapsing. Dying is a way of life in the face of the possibility of terminal world collapsing.
Right.
Sounds right. Okay. Wait, now where are you? Where? Okay, now, okay, we designate the intermediate phenomenon as demise. What's the phenomenon? What's that? It's between perishing and world collapsing. World collapsing is dying. This event at the end of people's lives is perishing, and in between, I guess I'm all right, is the actual, not the possibility, I misspoke again, didn't I? Yes, yeah, possibility of world collapsing, I keep on. Dying is living a certain way of life which takes account of the constant possibility of world collapsing. That's right. Then there is this intermediate phenomenon, actual world collapsing. Then there is this a terminal phenomena for organisms and maybe for cultures too. What? No. But demise we need. Demise is world collapsing, right? And being on your deathbed and ceasing to be alive is a case of world collapsing actually happening, which we call demise. It's a special case of world collapsing, I think. Does that make sense? It's the kind that happens to people on their deathbed. We didn't say that last time. We said any time a culture dies, it's a demise.
The point Heidegger is trying to make is that, there is this thing called terminal world collapsing, and he calls it demise. And there's other ideas, related to biological organisms.
Yeah.
I want to keep on focus and talk about the world collapsing. And there's a term, demise, for that world collapsing.
Okay.
I'm a little confused of whether you call other kinds of world collapsing in the middle of your life demise.
Yeah, I think he doesn't, because the way he set it up, demise seems to be taking a stand on perishing, and if that's true, then he thinks only this special terminal one is demise, and then we just haven't got a word for a world collapse, have we? I mean, if we sort it out that way, we need a word for what happens to you when everything that gave your life meaning goes away. What? Dying. Dying is a way of acting. Yeah, now I got you confused. Okay, that's bad. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right. The demise is, but then again, you keep saying it the way that's confusing. Demise is not a stance you take on world collapsing. Demise is world collapsing viewed in a certain way. There's not another. I misspoke. sorry. Demise is perishing, viewed in a certain way. Perishing is an event that happens to organisms at the end of their life. That very event, taken up and interpreted and lived in a certain way, is still at the end of, it's something that happens at the end of people's lives. That's, he's going to call perishing. But dying is a way of life, namely how you integrate into your life not only the possibility of that kind of perishing, but the general possibility of having no more possibilities. Is that all right?
That sounds better. You're not trying to read world class into demise.
I think that, I wish he did, but I think in fact he's got demise on his mind in here, which is a special kind of terminal world collapse, which is happens to people on their deathbed, but within an interpretation. But here's my question, and then we've got to stop going around in this. What is his term for this more general ontological absolute possibility of no more possibilities, which should cover world collapsing and this deathbed phenomenon? I don't know it. That's death. Maybe that's death. I see. Okay, I think you're right. Maybe we should write that on the board. Now we may have enough, because I've never understood how to sort all these out. So there's perishing. There's demise. I don't know how to spell it, but that's all right for the moment. There's possibility of no more possibilities. And what is that death? No. Death is it? What did we come up with as was death?
To support here, I mean, what does anybody else think about this concept of death? I mean, I think he defined it as the possibility of no more possibilities.
And that's death. Okay, let's try that. And wait, and that means this is also possible world collapse, right?
Exactly. It's the possibility of your world collapse.
Possible world collapse. Okay, and now we've got actual world collapse. And what's the name? You said the name for that is death. That's what's confusing me now.
No, actual world collapsing is more of an ontological or an existential phenomenon.
I see. We don't have a name for actual world collapse. Then death is possible.
I guess that is your point in the sense that
I thought it was a big breakthrough to put death down here. And I think possibility of no more possibilities is dying, isn't it?
Dying is a way of being.
Dying is a way of being, right? Possibility is no more. Which of these is death?
Death is a possibility.
Death is a possibility of no more of no more possibilities. So maybe Curtis is right, since he doesn't care about this. I mean, but you need to talk about world collapse. Up here, perishing gives you the event to talk about, and this gives you the event interpreted. This gives you the structure. It looks like you would want to have a name for the more general event that this is a special case of, where if this is what happens to individual Daseins on their deathbed, this is something that can happen to cultures and everything. What do you think? Yeah.
So perishing is the end of life, right?
Yes.
Where other things are alive.
Yeah.
Life is the end of Dasein.
Yes. Anyway, let's put that up here. End of life. And here's the end of Dasein.
And the third thing is death.
And this is death. Okay, down here is the possibility of absolutely no more possibilities.
And then you still have the word collapse.
What word do you have?
You still have world collapse. So
you want to put actual, so world collapse, but he never says that. But that's all right. We say that.
But it's better to keep them separate, I think, because world collapse doesn't include having no more possibilities. If your whole world breaks down, you can have another. It's outstrippable. You can have another world.
That's right. It's not terminal. That's what's interesting about this is the possibility of no more possibilities, and this is death, and this is terminal. Well, this isn't terminal because this is the possibility of no more possibilities. If this refers to some, this is terminal, right? This is a possibility, and this is actual world collapse, which is like a revolution, and we don't have a name for it, but it's you call it world collapse, and it's notice, by the way, just it's terminal in a certain sense. I mean, it's the end of that whole mode of intelligibility. You can't get it back and so forth, but it's not terminal for the culture, for the person undergoing it, because they can do it several times. They can fall in love and collapse. What?
Your world can collapse when you experience anxiety, and you can come back.
Yes.
So world collapse that's the confusing thing. It can happen during anxiety, and then it's back, or it can happen during demise, and then the world doesn't come back.
Yeah, but what's interesting, it's the structure of this one which is really the important one. I mean, this one is just an instance of this one. Of course, the most... What's that?
Maybe it's better to say world collapse is just before demise, since you can't experience your demise.
World collapse is before demise. You mean it's more general in there? It's up here? Or?
I just mean that it happens, with demise, in the sense that the world can never come back.
Okay.
When world collapse can happen during anxiety.
Okay, I don't.
The thing is, your world can collapse in other places, during your life. I think that's a confusing thing. World collapse doesn't imply that your world can come back.
Okay, well, I suppose, yeah.
If you want to make it stronger, you can say world collapse is the end of you, right? That's why it's like demise, because it's your...
So, yeah, end of view. Well, okay, possibility of more world collapse. End of you, and that's right. Then you have to get a new. There could be Dasein can go through these ends of you several times with anxiety, falling out of love, losing all your chance to hunt buffalo, and so forth. Yeah, okay. Dying, dying. That's right. Let's put it in there. Dying, we said, was here. It's the way of life. Well, it's a way of life that takes account of this, right? In all your behaving. We'll see that clearer next time. Takes account of vulnerability, ability to world collapse. This is dying, right? So let's put the dying over here. Somebody write this down for me so I know what I've committed myself to. If anybody can read it, let me try to read it. Perishing is the end of life. Demise is the end of, what have I got here? Dasein. Okay, end of Dasein. The possibility of no more possibilities, that's death. That's possible world collapse. Dying is a way of life. It's a way of life that takes account of the vulnerability to world collapse. And then finally, there is something, actual world collapse, the end of you, for which we don't seem to have a word other than actual world collapse. Is that okay? Did you write this down, or could you please? Okay. Now I'm going to go on. If there is any place to go on from here, let's see. 15 minutes. I'd see how much I have to cover. Yeah, I think I can do this. Back to them. Okay, this Dasein is a way of life. Huh? That's just where it should be. Okay, maybe let's try this. Now, just as guilt is supposed to make possible... Oh, yeah, this is a puzzle for me. I'm giving this really as a course or a seminar or something that's supposed to help me understand this stuff. So, and you are helping me. I mean, just think of this. This is going to go into the second edition of the commentary, all right? It helped a lot. But now I need help with the following. With the final move that Heidegger makes, we're back to formal indication now. And we're back to guilt. It turns out that the cover-up story is made possible by and motivated by the true story. That is, so this ontological guilt, he says, is the condition of the possibility of owing people money, of doing bad things which you feel guilty about, of having caused a loss which you now have to fix. Why is the fact that you can't get behind your throwiness and that there is no ground for what you're doing the condition of the possibility of the ordinary meaning of guilt, where that doesn't mean now that it motivates that meaning. We saw that, that's right. Fleeing motivates the cover-up by telling you that there are all kinds of laws that you better not violate. But how does this ontological structure called guilt make possible the everyday understanding of guilt? I hope somebody knows, because every year I go through and I don't know, and you guys are supposed to help me. And why you can't figure that one out, think how much harder the next one is. So it looks like dying, that is living, where's dying now? Here. Living a life that takes account of vulnerability ought to make demise possible, I guess. The thing that you started with in your formal indication as what everybody thinks is guilt, and now the thing that everybody thinks is death, namely the event that happens to you at the end of your life, in which your world collapses for good, it looks like that meaning that everybody's got, that there is this event and it ends your life, and you have no more possibilities, ought to be, start again. The fact that you are vulnerable and that you can express in your behavior your vulnerability, and then you live in anticipatory resoluteness, that's the structure, the ontological structure. How does that make possible having a sense of demise, that is, having an interpretation of your perishing as demise? Maybe when I say it, it doesn't sound so crazy as I thought. So why do we understand perishing as demise? But not only because we're fleeing and, nobody stopped me, that's nonsense. Let's start again. Why do we understand the end of our life as demise? That's the question. And the answer is supposed to be because structurally we are the condition of the possibility of our understanding the end of our life as demise is that we are vulnerable to world collapse. And yeah, I'm beginning to believe that there's something here. That why are we thinking of our perishing as special, not just like all animals perishing? It's because we are the beings who are vulnerable to world collapse, and now you read that back in, and you are led to interpret perishing as something special, namely demise, namely world collapse. So I'm just working it out. So what the formal indication finally discovered that death really was, namely the possibility of no more possibilities, gets read back into perishing and demise, meaning we come up with the idea that what death is really about is an event in which there are no more possibilities. Is this an event? Yes, this is an event, isn't it? Demise, the end of Daseining, it's an event. And this is an event. Dying. No, the actual world collapse. So when we come to understand that there is an actual possibility of world collapse, and when we understand that living in it is death, then now we ought to get to, then we understand why, I keep almost getting it, why we have to take a stand on perishing and why we just don't perish like animals. It's got to do with this ontological structure that we've discovered is somehow making us able to see our perishing as a special thing. I just about got it.
Yeah, but doesn't the world collapse just make you see that the perishing for us is in each case mine?
Is in each case mine. The possibility of world collapse, demise, ending of Dasein, event. Okay, let's say each case mine.
And that makes it demise.
That makes it demise. It's what happens to me. To my death, on my deathbed. Well, yeah, I mean, that helps. Now, I wish we had gotten as far as that with guilt. We didn't, did we? Nobody came up with an idea why the fact that you can't get behind your throwiness and everything is ungrounded makes possible owing people things and feeling guilty. I just don't know what to say about that. You want to say something about it?
Yeah, I mean, can you have a case in which you perish but don't demise, such as if you suddenly die and you don't even have an opportunity to have your world collapse? It says here.
Yes, you can. Yes, I think that's right. You can perish without actually dying. Doesn't he just say that?
Dasein can demise only as long as it's dying. So as long as we have a stand on our death, and our way of being is towards death, that's the only situation in which we can actually demise.
You said Dasein can. Wait, you said we can. The sentence says that we can perish only while we're dying?
No, Dasein can't perish.
That's right, good.
And then it says Dasein can only demise only as long as it's dying.
Dasein can demise only as long as it's dying. Did we write ever dying on here? Dying is, where's dying? No, yeah, dying, fine. Okay, Dasein can demise only as long as it's dying. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That is, if it's living in a life that takes account of its vulnerability to world collapse, which is exactly the issue for next time. The life is called anticipatory resoluteness, but we don't know what that is yet. But as long as it's living this kind of life, then it can understand that it's not an animal that perishes, but it's got a special way of perishing, which is going to be called demise. Is that what you're just saying? And that fits the line you just read. That's okay. Ooh, that's okay. So, and I think I've just come to the end of what I want to say here, and I think dying makes demise possible. Is that what did you just read, 291?
Yeah,
that's the next thing in my notes. How nice. Okay, now let me see. I've got only 2 more sentences. The logical one. So I'm just repeating myself. What we need now is to describe the way the permanent possibility of no more possibilities permeates my life. That's what we call die. And that's anticipatory resoluteness. And that's what we're going to read for next time. And also, I think it would help if everybody read the paper I gave out. Now that you've heard all this, you'll see how that'll sort of crystallize in your mind what we've been talking about. Anything else anybody needs to say? You want to make the last remark? It's okay with me. Yeah.
How can death be equated with world collapse when in death that's the possibility of no possibilities, and there's no more clearing from which to experience any such world collapse? It seems.
Well, you mean you. You mean death on your deathbed is because you can experience the collapse of your world, of your love, of medieval science, of all these things, and what you can't experience. What's special about what happens on your deathbed is that it wipes you out even more completely. I mean, I had something written about that, but I didn't talk about it. It looks like there's something that has to be around even after your world collapses, and that's this minimal thing of mindness and that it is and has to be. Those are the 2 ways he describes minimal Dasein. And what happens in, so to speak, perishing kind of death, which really wipes you out. You even get wiped out as that it is and has to be, and a minus and so forth. That's important in a funny way, because that shows that there's something special about this paradigm case of what happens to you on your deathbed. But it seems that we shouldn't pay attention to that. If we're looking for a general ontological structural understanding of death, it shouldn't emphasize the peculiar kind of terminalness of death, because you can have terminal death for cultures and for science too, but they're not as terminal as what happens to people on their deathbed. They just don't get another chance to have another world. And okay, so it looks like there are, and there are probably more, sort of asymmetries that get him into trouble, that he should take this event on the deathbed as the paradigm case. And you put your finger on the main one, I think. And yeah, okay, Eugene gets the last word. That's fine with me. We still have 4 minutes.
I was going to say, I think there's a pretty clear final version of the death conception on 303 at the top.
Good. We need a final crunching thing. Let's hope this is it.
So he's doing the everyday thing, and then he says he's going to get from that to the final one, and then he says the full existential conception is as follows.
Okay, well, let's see that. Of death may now be defined. Death as the end of Dasein is Dasein's own most possibility, non-relational, certain, such definite, not to be outstripped. Death is as Dasein's end in the being of this entity towards this end.
And that's the full final.
No,
that's the full final idea of death, I think.
Death is, and it's the same thing that gets spelled out with anxiety thrown in. You mean when I said, is that before or after that other one? No, it's the same thing that comes up on 311. In other words, is that right? No, well, maybe not. Wait, let's stop and think about this a minute. I think what's interesting is one of them, the top of 303, is about some definition of what death is, and the top of 311 is about anticipatory resoluteness. It's about how you live that structure. Can you write that down? So 303 is about the structure of death, and that means 311 is about dying, as we put it on the board. How you live it.
311 is the authentic one. So it's the
yeah, 311 is authentic dying, right? Okay, and 303 is the structure that authentic dying has to live. That is anticipatory resoluteness. Okay. I don't understand what we're supposed to be reading today. I read it again for the many time, and I'm just going to go through it and try to explain it as I go, as far as I understand it. But only when I do it, but every time I read it, it convinces me that if he hadn't done it in this reversed, bizarre order, if he had only done sort of resoluteness and then anticipation and anticipatory resoluteness, I think I might have understood it. But what he does is, we saw last time, he does death and anticipation, and then he seems to me to be going back and getting resoluteness, and then in the part that I assigned for today, which is unbelievably hard to understand as far as I can tell, at least as far as I can understand, then he tries to put the two together and get the whole picture of Dasein, and even a claim as to how you're supposed to live if you have this, when you manifest the structure of a kind of Dasein that has anticipatory resoluteness as the way of being that manifests its thrown and projecting structure. So I will just start explaining it as best I can, and you can. But I really want your help. I mean, I'm not just saying rhetorically. I mean, I don't think I could yet write about this. Although, if I could translate it, as I'll do whenever I get pushed, into what I think it ought to be saying and what I think maybe it really is saying, I think it makes perfectly good sense on a certain level. But at the level of formal abstractness that this carries on, there are all kinds of moves, which I'll point out. I don't understand sort of why he's making them or thinks that they're convincing. So let's just go back to where we were. Let me say that I'm not going to go back to death, which has its own complicated stuff in it, which we did a lot with last time. We've got to go on to the part on anticipatory resoluteness. So the first thing, general thing I want to say is that it's part of the way formal indication works, that it's not too clear when you've done it completely and gotten rid of all the everyday and traditional ways of thinking about guilt and death in this case, but other problems, other things in other cases, but let's not talk about the others. Anyway, you've never sure when you've got it thought sort of formally indicated, cleared through, and I think that's the problem with death. Guilt, I think he does it. So I want to go back and start by just saying some general things about that, because if you see what happens with guilt and conscience, how totally they are formally indicated away until their essence has sort of, as I say, either nothing or a 180-degree opposition to their way we normally understand them. Well, look what happens with guilt. I mean, it turns out it's being the basis of a null projection. It's being ungrounded. It's not being able to get behind your throwiness. It's sort of the opposite of responsibility, of autonomy, of choice. Well, never mind choice. Choice is still in there. But the very fundamental notions about conscience and guilt all turn out to be part of the cover-up. So the story, the ontological story, when we finally get to the essence of guilt, it doesn't look anything like what we thought guilt was. Let's look at 328. There's where he says he's going to formalize it. When he's talking about this thing which I'm calling formal indication, what he means this business, and we talked about it, you designate something and then you formalize it, is you go and you investigate it more and you see that the traits that it seems to have when you started are cover-ups of something more basic. And this is what he's doing on 328. I'm just going to go back there for a minute. On 328, in the bottom paragraph, he's telling us how and I didn't read this, but it's exactly what I said last time and what I just said now. The way you drop out all the characteristics that describe what you're dealing with when you finally formalize it. So let's look at the bottom of 328. Skipping in a little. The idea of guilty must be sufficiently formalized so that those ordinary phenomena of guilt which are related to our concern for being with others will drop out. So all the ordinary phenomena of guilt are dropping out. Owing anybody anything, feeling guilty toward anybody, lacking something that you should have done for somebody, all that's gone. The idea of guilt must not only be raised above the domain of that concern which we reckon things up, but also detached from relationship to any law or ought. So conscience has nothing to do with what you ought to be doing, and guilt has nothing to do with failing to do what you ought to be doing. They're just not normative notions when he gets done with them. So it's not a question of ought that failing to comply with it loads you with guilt. For here too, guilt is still necessarily defined as a lack, when something which ought to be and can be missing. And that's just not what it is. And then he describes what it is at little above the middle of 329. We define the formally existential idea of guilt as being the basis for a being which has been defined by a not, that is to say, being the basis of a nullity. And then he describes more later what kind of nullity it is, this kind of nullity that can't get behind its thrownness. Now that's just kind of review. I only say it because I don't think death is pushed all the way. I think that some of the characteristics of death are the essential ones, and some of them seem to be characteristics of the terminal event that is at the end of your life, not perishing, not the end of your life as a living thing, but the end of Dasein, as we said in the very end of the last lecture in a hurry. And what it looks like sometimes there's an unget-aroundable end in which sooner or later you find that you have no more possibilities. And that I think is, and that seems to contradict some other aspect of death as he defines it, in which you put the emphasis on possibility, that it's the possibility of having no more possibilities. It's not in any way the actuality. So it's the possibility of world collapse, to put it in another way. It's not the event of world collapse. It's not something that happens inevitably at the end of Dasein's existence when it ceases to be. All of that seems to me is not formalized enough. What's formalized enough is that there is some unrelatable and in some way certain characteristic of Dasein's way of being, and that gets covered up with anything that has to do with what could happen to you when the world actually collapses, and what is inevitable and what is terminal. That's covering up some constant way that Dasein is, and that constant way that Dasein is vulnerable to world collapse, and that's what's being covered up by the story, by whatever is left in his definition of death, which points to there being at the end of Dasein's life this inevitable event after which it has no more possibilities, the absolute impossibility of any possibilities. That's the wrong end, the wrong way to think about death, I think. So anyway, I just come back to it because I sort of brood about it, that I can't anyway get all the characteristics of death together, because some of them seem to be more formalized than others. And I think, and I'll just say it again, it's just a kind of intuition that just as guilt is utterly separate from the ontological guilt, is utterly separate from something you can incur or take on yourself or pay off, or that has anything to do with others, has anything to do with normativity. Guilt is just something else. It's thrownness, and that's just different. And I think death should be something else, just as different. And that something else just as different is that Dasein isn't a necessary kind of being. It's always possible that Dasein will stop being. That's just another way to put it. And when it does, it's not, it needn't be a kind of stopping of being, which is the final one, a terminal one, an inevitable one, and a certain one. All that sounds too much like croaking, or if not croaking, then some other thing that happens to Dasein at the end of its life. So, okay, now I'm just repeating myself, so let me go on. So I'm going to catch up where I am. Death is not perishing, it's a way of life, and it seems sometimes to be a terminal Dasein kind of demise event, and the end of all possibilities, and sometimes it seems to be further formalized and be the possibility of the end of all possibilities. And that's how I want to understand it. So let me see where I'm still trying to review and sum up here. And so we get to the question, and how does one act when one makes death a way of life? And to do that, we have to take a big detour now through what guilt and resoluteness, and how that combines with anticipation to get you anticipatory resoluteness, and what kind of life you lead when you are anticipatory resolute. And now I think how much I haven't figured, I'm so confused that I haven't even been able to figure out the following. How much of this, my confusion, is in the text, and how much of this confusion, if it is there, is caused by the fact that he begins with anticipatory, as you know, and defines it, and starts the whole Division 2 with a big discussion of death, and then he does guilt and resoluteness and conscience, and then he comes back to death by bringing in anticipatory, which he's already done. So, but let's do it now in his order and see if we can make sense of it the way he's doing it. So we're going to start on 306. I begin with 306 because that's where he brings in anticipation too soon. He's talking about death. He hasn't said anything about anticipation, and all of a sudden on 306 he introduces it. I believe this is the first introduction of it, and I think he's introducing it here as a technical term in italics in the second paragraph. That being towards this possibility is being towards death is so to comport ourselves towards death that in this being and for it, death reveals itself as a possibility. Our term, and where possibility doesn't mean some present at hand possibility, there's some possible event that's going to happen in the future sometime, inevitably. He's clear that he doesn't want it to mean that. It's a possibility the way possibility operates with Dasein, namely it's a way that your whole life gets structured. It's the sort of shape of your projects. The stuff that I think Bill Blattner is very good on, where what is it to have as your for the sake of which is something that organizes all your activities. So here, anticipation as a possibility for Dasein organizes something, gives some kind of way of acting to Dasein, which he isn't ready to talk about yet until way later, but he introduces it here. And okay, so he wants to introduce anticipation of a possibility, but in this way of behaving, does there not lurk a coming close to the possibility? And when one is close to a possibility, does not one its actualization emerge? Of course, that would be not the way it works with Dasein. Present at hand possibilities, I think you realize, but I'll just repeat it. Present at hand possibilities remain possibilities until they get actualized, and then generally they're better than possibilities. Kant's famous for saying that real dollars are better than possible dollars, but the existential possibilities are higher than present at hand possibilities. They don't ever get actualized. It isn't as if they're possible for a while and then one day they become actual. They just stay possible as what organizes your life. Maybe, I mean, this is such an interesting idea, and I believe what Blattner says about it. I mean, so if your ultimate possibility as Dasein is to be a professor, to say, that doesn't mean that one day you'll get actualized as a professor and then you'll be even better than being a possible professor. That means that being a professor organizes everything you do in such a way that it couldn't be something you would arrive at and actualize, like getting tenure. It's constantly, if it weren't for already using the word actual, you could say it was constantly actual, but that's wrong, because that's present at hand talk. It just constantly organizes whatever you're doing, if it's your for the sake of which. And death is doing that too. As a possibility, it's constantly organizing what you're doing. I'll read it the very italics and then you can talk, Deland. The closeness with which one may have in being towards death as a possibility is as far as possible from anything actual. And the more unveiledly this possibility gets understood, the more purely does the understanding penetrate into it as the possibility of the impossibility of any existence at all. And that possibility is not some event that could ever occur. That is well, again, that's going to organize everything you do. It is that your world, your Dasein, can stop being at any moment. But it's not the moment when it stops being that's important. What's important is the experience that it's possible that it could collapse. Okay, Dylan.
So I was trying to understand the distinction between expectation and anticipation.
Okay,
I thought
good.
It had a sense of one was a kind of a cognitive or more conceptual, in the sense where you mentioned present hand.
No. There is another distinction which you're interested in, but I think, between expectation, which is the representation of something that's going to happen and hasn't happened yet. But then there's something that's not an expectation, but an anticipation when you're coping with things, and you're... Yeah, like Merleau-Ponty. And it's not like that either, because both expectations and anticipations have a condition of satisfaction in which they finally happen. They arrive.
Merleau-Ponty's anticipation of the thickness of a room and going into a house?
Well, yeah, or at least your Merleau-Ponty's anticipation of a doorknob as you get up to leave the room and your hand begins to take the shape of the doorknob. That's certainly not an expectation. You're not expecting the doorknob, but you're anticipating it, and if something happens and suddenly it gets taken away, you'll be startled. So anyway, it's neither an anticipation nor an expectation. This kind of anticipation this kind of possibility that he's talking about has no success conditions. It never is actualized. And he's sort of constantly playing with the fact that even when your possibility of having no more possibilities is actualized, it's not really actualized because there's no you anymore, and you never take part in an event which actualizes the possibility of your having no more possibilities, because you're defined by your possibilities, and when that event of having no more possibilities occurs, you're not there anymore. And he's clear about that. That's another way of saying it has no actualization conditions. Anything else? I'm happy to hear people say things because it will help maybe understand what's going on. But I'm still sort of trying to get a running start to what we read today. I went way back to try to see if I could see how it all fitted together, and I failed. But I'll go through the process that I went through. Okay, let's see. Where are we? So there he defines anticipation first, I think, on 306. And he talks more about it on 308. And where, I don't know, let's see. Here at the bottom. He's come back at the bottom in that bottom paragraph. When by anticipation one becomes free for one's own death, one is liberated from one's lostness in the possibilities which thrust themselves upon one, and liberated in such a way that one can authentically understand and choose among the possibilities lying ahead of the possibility. Anticipation discloses to existence that its uttermost possibility lies in giving itself up, and shatters all tenaciousness to whatever existence one has reached. Now, I read that because that's the way anticipation comes back when he gets to anticipatory resoluteness. Then he says that what happens, just plain resoluteness hasn't sort of given up all clinging tenaciously to possibilities, and that's what happens when you go from resoluteness to anticipatory resoluteness. So he's got it, he's putting it in here, but he's going to need it way back later, and that's all I can say about it. He doesn't need it here, and he tells a whole story here, which is going to come. He's going to come back to later. Let's read a little more. What he says here, briefly, he's going to say later when he does anticipatory resoluteness more thoroughly, namely that you can't, how does he put it back there? Well, we'll wait till we get there. But what he says here is, anyway, and what the general idea is, that you've got to be flexible, and you when you're thrown into a way of acting which is resolute, you must always be ready to give up whatever particular projects you're acting on, and that's part of resoluteness, is that you're acting in a way that is ungrounded and not guaranteed, and it can collapse. So here's the first sort of thing that anticipation has to do with world collapse. Let me just read a little more. In anticipation, Dasein guards itself against falling back behind itself. It guards itself against becoming too old for victories, free for its own most possibilities, which are determined by the end and so are understood as finite. Dasein dispels the danger that it may, by its own finite understanding, fail to recognize that it is getting outstripped by the existence possibilities of others, or rather that it may explain these possibilities wrongly, and so forth and so forth. That is, I take it, that you've got to be ready always to take back whatever it is that you have committed yourself to and defined yourself in terms of, and that anticipation is this stance which is always open to taking anything that it's committed itself to back, but not just, this is the kind of thing that Hoagland is good on, not just sort of flighty, ready flexibility, ready to take anything back, not sort of postmodern flexibility for its own sake, but simply that you never get fanatical, you never get stuck on anything, even though you stick with it. This is Hoagland's slogan, stick with it, but don't ever get stuck with it. That's what anticipation is supposed to give you, that he's talking about here. And he talks about it, and he talks about it in italics on the top of 311. So I'm reading all this, although it was part of last time's reading about death, because it's the anticipation part of it is what comes up again after he does the part on guilt. So we've got to go back and find it. So he says now at the top of 311, we've now summarized our characterization of authentic being towards death as we projected it existentially. Anticipation reveals to Dasein its lostness in the they self and brings it face to face with the possibility of being itself, unsupported by concern for lassitude, by being itself in an impassioned freedom towards death. Freedom towards death. I mean, I'm always wondering whether death is the freedom towards the world collapse, or whether it's a freedom towards death. Well, I don't. A freedom which has been released from the illusions of the day, practically certain of itself and anxious. Freedom. We said last time that death was, what was our slogan? Death was it was acting on the possibility of no more Dasein, right? What was the phrase? I have it here from what you wrote down last time. Death was the possibility of demise. Freedom toward the possibility of demise. See, that's so weird. I would have thought freedom to act in terms of the possibility of demise, which was really freedom to act in the light of the possible impossibility. And freedom toward death is death is the I'm lost every time I get into this. And you say something, Eugene, because I'm reading.
Maybe he means just free being toward death.
Free.
Toward death, and that being is
free being towards death. Free being towards death.
Where towards death in a free way.
Okay, free being towards death. And let me think about that. Yeah, but if you say that death is the possibility of demise, so freedom, okay, to act in the light of the possibility of demise. Is that right? Freely acting in the light of the possibility of demise. You don't look happy with that. I don't know. Okay, yeah, Tyler. Well, yes, everything's lost, because if all you've got left is stuff that happens to people at the end of their lives, and the whole thing is supposed to be something you're doing right now. Okay, I see. You're going to keep dying as a way of life, and have death, not death. Well, let's try it and see what happens. Impassioned freedom towards death, but he's got death. Now, what are you supposed to do with it? Freedom, okay. Impassioned freedom towards the end. Is that demise, the end? Because I think we want whatever this impassioned freedom towards death, that ought to be what you're calling dying.
Yeah, so the end of Dasein as an event would be demise.
Yeah.
There's also this way of being called dying. And we don't want to talk about death. Just talk about the end of Dasein as demise and as a being towards the end which is dying.
Okay, now being towards the end with dying. Okay, wait, well, before you talk, let Eugene, you want to answer?
Yeah, I'm open to that. But in characterizing the possibility of an impossibility in some way other than death, it sounds like an event. Death seems to trip us up every time, because we think of it as an event which we're being towards.
But why does it help to put in place of death perishing, which is an event? Of no more possibility.
No more possibility, but every time we use the word death, we think of it as event. We need to think of being towards the possibility of no more possibility. We need some word.
Okay, and dying is fine. Dying is living. Dying is a way of life. Dying is living in the light of, of the fact that Dasein has this possibility of having no more possibilities, and that's supposed to permeate everything you do. And one of the ways it permeates everything you do, just let me put it with, is the way it keeps you from getting stuck on anything, as if that was something that that was absolutely important to you. You will be able to give up anything that seems absolutely important to you, since you've sort of given up everything, given up the assurance of everything all the time as you act. Once you've understood that you're always acting in the light of the possibility that, I take it, Tyler, would you object? I don't know. I've always tempted to say, you act in such a way that the next moment may be your last. I take it you really aren't supposed to say that, but it looks like that's what it comes to. That, you stick with that. Okay, and it sounds better too than the thinking that the next moment may be your last, because that makes it brings it nearer, but it's still something that hasn't happened yet that might happen, and that's not what you want to deal with. You want to deal with something, the other thing, the possibility of no more possibilities, not the next moment may be the moment in which the possibility of having no more possibilities gets cashed out or something like that. That's not it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is confusing that death is no longer supposed to be an event, but I think, to be fair, it's equally confusing that you change the definition of guilt entirely and doesn't want to make it about responsibility or autonomy. So I think perhaps we should struggle with the definition and stick with death, even though it is confusing. Regarding the phrase freedom towards death, I don't know if this has already been mentioned or offered as a suggestion, but I thought that was a synonym for dying itself.
Well, that's what we're trying. That's what everybody seems to be saying. Yeah, freedom towards death is, according to Tyler, and I think true misleading way of taking it, because you can't help but fall back into getting death as seeming to be like demise, and seeming to be the event of the ending of Dasein, which isn't quite an event, but that isn't important here. So better just leave it. Just say, instead of freedom towards death, dying, as acting and committing yourself seriously, but always flexibly to whatever it is you're doing. That's what it is to have an impassioned freedom towards death, I take it. And of course, you'll be out of the one that gets committed to doing all sorts of things, or is flighty and never commits itself to anything. This is a way of being not flighty but steadfast, and yet have, in a certain way, already got over sort of any kind of fanatical attachment that if something or other doesn't happen, it'll just be a total disaster. I'm teaching Kierkegaard now, and in Kierkegaard, this is the movement of resignation that everybody's got to make. That everything is a gift, and you don't have any claim on anything, and you can't make your happiness depend on achieving some specific thing or other, and then you'll be able to really devote yourself to things and enjoy them and so forth. But you give up some idea that it's related to autonomy again, isn't it? Some idea that you can control your life and that you can commit yourself to something and remain committed to it no matter what. You've got to realize that finally you can't control your life, and that you are ready to give up any particular possibilities that you're projecting into. Somebody else had a hand up. You yeah.
At the bottom of page 307.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's comporting toward life under a certain description, namely, as always possible I don't know if I would put possible in there, as never guaranteed, of never necessary never necessary in the sense that you can count on it, never necessary in the sense that you couldn't get along without it, and so forth. So it's a certain way of dealing with all possibilities. But that's a way of life. Yeah, we keep coming back to that. You look like you're worried about that.
I was just going to think the German helps. The German for a lot of these words.
Yeah, it does sometime. Give us some German.
So like the German for all these things that stand in
Good, right. Impending means you never want to let's repeat this. Think that that you're moving nearer and nearer to some moment, which is this moment of death. You are moving nearer and nearer to some moment, namely perishing. But that isn't important, for one thing, because you won't be there. Go ahead.
And then anticipation is also kind of a strange word in English. In German, it's just vorlaufen, which is like to go forward or to run forward.
Yes, it's important always to say that, and that would be for Deland too. Don't let the word anticipation fool you. It's just vorlaufen, which means just, as Eugene says, running ahead. And again, even that's sort of confusing, because it sounds like there's something in the future that you're running ahead to, but it isn't even that.
It's like going forward.
Going forward. Yeah, going forward, I guess you can say that without... Yeah, as long as you can, are going ahead, that's all right. The point is, don't think that you're getting nearer and nearer to something when you're running forward. As soon as you do that, then you get back. You have to keep telling yourself this: death is not something impending in the sense of a future possibility which will someday get actualized. There is such a thing. Namely, you're perishing, but it's not what we're talking about. Is that any more fours?
And then conscience. What conscience does is calls us forward.
Calls us forth.
Calls us forth or calls us ahead.
Right. Yeah.
So it calls us to do the thing that we do when we go for it.
Okay.
It's always forward, and we're called to do it.
Good. And all of them are avoiding, and that's just the other way of saying what he said. All talk of somehow anticipating, getting nearer to it, and so forth. It's not an event in time that we're talking about. Right.
And that kind of helps with the structure of the chapters too, because it's what calls us to do it.
Okay, conscience comes along later and calls us to do it. That's good. Yes, that's a way. You're trying to explain, and I hope somebody would, why the chapters are in this order they are. Is that right? Yes, I think conscience could be put afterward. I don't really understand. I don't see how guilt, how not get behind your thrownness. There are two parts to what comes afterward. The guilt part I would have put in front. I'll buy your conscience part I would have put after. Yeah. Okay, I had a hand. Yeah, go ahead.
In light of this discussion, would it be maybe appropriate to translate death as mortality rather than death as maybe a
Well, let's try mortality.
That it's not this event, but this always happening.
Yeah. I think Heidegger would like that. Yeah, I like that. That's good. And then, you know, what's really good is later Heidegger, he refers to us as the mortals, whatever he refers to people. And he says always something like, the mortals are the ones who can die. And I think any normal person reading it thinks, aha, he means that, you know, they're going to croak sometime. But he doesn't, of course. He means the mortals are the kind of people who are the kind of beings who can live in the possibility of no more possibilities, period. So, yeah, mortal is good. He really buys that. Okay. Yeah. If it's foreboding, that's unfortunate, because that suggests impending. We don't want that. We don't want that, because are you suggesting that we should look at it that way? I see. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, I think that's right. We avoid anything like that. What did you say again? Foreboding. See, foreboding is what? That you think the sad event is going to occur, and you have a bad feeling about things. And at least, and that association we don't want. That's like, yeah, I know, that's like feeling that a safe is going to drop on your head soon, and that's foreboding. That's not it. Okay, ready, everybody? Well, that was helpful. So now we can go on. So we're going to live in the face of the constant possibility of world collapse, and that gets us to anxiety. All these things are in here. One of the things I was trying to see was if there's, you should keep your eyes open for it too. I found half of what I was looking for. I think there are three, I said this before, three forms of nullity. There's the nullity of being the null basis, which is the guilt one. There is the nullity of the possibility of no more possibilities, and there's the nullity of choice, and he does name them all nullities. I wondered if he did. But what I'm surprised at is I can only find two anxieties. There's certainly the anxiety that death is anxiety at the bottom of 310. And that's because Dasein is face to face with the nothing. Where I'm about 15 lines from the bottom of 310, of the possible impossibility of its existence. So anxiety is the experience of being face to face with the possible impossibility of your existence. And that doesn't mean that you're just about to be hung or something. That means that all the time you're always anxious and you're always in the face of the possible impossibility of your continued existence. And so there is an anxiety of death. And later he's going to tell you there's an anxiety of guilt. And I'm sure there's supposed to be a third anxiety of choice. It's just that he's so uninterested in it that he didn't bother to name it. And it's just important to keep, it's helpful to keep those three in mind. They're all aspects of the fundamental, as he says here, the fundamental nothingness, really, that Dasein is. If you're looking for something of the strong sort that philosophers will hope to have, some kind of grounding, there isn't any. That's the guilt, and some kind of assurance that you're immortal. There isn't any, and that's the anxiety of death. And the anxiety of choice is the funny one Sartre likes best, and Heidegger finds sort of boring, is that if you choose something, you can't choose a whole lot of other things. You annihilate them. So every choice nullifies a whole bunch of other possibilities. Okay, now where am I? Back to this. So anxiety comes in here on 310. And now we want to talk about how this is going to be attested, which is his word for what I say, manifest, and how people live. What is it like to you are existential, the existential, you are this kind of nullity which is thrown and towards death, And how do you live that? How do you attest to the fact that you are? Well, this is at the bottom of 311. If we succeed in uncovering the attestation phenomenologically, let me go back a little. The question of Dasein's authentic being a whole, remember he started with that, and of its existential constitution still hangs in midair. It can be put on a phenomenal basis, which will stand the test only if it can cling to a possible authenticity of its being, which is attested by Dasein itself. That is there a way that Dasein can manifest that it has or is this structure? If we succeed in uncovering that attestation phenomenologically, together with what it attests, then the problem will arise anew as to whether the anticipation of death, which we have hitherto projected only in its ontological possibility, has an essential connection with authentic ability to be, which has been attested. In other words, can you live it? What is it to live your mortality? And that's the end of the chapter. So now that gets him to where I'm convinced he should have been already a long time back, namely to talking about guilt and resoluteness. And that's on the next page. So now we're on 312. And conscience calls us to our being guilty, and our act, and then we act on it. When we act on it, we act resolutely. So on 314, conscience summons Dasein to being guilty, and then we hear lots about how it doesn't speak and how you have to listen to it. And what we understand is that conscience calls you to be authentic, not to do any specific thing. And wanting to have a conscience is a good thing because it's wanting to be authentic. And you are always, but having a conscience isn't isn't being guilty. Conscience calls you to face up to and manifest the fact that you are constantly, always, structurally guilty. And that means always thrown in a way that you can't get clear of and you can't get clear about. We talked about that already, so I'm going to just keep going. So we've got conscience. I don't think I need... Conscience calls you strictly to nothing, he says on 318. It calls Dasein forth. It forces Dasein to out of the they and so forth. We don't need any of that for where I'm trying to get. So let's go to 321. So there we get to the anxiety that goes with thrownness, and that's in italics 2/3 of the way down. Again, it's about a kind of nothingness, a kind of uncanniness. Remember that uncanniness is unheimlich in German, which means I would used to translate it weird. Now I think the right way to translate it is unsettled. And I'm trying to Heidegger's trying to say that it's ungrounded is the thing he's really thinking about. It's unrooted. There's no basis that it can count on when it acts. So uncanniness reveals itself authentically in the Befindlichkeit of anxiety, and it brings Dasein face to face with the nothing of the world, and Dasein finds its uncanniness, and so forth. And that is Dasein's, at the bottom of the page, primordial, thrown, being in the world as not at home. That's the unheimlich. The bare that it is, the nothing of the world, and all that, which we had already in Division 1. I'm going to get to the part where he puts them together, but since I can't understand the part where he puts them together, I'm trying to lead up to it in such a way that somebody can understand it. So now I think they're two nothings. We've done the nothing of Dasein. That's the nullity of death. And now we've got, in effect, the nothing of the world, as he says back here. That is, there's a kind of way in which the world is, you're never at home in it, and period. And that, I don't really have a feeling for that kind of uncanniness, I must admit. I think some other people do. I think I can't tell whether I'd ever expected the world to be more grounded than it really is, and therefore I don't feel unsettled, or I think it is more grounded than it really is. If anybody has a feeling for unsettledness and this kind of anxiety, say something about it, or tell. I mean, you can see it in movies and books. That's the best I can do. If the famous movies of unsettledness are all the Antonioni movies with Monica Vitti wandering around in a world in which she just can't relate to anything, not the people or the things. Nothing matters, and nothing grabs her. And have any of you read the Moviegoer of Walker Percy? That's a great book. That's totally about anxiety, written by Walker Percy after he'd read Heidegger and Kierkegaard. Yeah, he was an MD, and then he got tuberculosis and spent a lot of time in a hospital and read existentialist stuff, and then he wrote the Moviegoer. And it's just like Antonioni movies. This woman who's the moviegoer likes to hang around in deserted movie houses in the suburbs because nothing's happening and nothing matters. And it's the exact opposite of the Italian stock market. I switched to Antonioni movies, where Monica Vitti comes in at one point and sees her lover in the Italian stock market, where everybody is so utterly frantic, as if their life depended on selling these stocks right now. And she looks at them as if they're some alien form of life. And but I don't directly understand the uncanniness of the world. Does anybody want to help me out? Yeah. Wait, let's close. Will somebody wait, I couldn't hear you. Will somebody close the door? There's a conversation picking up out there. Now try again.
Psychedelic experiences in general, I think, have a characteristic of the world kind of coming apart. I mean, if you eat like a bait of mushrooms,
yeah,
suddenly everything doesn't make sense.
I don't think that's the right experience. It's this very world right here, clear as day, you all sitting here, which is unsettled and unheimlich. And, well, yes, I guess covered up, but it isn't as if to uncover it would be for things to come apart in some way and get fuzzy or full of surprises. That's not what's covered up. I really wish somebody could tell me. I would love examples. Thank goodness for the movies anyway. But right now, you've heard me say this, some of you probably. Once I was teaching the anxiety part in Division 1, and some student ran out of the room and threw up. That's the right kind of reaction. I wish I could understand what was going on in that student's mind. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of him.
He always kind of talked about it this way because he was an exile in his writing.
Okay, well, that's closer. Now, if you could understand, like, why we here, right here, in the West, in our own culture, right at home in our university, are feeling the same thing somehow as somebody like Said would feel that's the problem. I mean, I could understand how I could feel at home if you transported me to well, I don't know, some country Japan. I've been there. It's pretty strange, but in an amazing way. But the point is, we're supposed to be covering up the fact that we're not at home right now here, and what that feels like, I don't know. Did you want to say anything about Stephen? Okay. Now you can know, if you can only move us one step further. But we're supposed to be anxious right now, always, constantly, if we're authentic. There are two kinds of anxiety: the shattering kind. So, well, this is back to, you've all had Division 1 with me, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But remember that Division 1 is about what kind of thing Stephen's talking about, where all of a sudden the world withdraws and just shows up as meaningless pure, present at hand, and nothing matters, and you can't understand why anybody does anything, and you're paralyzed. That kind of anxiety is, I haven't experienced it, but I could, at least if I did experience it, I know what I think I'd recognize it. But what about the anxiety that the authentic person happily, constantly, steadfastly lives in and takes very seriously, and only gives up when it's really totally, it becomes impossible to do it? I mean, you do realize that, I mean, sometimes, for instance, if you read Blattner on anxiety, you wouldn't ever realize that the authentic Dasein is always anxious. Do anybody know? I'm always looking for this quote when I want it, and I never can find it, where he lists the characteristics of authentic Dasein, and in it is that Dasein is anxious. And so it can't be a breakdown of the meaning of everything. It's a sense just of the ungroundedness of everything. I guess it's a sense maybe that it could all break down. I don't even know if that's part of it. I doubt it. There's something I wanted to say about just a second. Oh well, maybe it helps. I mean, it's sort of a non-rootedness he talks about. It's some. Well, I think this is too. I mean, I think I'm more like Heidegger than he is at this point. I mean, later Heidegger is going to say that it's sort of Western European to be non-rooted, but that it's possible to be rooted, and that he wants to help propose a new rootedness. And then all this attempt to try to explain why authentic Dasein is always anxious because we're always unrooted isn't. You don't have to do that anymore. But in this, he certainly has he's having an experience otherwise. You're looking concerned about what I just said, right? No, yeah. Are you upset about that? I just see that it's arbitrary, and then why bother?
And that's a way of being unsettled.
So you think your story is I'm in it all the time. That's why I can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it has to do with not hearing.
With what?
Not hearing that's not.
That's right. Yes, good. Let's put that in there. The collapsing kind of anxiety is what you get when you are inside Das Man, and it looks like everything has intrinsic meaning. It looks like Christmas cards just better be sent on Christmas, or who knows what bad thing will happen to you. And then you get this sudden realization, well, this is an absolutely weird thing. And when you go to other cultures, you get it more. So but if you're out of Das Man, then your being in constant anxiety is just the sense that there isn't any way one ought to do it, that you have to do it that way. Your intrinsic meaning story has collapsed, and the first stage of it collapsing is the Division 1 story about paralysis. And then if you go back into the world the right way, authentically, then you'll still do what Das Man asks you to do most of the time. You're not going to go around taking your clothes off or something. And there are norms, and you obey the norms, but you no longer think of them as intrinsically the right way to do things.
Yeah, there's like all these Christmas cards and pumpkins everywhere, and that's foreign to you.
All right. Or what I think sometimes is that there's always this feeling, and even I can't get over it all. I mean, that there's the right way to sit, for instance, and that is in chairs. It's healthier, it's more comfortable, it's in every way clearly superior. And then there are these weird people who squat on the floor at tables, otherwise seemingly sophisticated people like the Japanese, and there are other people who sit on the floor altogether. And there might have been a bunch of people, there don't seem to be any, that do everything they do standing up. But anyway, the idea that there is something that one does which is because it's the right way to do it, that's what goes away when you have this anxiety attack. And that's what somebody who lives in it just sees all the time, that this is all just arbitrary, and there's no one way that's better than the other. And you do what one does because you've got to do something and be intelligible, not because it's the right way. Is that?
So then you might be the most unsettled
I guess so. But as I said, I don't know. Anyway, I would have to tell people the story of my life, and that would be a digression. Because I mean, you know things about me that make you say.
Just by the things that you said about something done earlier.
Okay. Yes. Well. Yeah. Right. That's and people stopping at stoplights in the middle of the night. Hans. I mean, apparently in China that people think that's the funniest thing in the world, that people sit in the middle of an empty street with all coming into the center and nobody's anywhere, and they're waiting patiently for the light to change and go green. I feel the same way. I've always felt the same way. I don't wait, but I mean, I don't understand why anybody does. But it's like that. Yeah, Hans Sluga has this funny story. I haven't heard him mention it lately. When he was in Berlin, seeing it was maybe 20 years ago, I guess, seeing a hippie with studs on their jacket and rings and everything, very, very sort of anti-social, at midnight waiting patiently on the street corner for the light to change. And that person hasn't really got it yet. So did I see another hand? If not, I'm going. Yeah.
The dimension of anxiety falls out, and maybe I don't know. It's like there's a sort of anxiety which would be a step further than what we do in this area. There's like a unease with what one does. So when you hold office hours with one student as opposed to with multiple students as opposed to one, you're sort of uneasy with the way one does things. But it seems like there ought to be a sort of anxiety in which you're uneasy with your way of doing it as well. So it's like, at least what I was
I was talking about unsettledness. I think anxiety is less.
But I guess my question is unsettledness a phenomenon one experiences relative to what one does? So you're unsettled about the norms? Or is it even more radical? You become unsettled even in your own way of doing things which are different?
Yeah, I think you got an interesting point there, which is perhaps since I've become the example of this, I have this tendency to think, as I just said with the street light and so forth, that there's a right way to do it. Namely, when there's nobody around, you should go. Why waste your time and so forth? And I tend to think, I mean, the trees are valuable, and that sending people Christmas cards who are across the street is wrong. And I have a side. That's right. I'm not anxious enough. I see that now. That's interesting. Yes, if I were really anxious, I wouldn't have such a sense that if I were running the country, there wouldn't be people waiting at street lights and so forth. That's wrong. Good point. Now, another hand I saw, and then I'm going to go back to this, or didn't I? Yeah, okay.
Is it possible that some of this is made, it seems to me the way you're describing it, that this is all made concrete in depression. A lot of the way you're describing anxiety is, I think, a lot of the way people would describe, they, I guess, maybe would describe depression.
The depression. Depression, did you say? Yes. Well, that's an interesting thing you should say that, because Heidegger later describes the same phenomena that he called anxiety, and he calls it depression. And I think that's another way of saying it looks like Heidegger may be talking about a particular stage of German angst or something when he's thinking about it. And but I don't know. I mean, there are two different things. The breakdown one might be depression. I mean, you don't want to confuse things. When you're sitting there and you can't understand why anybody would do anything and you just can't get up from your chair. I've heard people who are really depressed say that they had a very important person to me, and a therapist who was on Prozac, tried going away from stopped taking the Prozac, and she said then she could just sit in the chair and there was no reason for her to move, and she couldn't move, so she had to go back on it. Okay, but that's different. The question is, it doesn't seem like depression to say that you don't believe that there's a right way of doing things. Neither the Das Mann way, or, as Tyler now says, even your own way. There are just a whole lot of different ways of doing things, and and there's no ground for that. The only thing that bothers me is I don't understand, and I'm back to where we started, why that's upsetting. But I think it is. I think it's upsetting to people who think that there are rules for how to do things and do things right, and those rules either are grounded in reason or revelation or nature, and they would be very upset if it turned out that all these different ways of life were equally all right and none of them the right way. Maybe that we're not so much among them. Maybe I'm more among them than I thought I was. Yeah.
Just to build off that example, relating to that type of problem, it might be helpful to distinguish the feeling of depression from the state of one who has the condition of depression, in the sense that one who's feeling depressed, for example, has that initial anxiety state, that sort of breakdown state where the world is suddenly void of meaning. All meaning sinks out, and you just stand there and you wonder, like, why does anyone do anything? And everything's just so trivial. But after you overcome that feeling, and the feeling passes, and yet you know that, for example, that whatever that condition is, the chemical imbalance or what have you, remains with you. You have to deal with the world in a different way, because you know that no matter what kind of structures of meaning you create, or others create for you, or that are around you, they themselves are always vulnerable to that. That at any moment, the same event could happen, the same effect could strike you, that suddenly everything becomes meaningless. And I think, of course, different people deal with that in different ways. They have to. Some of them sort of see the world as absurd and just try to laugh at everything.
Okay, wait, stop. I mean, maybe. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, except I want to go back to this. I mean, we're getting too far into the phenomenology of anxiety, and I just, there's so much I want to cover. What? Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks. Come and talk to me more about it. I'm all for hearing the phenomena, but not right now. So we got two nullities, 331. Why am I jumping to 331? I have to go back to 321, 323. Well, the nullities I already mentioned. They're 331. So I just call your attention to that. There's the nullity of projection, and that's tied up with the nullity of guilt. And there's the nullity of thrownness at the next paragraph, the second paragraph on 331. The structure of thrownness, there lies essential in nullity, as there is in projection. And so care is permeated with nullity through and through. And Dasein is guilty, and now we go back to that again. Formerly existential definition of guilt as being the basis of a nullity is correct. So that there you have really got guilt completely formalized. And the question is whether death ever gets formalized that much. Notice that all this talk about on 330, this talk about nullity doesn't have death in it. Now I'm trying to again tell you what I think is so peculiar about the way the book is organized. I mean, death has got lots of talk about nullity. Now then you get to the part on guilt, and it's as if guilt is the main story about nullity on 333. So uncanniness brings you to guilt, and conscience says Dasein is a null basis of a null projection, and it's therefore guilty. I mean, here's one of these places where I'm confused. You would have thought if he's got a null projection, it's about death. I've always supposed that there was thrownness, and its kind of nullity was guilt, and there is projection, and its kind of nullity is death. But here you get lots of talk about thrownness, and lots of talk about nullity, and even talk about the nullity of understanding, which is where is that? Just a second, on 333. What am I looking at? Where, let's see, defines all this talk of nullity without reference to death. I just said, oh, well, it's all, but where is the understanding part about nullity? Am I imagining it when I was reading it? There's thrownness, so as to understand the thrownness, the null basis. Well, it's just that the call of being guilty and conscience doesn't call you to face up to your possibility of no more possibilities at all. Here, it's all done in terms of guilt, and yet he's already done death, so why doesn't he bring it in? Well, he does finally on 334, when it turns out that the call at the top is readiness for the to the ownmost possibility of existence, and the ownmost possibility of existence, you would have thought was death, but it's all done here in terms of guilt, and I just think this is a sign that the thing is confused. I mean, why didn't, if he could introduce the guilt part here and then the death part later, but having done a whole big thing about death and the possibility of no more possibilities, and that death is your ownmost possibility, doesn't he say that? He does. And now here we are at the top of 334, and it turns out guilt seems to be the ownmost possibility. Am I misreading? I think he's just confused. You think...
I think maybe ownmost doesn't mean more own than any other possibility. It just means completely yours.
Yes, but that was... I thought the completely yours was supposed to be what death gave you in its individuating character. And that was the sort of feature of death. But now we're not... He's doing it as to guilt and the call of conscience as getting you to the ownmost possibility. Do you think that's supposed to be the same ownmost possibility that is the one he talks about in the death chapter?
It should be. It's a technical term, yeah.
It should be.
I think they both individuate you.
Okay. They both individuate you. I see. So death and guilt, each in their own way, individuate you. And they're both ownmost. I guess. When he introduces the ownmost in the death thing, he seems to make it sound as if it's a very special characteristic of the way death individuates. But you think that? Maybe not. Anyway, it better not be, because it looks like there are two different ownmosts and two different individuations, and now he's doing the guilt one. There's certainly no talk about death in here. So... Okay, well, I think we have to agree with, we have to do with what Eugene says. We have to think that there's just two different stories about what's ownmost, and your thrownness is ownmost, and so I think that's hard to get, because you see what I mean? Because there's something about the way death isolates you, and nobody can die your death. It doesn't look like guilt isolates you, and nobody can have your thrownness. No. That's a non-relational.
That's isolating you as non-relational.
That's right, but guilt doesn't have. You mean ownmost doesn't have to be non-relational? Well, I guess you're right. It doesn't have to be. I would have said it did, but clearly it doesn't. Your ownmost thrownness but maybe it doesn't even, and it doesn't even individuate you. It looks like, right? I think you got me off track in a way by throwing individuate in here. I think ownmost with death individuates, but ownmost with guilt doesn't individuate. Because the individuation's already been done for you, so that's death's job. If they all have the same job, it would be sort of less interesting. It doesn't say it individuates.
What's ownmost then?
Well, what would it be to be ownmost and not be individuating? I don't know. Well, I see we're caught in between. I mean, either it looks like it ought to be ownmost and individuating, and then it's going to be exactly the way but that has to do with nobody being able to die for you, nobody being able to step in for you when he does it with death. And now, what does ownmost mean when it isn't individuating and it isn't isolating and all that? Then did I see a hand? This is just sort of architectonic. We don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Point of clarification: doesn't guilt call forth the DOS sign to be authentic? And isn't the authenticity of a given DOS sign unique to that DOS line?
Guilt certainly, with a conscience particularly, calls you to be authentic. And if it calls you to be authentic, does that individuate you?
It wouldn't individuate you in the same way that death would, but it seems to
a type of individual. Well, that's what Eugene is thinking. It gets you away. Good. So okay, I see what you both are saying. I go along with it now that I see it. So it gets you away from Das Man. In that sense, it individuates you, even though it doesn't have this characteristic of nobody, unrelatedness and isolatedness. Yeah.
On the top of page 333.
Yeah.
The very last sentence it says that the calling back brings the last part brings itself back to itself from its lostness in the day. And this means that it's guilty. And so my question is, what is this bringing itself back to itself? What is the self that is beyond the self of Das Man? What does it mean to bring itself back to itself?
Well, that's certainly a hard one. That's very, very tough, because there is something about Dasein, which is this kind of minimal something or other that it has, even when it's in anxiety and paralyzed and so forth. When I talk to myself about it, I say that sometimes he talks about Dasein in it as that it is and has to be. That seems to be this minimal, and that I think there's another thing. This that it is and has to be has mindness. That's somehow rock bottom. Mindness isn't the same as being individuated. I don't know what exactly mindness is. Something. If anybody does, they should let me know. Sometimes I think it's first person perspective, but I'm not even sure that's right. But so and there is something. Let me finish this thought, called authentic Dasein, which is not the Dasein of Das Man, and not authentic Dasein either. And Heidegger says that both authentic Dasein and inauthentic Das Man Dasein are existential modifications of something which is the existential authentic Dasein. You remember this passage? We talked about this passage once, didn't we? And that it makes it look like there's some sort of kernel. I have no idea what to say about this. There's some kind of something or other that Dasein has, whether it's acting in the Das Man way or paralyzed or acting in an authentic way, and that's the thing you're talking about, I think, when it calls it back to itself. Is that what the passage? What is the passage? Because the constancy of the self is a big deal, and that comes up later. And for that, you have to have steadfastness and a kind of commitment and so forth. But I don't think that's the self here. Show me where the passage is.
Just the end of the continuing first paragraph on 333.
Okay, let me read it and see if I can tell. Calling back. Conscience calls for us, the Dasein. Come back to itself, its lostness in the bring back. It is to bring itself back to itself. And what is itself? Well, it's worth talking about. Does anybody have more to say? I think it's the that it is and has to be, and in which it takes a stand on its being. There is some being that is called to take a stand on its being, and that is its authentic, different sense of authentic. There are two senses of authentic self. There is this minimal sense of authentic self, which is what's called to take a stand on itself in its actions. And then there is this higher kind of authentic self, and that's the self that has taken a stand and got its life together, acting steadfastly and flexibly, and has a constant self. That's it. We know that kind of authentic self is an existential modification of something, just as we know that the Dasein, the self fleeing into Das Man, is an existential modification of something. And I don't know what to say. This is the kind of thing, Curtis, where you usually have something to say. Do you?
Not right now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a good question. We'll try to answer you for a minute. If we do, we make real progress. Yeah.
Doesn't
wouldn't Heidegger say Dasein is a clearing? Wouldn't that clearing be the self that he's describing?
Now, those sound like the right words. But can you say of that clearing that it is and has to be, that it has mindness? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. What do you think? You look like you want to say something.
Isn't the that it is and has to be just a strong projection?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the sort of minimal condition that can throw and project itself in two ways at least, authentically and inauthentically. Yeah.
But there isn't anything more than that you can be brought back to, right? Because we don't have any answers.
That's right. There's no kernel of substantive anything, and maybe to say that it's a clearing is to say something like that it's that's what I meant by perspectival. I think of Dasein when I try to think about this as a perspectival openness on the world. It can't be just sheer openness on the world because everybody's open on the world from where they are, and Heidegger knows that. And so is that the minimalist thing, that there's this perspectival clearing, which is a kind of activity? I'm ready to hear more. Yeah, Tyler.
I just don't see why we have to slip something between the existential modifications. Well, you can't have a fiction once there's two potentialities, which are co-primordial. Then you have nothing but alternations between two existential modifications, with nothing in between them. So Dasein is in one of its potentialities as an existential modification or another, but there's nothing.
Okay, that's. I mean, I think that's good, but can you account for this quote where Heidegger says that there is that both authenticity and inauthenticity are existential modifications of authentic Dasein? Doesn't he say that? He does say that, doesn't he? Well, I'll find it. Wait a minute. Let's not, just a second, let's not spend our time explaining something if it's a hallucination of mine. Find the place at the end of Das Mann chapter where he tells you that there are these two modifications. 168, that's it. I was looking at 68 and I wasn't finding it. Okay, now, I have to find the other one, but I mean, I wrote here 365. Let's look at 365. No. There's a place where he talks about them as both modifications. That isn't there, is it? Yeah. Modification, what?
It is towards the bottom.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the authentic self, right. It has been shown that about 15 lines from the bottom, it has been shown that proximally and for the most part, Dasein is not itself, but is lost in the they self, which is an existential modification of the authentic self. Maybe that's just a mistake, because I don't, because it.
What keeps us from saying when Dasein is authentic, it's an existential modification of the inauthentic. When Dasein is inauthentic, it's an existential modification of the authentic.
What keeps us from it is this sentence.
I don't see how.
It says that the they self is an existential modification of the authentic self. Maybe that's right. It just dawned on me what you're saying is that these two just go back and forth, and you could even throw in that there's a third existential modification in this undifferentiated mode. That those are all sort of modifications that sort of flip back and forth among themselves, but there's no underlying anything. I never thought about that. That's good. I think that's right. That you have just cleared up something that worried me for ages. Something I wished I'd asked Heidegger. Maybe if I'd asked Heidegger, he would have told me the same thing you just told me. It would be nice to know. Anybody else? So you see the thing now. There's no underlying self, no underlying deep authentic self. I always tried to make it as minimal as possible, but now I think Tyler has made it even more minimal. There is just this flipping back and forth, and maybe we can combine Tyler with me. Is it a flipping back and forth, Tyler, of a perspective on the world, a perspective away absorbed in the world? Yeah, I think, well, that fits with what you said when you came in to talk to me the other day, that we are just absorbed in the world, don't slip anything in between. Now you put these two things. We are absorbed in the world authentically or inauthentically, and there's no underlying core self, and there's certainly no mental representations in between, so we would be this active perspectival openness on the world, or absorption in the world would be better. Active perspectival absorption in the world, which flips back and forth between being authentic, inauthentic, or undifferentiated. Yeah, that's a mouthful, but I like it. What? Because now somebody should run out of the room and throw up to confirm that we've got it right. Yeah.
You say, in a sense, the self is this kind of modularity, this modulation between these two. It's only the self kind of appears through action or through doing things.
Okay. Well, we could jump ahead because where we, I think, wasn't it even in today's assignment? I'm trying to remember where he finally. No, it isn't. But I can get there. He tells you what the constancy of the self is, which is exactly what you're talking about. And the constancy of the self is just the steadfastness of whatever you're committed to. I think I wrote it at the very end of my notes. I did, so let me find steadfast, 369. As long as we're on the subject, we've jumped ahead of the assignment, haven't we? What were you supposed to be reading for today? From 349 to 358. Yeah, I've just jumped ahead, but never mind. Read it anyway. Here we are. If we're going to talk about the self and the subjectum, which it would be just the wrong thing, of course. The subjectum is the underlying core that has the properties. That's Descartes. That would be the race.
On page 283, he does say, I found eventually, one is what one does.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He says that every once in a while. That's part of it. And why would you think that there was a self-substance? Well, there is something, and he's talking about it in the bottom of 369, so let's read it. Selfhood, I'm right in the middle of 369. Selfhood is to be discerned existentially only in one's authentic ability to be itself, that is to say, in the authenticity of Daseinist care. In terms of care, the constancy of the self as the supposed persistence of a subjectum gets clarified. But the phenomenon of this authentic ability to be opens our eyes to the constancy of the self in the sense of having achieved some sort of position or taken a stand, I think that means. That's having an issue for it. The constancy of the self is the double sense of steadiness and in the double sense of steadiness and steadfastness is the authentic counter possibility of the non-constancy, which is irresolute falling. Existentially, self-constancy signifies nothing other than anticipatory. Oh, that's why I marked it in my notes. Yeah. Finally, anticipatory resoluteness is brought together in that little paragraph where he brings he hadn't brought in the constancy and the steadiness and the steadfastness before. The steadiness and steadfastness is crucial, and it goes with the resoluteness. The picture of this, I'm pretty sure that it is right, that I have, and that I don't claim it's anything original, is that the death part, the anticipatory part, it gives you flexibility, he says. You're ready to give anything up. And the resoluteness makes you steadfast. I don't know why the response to your thrownness is to make you steadfast. And do you? I mean, but this seems to be what happens. Or am I making that up? You look like it.
I think anticipation is pretty committed because again, it's going forward or running forward. So it's not just being willing to give things up; it's really going forward into things.
Okay, it's okay, but it does the job of making you flexible. I'm thinking of the passage about not being too old for victories. Anticipation, meaning the possibility of having to give everything up, makes you flexible and able to give anything specific up.
Not being too old for victories is different from not being too old for defeat, right? So it's going forward and trying to get the victory.
I see. That's interesting. Where is that passage? Let's look for it. It's in what we were talking about. I mean, I want to know how it relates to anticipation. And because I thought I didn't read flexibility into it. That's why I want to find it. It isn't just not being too old for victories. That is, taking what you can get when you sort of win. But okay, let me look at 308. Why do I think it's got to do with flexibility? It's because he talks about shattering all tenaciousness to whatever existence one has reached. That's about 10 lines from the bottom of 308. I think he wants to say that when you're acting authentically, you are neither flaky nor fanatical. That's the stick. You stick with it, but you don't get stuck with it. And he thinks that the death part, the fact that no possibilities are really necessary or guaranteed, makes you flexible, and now this is the part I don't understand. Knowing that you are thrown and are the null basis of a projection makes you steadfast. Why does it make you steadfast? I really don't know. But I think that and those two together is what is. By the way, we're talking now about the attestation or the manifestation. What is it? What is it to manifest being anticipatory resolute? How do you behave when you're anticipatorily resolute? And then you hear about not being tenacious and being steadfast as two of the features of it. Yeah.
Well, I think it might all kind of make sense if you keep proposing it to Desmond. So Desmond is stubborn and flaky.
That has fads, he says, right? And I don't remember the stubborn, but it certainly gets hooked on things that it keeps for ages, yeah.
And so when you get away from all of that, that makes you resolute because you're not being lust for novelty.
That seems asking. That's a fast move. I mean, I could see you getting away from the flakiness of Das Man without you could become fanatical. You could become, I don't know. I mean, that's to be steadfast is to commit yourself to something that that really defines you until it becomes impossible and you have to give it up.
Not being distracted.
Yes, it's not being distracted, and the Das Man is always distracted. Okay, but why? But then that's a big jump. So being accepting you're being guilty, which is that you're a null basis of a nullity, gets you out of Das Man. We talked a lot about that, and gets you into. Now I'm trying to get used to that. Into committing yourself to something and sticking with it in a way that Das Man doesn't do. But why do you do that? That's just how it is. I mean, that's not. I can see that it's what the one doesn't do. But why is it that accepting your null basis of a nullity makes you do?
It's our natural tendency to do it because we're being the project, right? So we project it.
Okay, and we have a natural tendency to take a stand on our being and stick to that stand. It seems. Why, I don't quite know. But let's go on. Somebody did I see your hand up, Tyler? Somebody had a hand up over here. Okay, well, I want to fill in the missing piece because maybe when you see it, you'll have an answer to it. Because I remember that I made notes here, and we just haven't come to them yet, where he makes the move to steadfastness, in effect. To let me try to see where we are. Well, we're trying to look at how you act when you manifest the fact that you can't get behind your throwingness. That's where we should be. So let me see where I am. Let's look at 349. I'm not sure that's where I want to be, but maybe it is. there's a place where I'll just sort of thinking out loud. What I'm looking for is a place where he says that, in effect, because he's trying to explain why we are constant in our behavior. And he's saying that there is the constant threat. I think it's anticipation that makes us constant. And that's odd. Now I have to find it. He talks about, he makes a move to constancy on the basis of something that I have to find. Try 353. Constant, yeah, this is it. And he does it, as I thought, on the basis of guilty. Now, how does he get, this is the thing I was talking to Eugene about, how does he get from accepting being guilty to having something constant in your life? He does it by saying, well, being guilty is something constant in your life. So if you're going to act in such a way as to manifest your being guilty, then you better act in such a way as to have something constant in your life. That doesn't seem right. Maybe I'm making that up. Did you see the paragraph? He doesn't say that? Let's hope not. Everybody read on their own what's going on 353. So he doesn't get, I guess I'm wrong, he doesn't get the constancy out of the fact that you're constantly guilty. He just says that you should constantly express in whatever you do that you are guilty. And that is okay. I'm still worried about that, though. All this about taking it back and not becoming rigid is on 355. He's going back to that again, only in the context of, well, now he's doing anticipatory resoluteness, he says at the bottom of 354. And he's telling you about flexibility, and he ought to be telling you about constancy. Resolving to keep repeating itself. Is that just repeating that it's thrown a null basis of a nullity, or some specific commitment? No, I don't see any place where he tries to derive or claims to have shown why we are called to be constant or steadfast. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's. What page is that? 355. Okay, well that was exactly where I tried to get it, and I didn't get it. Did you?
When you're resolute, you can't be outstripped for anything. But when you're anticipatory, you're because when you accept the possibility of death, he's trying to say that because you accepted a possibility that can't be outstripped, somehow nothing can outstrip you.
And you think that's a fast move, or it's okay? Yeah, I wrote down fast moved for exactly that point. It seems like but that does seem to be where he's doing it.
And then there's lower down the page he does the certainty thing. So when you're certain.
Now lower down on that page he does just the opposite. He gets the view that you're constantly flexible and never become rigid.
But there's also the certainty.
And the certainty, and how does that play in there? These, by the way, are the absolute. I began when I came in saying I do not understand what is going on. It was in 354, 355, around here, where he brings together anticipation and thoroughness or resoluteness, and gets anticipatory resoluteness. Then everything seems to be just churning around in a way that I don't know even what the argument's supposed to be. But out of it becomes being able to not become rigid but not be resolute either. I mean, irresolute either, so you're resolute but not rigid, and that's about it. Okay, I wanted to talk about a third thing, let me just up with my page numbers, because then I will talk about the third thing I want to talk about. 343. No, that's okay. Well, does anybody know, this is a different thing, but maybe we can get it off the table in a hurry, how this all solves the problem of wholeness? It looks to me like never solves the problem of wholeness. I don't know what the problem of wholeness was, but whatever it was, it looks like it's still around. And every once in a while he says we haven't solved the problem of wholeness, and then he goes on for a few more pages. So I think the wholeness is a fake problem that he got at the beginning in this funny methodological way, and then he says, look, we have to have Dasein as a whole, but Dasein is always outstanding part of it, and so how are we going to deal with that? And what he tells you is instead of wholeness, there's an authentic Dasein has constancy and a unified way of acting, namely flexible and steadfast. But I don't see that tells you that it's whole. I don't even know what it means. You think it solved the problem of wholeness?
I thought it was the other way around. I thought wholeness leads to constancy, because it says when you get death, you see the possibilities ahead of it, and so you see yourself as a whole in a way. And then because you see all of it, nothing can shake you anymore.
You see all of it. How do you see all of it? I don't understand you.
He says possibility of the absolute possibility also discloses all the other possibilities that are ahead of it.
Does he really say that?
Yeah, he says that.
Isn't that's sort of strange? How can it know that? It's sort of clairvoyant. I mean, so you look like you know something. No, okay. Well, okay. I don't know what to say about that. So I'm going to go on to what I want to say one more thing about. I say here I just don't know how to deal with wholeness. Now I want to say this is the last thing. I'm trying to make my case that he's got the book in this screwed up order, and finally he sort of faces all these weird questions which he shouldn't have to face on 349. Remember what the issue is. I mean, I claim that if he had only done resoluteness first, and then he could have said, and the extremist form of resoluteness is anticipatory resoluteness. because I think he should have said, resoluteness shows you the ungroundedness of the shared practices, and you're no way able to justify the shared practices, but that anticipatory resoluteness shows the ungroundedness of the whole culture, and then he could have, and that would, see, I'm not being very clear, but I'll become clear. So he tries to claim that somehow anticipation is somehow the most extreme form of resoluteness, and he keeps saying that, and yet he does anticipation before he does resoluteness. So I think he's right. Anticipation is the most extreme form of resoluteness, because in death you take everything back, and somehow that's more extreme than not getting behind your thrownness. But now I want to just point out, maybe nobody disagrees with me, and I'm just tilting at windmills, but what he's constantly saying, maybe nobody disagrees. I want to say he constantly says that anticipation is sort of the extremist form of resoluteness, and that it's kind of the teleology of resoluteness, that resoluteness hasn't gone all the way, but if you go all the way with resoluteness, then you get it wholly, then you get anticipatory resoluteness. Now maybe nobody, and the only reason I want to stress that is that I want to say that's my evidence that it's in the wrong order. If resoluteness just goes halfway, so to speak, to anticipatory resoluteness, then stick with doing it. Well, now let me give you quotes. I mean, one thing, you get all these questions: how in the world do you get death together with the concrete situation? How do you get the two phenomena of anticipation and resoluteness brought together? And then he gives his sort of answer near the bottom, in italics. Does resoluteness in its own most existential tendency of being point forward to anticipatory resoluteness as its own most authentic possibility? That's what I call this sort of teleological claim, that resoluteness sort of works itself out as anticipation. It's on page 350 also. Well, no, he's just talking again. He's how are we going to get resoluteness together with anticipation, and he's going to he wants to know how to do it in a non-arbitrary way, and he says every once in a while. I'll just read you one more time how it's this sort of teleological story that resoluteness is, if it's fully worked out, gets you anticipation. On 352 at the bottom. When resoluteness has been thought through to the end in a way corresponding to its own most tendency of being, see, that's what I call the teleology. To what extent does it lead us to authentic being towards death? How are we to conceive the connection? Well, somehow we're supposed to understand that the full or extreme form of resoluteness, which is and it's been defined as accepting your guilt, which means defined as understanding that you're a basis, the null basis nullity. How does all that get you to anticipation? It doesn't. I mean, you have to throw in death to get from guilt and resoluteness to anticipatory resoluteness. That's what death does. And so, and another way, at the bottom of the middle paragraph on 353, resoluteness does not just have a connection with anticipation as with something other. It harbors in itself authentic being towards death as the possible existential modality of its own authenticity. Now, and then he says we should elicit this phenomenologically, but I don't think he ever does. But first I just want to tell you that, notice that he's got this claim. And then when you want to find out what the claim is, on 354 and 355, it is extremely murky. But you hear it again at the top of 354, third line. resoluteness is primordially that which it tends to. Sorry, what is that? It maintains itself authentically in it as if resoluteness is primordially what it tends to be. That means what? That resoluteness turns into death. Yeah, but we have revealed that Dasein's primordial being towards its potentiality, its ability to be, is being towards death, and so forth. And thus only as anticipating does resoluteness become a primordial being towards Dasein's own most ability to be. All of this is that, and now the question is, what's the phenomena that he's got? Why does he want to say that resoluteness is, so to speak, a tendency toward anticipatory resoluteness? I don't think he ever explains it. If he does, I've missed it. And he's moving very fast through there. But he could have explained it. And I think what it ought to be, and I just already, and it's in the paper I gave you, that if you try to figure it out, then you could say that, remember that resoluteness goes with the phronimos. It goes with response to the unique situation. It goes with taking action. And that's what manifests the fact that the phronimos, the resolute Dasein, is no longer just doing what one does and responding to the general situation, but responding to the unique situation. But I think that if you define it that way and describe it that way, then resoluteness is on the background of a culture that's taken for granted. What I really think is that the phronimos and the resoluteness story is the Greek half of his story, and that's fine. And what he thinks is, just to put it very provocatively, sort of Christianity is the teleology of Greece, or the Aristotelian phronimos is a step toward Jesus. What I mean by that crazy claim is that he thinks that you need to understand the possibility of total world collapse, which is the meaning that your whole culture, the whole Greek antique world could disappear and the new Christian world could come along. He hasn't really fully worked that out yet, but he will, and then he'll say on that, in Carol White will say the medieval world has to die so that the modern world can be born. It's that he's heading toward. Let me say it again, that the resoluteness just tells you you should don't do what one does because it looks like it's the right thing to do, and now with Tyler's correction of me, and don't do the opposite of what one does as if that was the right thing to do. It's all from resoluteness you get the phronimos who just does the appropriate thing. It's neither what one does or opposed to what one does, and it doesn't even have any generalization like chairs are to sit on. Each situation, the phronimos does the appropriate thing on the background of a Greek understanding of what it is to be a human being. The phronimos doesn't call into question the ungroundedness of the culture. It just calls into question the ungroundedness of anything that one does when one responds to the general situation. To call into question the ungroundedness of the culture would be world collapse, and that's death. I mean, the death part of it is that all your possibilities could be annihilated, or all the possibilities of the culture could be annihilated. And then you'd have a whole new world. And you don't get that in Being and Time. That's why he's got all this squeamishness about tendencies and teleologies and stuff. See, I'm telling a story in which it makes perfect sense to say that you haven't wholly understood the phronimos and the anxiety of guilt until you go all the way and understand the ungroundedness of all the background practices that make up the culture. So when he keeps saying anticipation and as the right way of expressing Dasein's mortality is the full form of the ungroundedness and therefore transformableness of everything. And so he will say things like, otherwise I don't know how he can explain how the death and anticipation are somehow already implicit as the tendency of resoluteness and that full resoluteness will be the total, will be living in terms of the possibility of total world collapse. He gets that far. Then I'm just trying to say what he does when he gets that far is really move from Greek to Christian, or in what the paper I gave you, from Kairos to Augenblick, where Kairos is the seize the moment. That's what the Hieronymus does. Augenblick is how the whole world is changed in the twinkling of an eye. That's what Augenblick is the twinkling of an eye, and that's a Christian concept. And Aristotle and the Greeks never, and the Hieronymus never thought that the whole civilization could be changed into another civilization. They thought they had the right one. Now somebody had a hand up. Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Just a clarifying
Yeah.
question. So we're saying the Hieronymus can be resolute?
I see. The Hieronymus is resolute.
But he's not really cognizant of his guilt, right? Because the guilt is the recognition of the ungroundedness.
Yeah, but notice that somehow, yes, but only the relative ungroundedness somehow. The ungroundedness of the current. Remember the Hieronymus responds to the unique situation, not the general situation. But if you picture the Hieronymus responding to the unique situation, it's on the background of lots of shared practices. But then you're on the right track. He thinks that if you pushed it all the way, you would have to see that everything was contingent, all the practices, the whole culture was contingent. But I don't think that when the Hieronymus does see that, and that's the sense in which. Here's the question: in what sense is resoluteness not fully understanding of the human condition? Until you add the anticipatory, and I'm trying to say what I think that means.
Because I guess what I'm wanting to get clear about, is how much we can tease apart resoluteness from an understanding of guilt. If the Hieronymus is resolute, but he doesn't have a full understanding of guilt.
Okay. Well, I see the point.
Because I'm thinking in particular, when we're talking about the constancy passages here, where he says, moreover, Dasein is essentially guilty, not just guilty on some occasions, and on other occasions not. Blah 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 blah. To project oneself upon this being guilty, which Dasein is as long as it is, belongs to the very meaning of resoluteness.
That's all true, and yet somehow resoluteness is not. There's something missing from resoluteness that only death and anticipation can add, something that resoluteness is tending toward, and if you pushed it all the way would be, namely, the total the sense of the groundlessness of everything. But there must be something that he thinks resoluteness hasn't got, because he thinks that it's got this what is it, this teleology story, that if it was fully worked out, it would be anticipatory, and it isn't fully worked out. If you just live in resoluteness, you don't call. I think you don't call into question your culture.
So Dasein can be. Just in sum here, you're wanting to say that Dasein can be resolute, and resoluteness is the projection of being guilty. But
Yeah.
Dasein can have that and be doing this projection, but it doesn't necessarily have to understand what this being guilty comes
There's something that doesn't go all the way. Remember the lines? It says something like, "It isn't holy, it isn't complete. It's got a tendency, but it hasn't realized its tendency." All of that. That means that and again, I only feel at home when I understand the phenomena. The Hieronymus never goes all the way. The Hieronymus believes that the Athenians are the highest human beings and are rational animals, and that we all are, or whatever. There's a whole lot of taken for granted stuff that the Hieronymus doesn't question. It's what Aristotle teaches in his ethics course.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Heidegger would want the Hieronymus, if he would call him resolute.
Well, he called the Hieronymus resolute.
Maybe I'm just wondering if maybe to be resolute, you really have to have.
Well, you see, but the reason I think that is not only because he uses the terms of responding to the unique situation and all the sort of jargon of phronesis, but that's not the important thing. He says there's something that resoluteness hasn't gone all the way, that it isn't complete, that it has a tendency, but you haven't gone all the way till you add anticipatory. Anticipatory has to do with death, and death has to do with total world collapse, I think. Tyler.
masters in an individual way culture. So the framework for mastering in a particularly nuanced individual way is culture. I think what anticipation adds to resoluteness is it shifts the framework. So
It's what?
It shifts the framework which one is trying to master. In anticipation, one is trying to master the framework of one's own life. It's not a cultural. So it's anticipatory resoluteness would be an appropriate responsiveness to the framework of one's own life, not the culture.
I see. Okay, but then, good, maybe. But tell me the story again. In what?
Closer to Eugene, because I think it's very rough, but I think both resoluteness and anticipation are individuating concepts, right? So resoluteness individuates, anticipation individuates. The claim that resolution includes anticipation, that anticipation is the conclusion.
Is the fully worked out implications of resolution.
Say the same thing, that they're both individuating concepts, but that anticipation is the primordial form of individuation. So resoluteness individuates you with respect to the one, right? It might get you to start trying to be a master.
Okay. Yeah.
Rather than just doing culture. So it individuates you halfway. Anticipation is further individuation. So not only from the one to cultural master, but realizing that any culture one might master is arbitrary. Realizing the framework which one has to master is one's own individuality, own well-being.
You see, it's funny. I follow you up to the last move, because then you and I are saying the same things about culture, and then
I think the claim is you only get individuation based on the death. There's no individuation. Another way of saying this, resoluteness would be the ontic manifestation or existential attestation of an ontological possibility. Right? So you have two forms of individuation. Anticipation would be the ontological, which is made possible by the structure of being towards death. Resoluteness would be ontic, existential, which would be an attestation.
Oh, wow. Well, wait, stop with that. I mean, if he does say that, that's very interesting. You say to made a really interesting, strong claim. I doubt if he says it, but you want to make resoluteness existential and anticipation existential.
Existential might be, I want it to be, resoluteness would be the attestation, the concrete attestation so it's a concrete attestation of a possible individualization, right? So you can concretely, in the call of conscience, know one is guilty, be resolute. It's a concrete instance of individualizing, right? That concrete attestation is made possible by an ontological structure, which also individualizes, but which is the being towards.
Well, we should keep a look. Show me the text. I don't believe it, but it's got the same kind of general point that I have. You've got to have some way of trying to say what it is that resoluteness has something, but it doesn't have everything. And then you get anticipation, you add something more. Eugene wants to say something, and then no, come on. I'm sure you did. We got time.
Okay. Well, I thought Jamie was. I thought both of you. I'm not totally getting it. I think maybe everybody's right. So resoluteness isn't the full thing, but that doesn't mean that there can't be something even less than resoluteness. I think maybe phronesis is that, because resoluteness, you hear the conscience, and the conscience takes away all the words of das Mann. And what the Phronomos does is he does hear the words of the culture and what the culture calls, and he masters that. So the Phronomos is in touch with his culture's life, and then the resolution is really in touch with his own life. And then that'll lead toward being really in touch with your own finite life. But I think, because if you're a Phronomos, you're doing it for the sake of your good, and you're doing what the culture does.
That's right. But it's Heidegger who threw in all of a sudden this Phronomos stuff about responding to the unique situation as what you do when you manifest resoluteness. He does seem to be saying that, or maybe I'm reading that in.
Well, so maybe a lot of it revolves around for the sake of the good, because you want to take that out. But that might be the difference between the Phronomos and the resolute person, because the Phronomos is
Okay, well, we have to look it up, but let me tell everybody else so in less code. I mean, it's true that the Phronimist does what he does for the sake of the good. Interestingly enough, Heidegger leaves it out when he does the phenomenology of the Phronimist responding to the unique situation. But I put it in because I think Heidegger knows it, and I don't think he would want to leave. Needs to leave it out. But the question is, if the Phronimist then would have to either not be fully resolute, because he's still buying into the Athenian idea of the good, or my way of understanding it is that somehow resoluteness doesn't go all the way. I don't know why, but it looks like he keeps saying resolute. It isn't just the Phronimist, it's resoluteness which has a tendency to be wholly manifest in anticipation. Why can't resoluteness wholly manifest itself? What is it that anticipation manifests that resolution lacks? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why can't those be separate problems? Why can't resoluteness and Phronimist both be incomplete?
It could, okay, but then I'm interested in the resoluteness one. The Phronimist one was just my entrance into the resoluteness. The question really is, what is incomplete about resoluteness, which is on the right track and tends toward anticipatory resoluteness, but lacks something that anticipatory resoluteness has? That's the question, and I don't know the answer. But you haven't said anything. You can say something.
We touched on the fact that anticipation is an organizing thing early on.
That's right. Anticipation organizes your activity.
So there's this idea that in becoming resolute, you're freed from the Das mind.
That seems to be right. That's sure.
But then there's this further question. Now that you have that leeway to comport authentically, it seems like that there's no organization built in there. You could just respond. You could just keep responding to the closest possibilities in an authentic way.
I see. You want to say the anticipation organizes the whole of your life under some one of the up to the end and so forth. Yes, that might be right.
And he seems to point to it in the beginning of this on 349.
That's not different from Tyler either in a way. What you're doing, all three of you, or at least both of you, I don't know about Eugene yet, is saying, well, there's something about a fully authentic human life that resoluteness lacks, that being towards death adds. It's not about culture and whether you radically question your culture at all. I'm beginning to be convinced. And your way of putting it is helpful. So it's not enough that moment by moment with resoluteness, the Phronimist constantly, but each time just punctually, at each moment, does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. He's got no unified, long-range life. There's nothing about the constancy of the Phronimist. If he has anything, he has a lot of flexibility, but it's not the kind that Heidegger's interested in. And you're saying, aha, and what do you add when you add anticipatory? You add that somehow the style of your life, let's put it, from beginning to end, is a life of a mortal. And that's beyond what the Aristotelian Phronimist has. He doesn't have a style of life that goes from beginning to end, or at least that kind of style that expresses the deepest nature of what it is to be a human being. You don't have that unless you have anticipatory resoluteness. And Heidegger doesn't tell us that the Phronimist doesn't have it, but I think it's clear the way it's positioned in the book that the Phronimist is manifesting resoluteness, and that resoluteness hasn't got everything that it needs. It hasn't got anticipatory. And I'm agreeing with you completely, and both of you. And when it gets anticipatory, it becomes the style of a whole life. And that's a radically different issue than my issue, which might be right too, but not Heidegger's, of questioning sort of from within the culture or seeing the contingency of the whole culture. That's not what's on Heidegger's mind at this point. I'm really bringing later Heidegger in when I talk about world collapse. Okay, right.
Do you think this all points to temporality, some sort of...
Boy, of course, it all points to temporality.
But because in anticipation possibilities you're pressing into are not just significant for the here and now, but they're being projected onto an end that's that permanent possibility that's never actualized. So it's almost like, you're freed from Das Man, but you're not yet comporting yourself as if you have an understanding of some primordial.
That's probably true, though. I'm not. We'll keep an eye open, but I don't think he's going to bring that up when he gets to temporality. That isn't what interests him about temporality. When he gets to temporality, it's going to be a structure of a more abstract kind of structure, but it's not incompatible with what he thinks about temporality. Do you want to say something?
So the resoluteness gets you flexibility, and the anticipation gets you the constancy?
Resoluteness gets you. Yeah, that's what it seems. No, wait, is that right, or is it the other way? Which gets you flexibility? No, the death gets you flexibility, right? That all your possibility, you have to be ready to give up any and every possibility is give upable. That's.
But the Phronimos has flexibility, but not constancy, right?
Well, now see, let's see, the Phronimos. Goodness, now the Phronimos. Where's the too old for victory? Is that in the resolute or in the anticipatory resolute? Because that's the flexibility one. I would have thought, I'm just trying to think out loud to myself, I would have liked it to be death. What's that? Both could get you both. Okay, well, I doubt it, but I'm not sure yet. Well, you think so too?
Anticipation is definitely what gets you the wholeness, right?
Gets you the wholeness thing, right? But what gets you flexibility? Steadiness. Steadfastness is on 369. Let's see what that is. The constancy of the self. What gets you that? Anticipatory resoluteness gets you the constancy. It says at the bottom of 369. And so that's not going to help much. And maybe that fits with what Tyler said. Okay, so both gets you both.
But the anticipation gets you the whole.
Anticipation gets you the whole, and you don't have the whole until you get to anticipation. And resoluteness hasn't got you there yet. And so I'm learning from all of you, but I don't. The one thing I don't give up is that the book is in the wrong order.
Oh, I was just going to say, doesn't that make sense of the order of the book?
No, because I want to say no, because if resoluteness is incomplete and doesn't get you wholeness and doesn't get you constancy, then you ought to start with the thing that is incomplete but has the teleology of getting to wholeness and getting to constancy and explain it, and then show that it still hasn't got you there. Then you can go from resoluteness to death to anticipation, instead of getting this squeamy thing where you start with death and it's interrupted by resoluteness, then you come back to anticipation. Why should we do it that way? Well, how is any of them motivated?
Well, you're starting with how do we get that into the whole?
Okay.
And that's death.
Okay.
And anticipation. And then you say, how do we get that? And that's going to be resoluteness. And you do the resoluteness part, and then you see how they come back together. So you're starting with...
Well, why would resoluteness get you the whole, or did I mishear you?
Well, anticipation gets you the whole.
Yes.
But then there's the question of what attests all of that, right? And then and how do you get to it? And the conscience is what attests the possibility of being a whole that comes out of death, and then resoluteness is what gets you on the way to.
But conscience could be there with the death part. But I'm only rooting for guilt and the guilt part to be the first of the moves, and I don't see why you have to motivate it. I mean, all you have to do is say, now we haven't understood yet, because you never really get, the motivation is so flaky anyway, or so unclear what the wholeness is and why we need it and how we got it. Why can't you just say, now we're going to describe what authentic Dasein is like, and look at that. There's guilt.
Why would we need to do that?
Well, because we're going to look at the temporal structure of it. But if you want to further, that's the real reason. You want a sort of fake reason. I mean, because you need guilt and thrownness to do the past, and you need anticipation to do the primordial future. And you're going to have to bring them in somehow. Let him say the last word, and then I got to run at 4:30. Yeah, you get the word.
So the null basis of the nullity seems somewhat of a distinction or characterization, and I think it's kind of enunciating the idea that you can't get behind your thrownness.
Right.
In a sense, is anticipation our ability to get in front of our projection, and in that sense, complete the wholeness of the whole Dasein.
Such a funny way to put it, but yes, I think that's right. You are able to get the view of the whole way your life is from beginning to end, namely vulnerable, and that's at least how it looks to me. Is that how it looks to you? I mean, I don't know. You look puzzled. Anyway, I promised I would stop at 4:30, so I've got to stop. But that's okay. We'll come back to this. Let's see. Okay, so look at this. At the very end, without ever warning us at all, that this thrownness, which has been around, is now comes out to be birth, and lo and behold, it's the other end of the hole. It looked like we only plugged up one end of the hole. Why bother to plug up one end of the hole if you can't plug it all up? And so I want to say he should have done the death thrownness plugging up of the hole as well as the death part, or not at all. I mean, I'm never sure. I don't understand, and we had a long discussion in my office just what this hole is and why it's important and what gives it to us anyway. If anybody knows, please come and tell me in office hours next Wednesday. I certainly don't. But let's read the rest of this at the top of 425. The other end, however, but death is only the end of Dasein. It's just one of the ends. The other end, however, is the beginning, the birth. Only that entity which is between birth and death presents the whole, which we have been seeking. Well, so we just didn't get the whole. And not only didn't we get it, but we didn't get it through all of Division 2, and it didn't seem to make any difference. We did all the hermeneutical, phenomenological work without it, and now tacked on at the end, we're going to get it. That is just crazy. Tyler, can you help?
Even crazier is if he did give us the word, that would make sense. But he tells us we don't have the whole because we don't have the beginning, and then he immediately proceeds to ignore the beginning and tell us how he does the stretch part. So
That's right. He doesn't do the beginning.
He doesn't do it at all.
No, and he does.
He doesn't do the stretch part. It seems like we've already been doing the stretch part the whole time.
That's right. And there's no reason why you should have the two ends plugged, nailed down into a hole just to do the stretch part. It's stretchy. It stretches all along like elastic. So I don't know what he's doing. And there's something you said made me think, oh yeah, and thrownness doesn't play much of a role in this chapter. It's mostly about anticipation and choosing possibilities and projecting. And then all of a sudden at the end, I was going to save this remark till the end, but it is so strange that I'll read it right now. On 438, I mean, we have to go to get the full shock. You have to go through all the talk of projecting on possibilities that the chapter is mostly about until you all of a sudden come to the bottom of 438, which says, from the phenomena handed down and repeating, which are rooted in the future, it has become plain why the historicizing of on authentic history lies predominantly in having been. So suddenly the historicizing of authentic history, which has all been future-oriented, over and over he said that in the chapter, turns out now to give us seemingly the priority of having been. I'll just read more, but it remains all the more enigmatic in what way this historicizing as fate is to constitute the whole interconnected of Dasein from birth to death. How can recourse to resoluteness? You see, now we're back in guilt and resoluteness. Bring us any enlightenment. Is not each resolution just one more single experience, and so forth? Is the connectedness of authentic historicizing to consist, let us say, in an uninterrupted sequence of resolutions? The answer is of course not. But how come all of a sudden it turns out having been is prior in some interesting sense? Now, what I will try to convince you of, if I can keep track of all this, is that indeed the past is prior, and in a certain way more important than the future. And it's just odd that 99% of the time he prioritizes the future for reasons I've never fully understood, and it looks like there he prioritizes the thrownness. And the truth is they're totally correlative and what's his word always, equiprimordial and so forth. I mean, you can't make any sense out of the thrownness except to take them up as possibilities. That's what he keeps saying. But you ought to equally well say, again, this is trying to give you the background of what I'm going to talk about all today, you ought to equally well say there's something about the thrownness that determines what possibilities you're going to take up. That is, what wasn't clear, and what I want to try to talk about right now is I'm just seeing if I missed something. No. Okay, so what I want to take up is the sense in which there is something positive about the thrownness and the guilt. Put it this way. I've been talking and saying we can't get behind our thrownness. That's true. We're finite. We never can understand fully what our view on the world. It's too pervasive and it's always already there and so forth. But I couldn't give any sense to, well, what's the positive value of this sort of inchoate, heavy thrownness, which is on the basis of which we act. What is it? Well, I think, though he never says it, he ought to say that it's the mattering. That mattering determines which possibilities we're going to project on. So you've got to have equally possibilities and mood or mattering, something that makes the possibilities matter so that we project on them. And he never spells it out, but I'm ready to spell it out. There has to be this kind of limit on how guilt reveals something positive, I want to say. It accounts for the steadiness and the constancy of authentic existence by setting up something like what matters to that Dasein. And the Dasein, of course, can't get behind its moods and its sense of what's important. And yet it has to, and it can't get behind them in the sense, one, that it can't spell them out, two, it can't get control of them, and but they're equally important, I think. Now I'm just going to go through the chapter having said that, but that's what's on my mind, and if anybody has more to say about it, let me know. But it doesn't make me happy to convince you that this chapter is hopelessly confused, and it's the last chapter of a book which, in retrospect, looks more confused. So I'm going to just put this chapter where I think it belongs and what I think it's doing, in the hopes that that we can make a coherent, orderly book out of it. So let's start back on 428. He drops sort of the bombshell about birth right at the beginning, but the real issue what he starts doing is formal indication, as usual. That is, he's now going to talk about the way Dasein is spread out in time, and he's going to do it by telling you, starting with the way we normally understand it, both in our everyday understanding and in our traditional philosophical understanding. Understand it, meaning the way we're related to the series to time. And he's going to tell us that that's, of course, 180 degrees wrong. So life seems to be a series of momentary experiences. And first, that's the Cartesian Husserlian tradition. Just as I say it, it seems to me it's not a tradition you can blame on the Greeks already. I wish we had Adam here to know whether Heidegger in some lecture tries to blame it on the Greeks. It seems it's a Cartesian something or other. But in any case, it certainly dominates all of philosophy after Descartes. And the question comes up in Hume and in Kant, everywhere. What unifies this series of nows, of what Husserl called the living, streaming present? Then you have this problem of all these present moments, each one of them fully present, and how does it connect up with all the other moments that are fully present? Heidegger's going to say that's all wrong. Our experience, and we all believe it too in our everyday understanding, we think of ourselves as living moment by moment when we reflect on what we're doing. I think Heidegger thinks, though I didn't find any place where he said it right out, that if you reflect on what you're doing, that's how you're bound to that's what you're bound to think, that you're having a stream of inner experiences, one right after another, and that's exactly what happened when Husserl reflected on what he called inner time consciousness. But even you can get anybody to think that what could they be having an experience of but the present, and then another experience of the present, and so forth. And so those would be a series of momentary experiences, and that's what he's talking about on 425 already. So let's go back there. I think this has got Husserl in mind, the bottom paragraph. What seems simpler than to characterize the connectedness of life between birth and death? It consists of a sequence of experiences, Erlebnisse would be the technical Husserl term, in time. But if one makes a more penetrating study of this way of characterizing the connectedness in question, and especially of the ontological assumptions behind it, the remarkable upshot is that in this sequence of experiences, what is really actual is in each case just that experience which is present at hand in the current now. That's exactly what Husserl discovered in internal time consciousness. And Heidegger thinks that's wrong. So look on 429. That's about 15 lines down. I'm still doing formal indication. That takes our historical temporal nature and characterizes it with the help of with time in timeness, as he puts it. And then it turns out that what? I just want to read something here. But if this, you go on reading, but if this ordinary characterization is to be stripped of its seeming self-evident and exclusiveness, historicality must first be deduced purely in terms of Dasein's primordial temporality. That's what he's going to try to do later. I mean, he's already done it the way the book is organized, which is up. So it's funny to propose to do it now. But we will get back in the reading. I don't remember whether it's next time. Maybe I think it is next time. But someplace where he is going to do the job, he thinks or claims, of deducing this series of nows. Well, it takes a lot of chapters earlier on to get the series of nows from primordial temporality. This is demanded even by way of these objective, but demanded even by the way these are objectively connected. That, by the way, is some peculiar claim. It's the kind of claim that says, well, you can get real guilt of debts to society and owing money out of primordial guilt, though he doesn't say how. And now he's saying, well, you can really get succession out of primordial temporality, but he doesn't say how. I think he doesn't do it. And how many of you read Blattner's temporality book? Remember, that's the big deal in Blattner's book, that Heidegger fails to deliver an account of how the primordial temporality underwrites and under certain conditions turns into a series of nows. I'm not sure that Heidegger thinks he can do it or should be doing it, but right now he seems to think he should be doing it. This has demanded that even the objective temporal moments have to be derived from primordial temporality. Keep that in mind. That's a huge issue in that little sentence. I mean, Bill Blattner claims that Heidegger fails to do what he promises to do here. I don't remember whether Bill quotes that sentence, to derive succession, which is what this is about. This temporality has all sorts of characteristics. Heidegger, I think, has 6. And one of them is succession, which is what we're talking about here. And Heidegger fails to get it. I mean, Bill is right. Bill is very smart. And the Heidegger does not succeed in deriving succession. But when we get there, I want to claim Heidegger was never trying to derive succession. But this sentence is a troublesome one for me, because but I don't think he even claims to try to do it. I don't know why he puts it in here, except it's as if formal indication requires you to claim that the misleading thing you started with is, after all, made possible by, and somehow you're led to the wrong one. That's part of what he thinks he owes, even if he doesn't pay it. So let's see. Time, as with timeness, stems from the temporality of Dasein. Historicality, and with timeness, turns out to be... Wait, what is this? Since, however, time, as with timeness, also stems from the temporality of Dasein, historicality and with timeness turn out to be equiprimordial. I can't imagine why he thinks that. But I would have thought historicality, stretching along, was precisely more basic than within timeness. And that's what he's complaining about. Well, he's complaining, I see. He could be complaining that Husserl and Descartes have made within timeness, namely succession of moments of time, basic. And it's not as if he's claiming the opposite, although I think maybe he is. He's claiming right here that you can't try to start with within timeness, that at least equiprimordially we're stretched along in a way that is not a series of moments. Everybody's looking worried. I thought I was being relatively clear compared to how murky this is and what I'm going to say gets next. Does anybody have any problems that they can articulate? Okay, I think I've done, let's see, formal indication. Let me just see. So it's not a series of moments. On 425, I just read it. 429, I read what I wanted to read. 441, he keeps saying it, but somehow I was just trying to convince myself that this is what he wanted to say. So, and now I haven't showed you that everyday Dasein has the experience of series of moments. I've only said philosophers think that. But on 441 at the bottom, everyday Dasein has been dispersed into the many kinds of things which daily come to pass. Its opportunities and circumstances which concern, keeps tacitly awaiting in advance, have faded, have fate as their outcome, in terms of that with which inauthenticity existing Dasein concerns itself, it completes its history. It's all dispersed. I'm just skipping down. It must first pull itself together from the dispersion and disconnectedness of the things that come to pass. So everyday inauthentic experience is just a sequence of disconnected events. So no wonder we think of ourselves as being that. Okay. So now the question is, well, that's all wrong. That's a quick bit of formal indication, but you're supposed to now believe that that view is wrong, and we have to find out how we are stretched along. Since we're not somehow, can be anyway, we are normally dispersed into a bunch of events, series of events or moments, but we can pull this together. And when we pull it together, we've got something he calls historicality. And now the question is to tell us what really is our way of being stretched along. So how are we really stretched along? Well, whatever it is, it's got something to do with the difference between reflection, which gives people like Husserl the notion that we are all a stream of inner experiences of nows. And how would we get out of that? Well, I think one basic thing is Heidegger wants to talk about the temporality of our involvement. The temporality of using equipment is much less dispersed and much more whole and organized and stretched along than the reflection on our stream of inner sort of Joycean stream of consciousness. And now he's going to take up the way Dasein is temporal when it's involved. And that's historic. It's going to call that way historicizing. So that's when historicizing comes in italics. So let's read it. Here he's going to define the terms right after where he's talking about so he's going to clarify the connectedness of life, that is the stretching along, the movement of existence is not, interestingly enough, he says there that he's got two kind of words for movement, just you've got to be careful of this. The movement of existence, that's the one he wants to talk about, Bewegtheit, is not the motion of something present at hand. So the movement of existence is this involved activity. Now, just a sort of sub-point that I wasn't even going to mention, but I can't resist. It's how to tell you how half-baked the book is. After going to the trouble to distinguish Bewegtheit from Bewegung, on 444 he's got Bewegung where he should have said Bewegtheit. Look at the first paragraph at the top of the first full paragraph. The existential interpretation of Dasein's historicality is constantly getting eclipsed. The obscurities are all the harder to dispel, and so forth and so forth. And everything is haunted by the enigma of being. I don't know what that means. And as now has been made plain, by that of motion. But the enigma of motion isn't physical motion. What he's been talking about is Bewegtheit for 10 pages. And maybe, no, I really don't know why. Why does he introduce the subject as the question about how to understand movement in this involved Dasein sense, and then say the question is motion, which he's back here, defined as the present at hand. What in the world is the enigma of the present at hand doing in this story? I mean, he needs an editor. So let's see now. And then now we've gotten to the constitution of historicality. That's the subject that this chapter is supposed to deal with. And it turns out, again, I can't help keep coming back to evidence for my view that this is the wrong place for this chapter. As soon as you start to talk about historicality, you end up starting, so to speak, where you left off with anticipatory resoluteness, 434. And you see that happening. He's reviewing what's happened, and at the end of the top paragraph, he's saying, thus the interpretation of Dasein's historicality will prove to be at bottom more concrete working out of temporality. We first reveal temporality with regard to the way existing authentically, which we characterize as anticipatory resoluteness. How far does this imply authentic historicizing? Well, that's the right question. He's now going to take up that's why I wanted to put this right. I would put this right after anticipatory resoluteness. He's now going to take up anticipatory resoluteness and see what more you have to add to understand historicizing. And so he says, we have defined resoluteness as projecting upon one's own most being guilty, a projecting which is reticent and ready for anxiety. Resoluteness gains its authenticity as anticipatory resoluteness. See, he's just reviewing what I would say were the two chapters prior to this one. In this, Dasein understands itself with regard to its potentiality for being, and it does so in a manner that... Now here's something interesting that will go right under the eyes of death in order thus to take over its thrownness, and so forth. That's a new way of describing anticipatory resoluteness. And then comes this puzzling thing. It takes over its thrownness, and to take it over wholly. So we're back to as if wholly has already been done, because this is what we've done already. In the resolute taking over one's facultative there signifies at the same time that the situation is one which has been resolved upon. You recognize all that is straight talk from the death chapter, and from the guilt and death. It's from the resoluteness, followed by, I think, the anticipation chapter. Now, another thing we can talk about for a minute, which I think is an interesting open question that I ended up talking a long time in my office about. Granted that some kind of holy something, that the wholeness was supposedly provided by the death chapter. Now, it looks like it didn't quite manage to do that, because wholeness is still on the table. But how are we supposed to think of being toward death, which is a way of life that constantly takes account of our vulnerability? How are we supposed to think of that as providing an understanding of wholeness? Heidegger, as far as I know, never tells us, and nobody in the discussion in my office had any passage to tell us. I have a proposal, but and maybe somebody will find some passage somewhere that helps. I think if it's really true that death is the way of life that manifests an understanding in its activity of the vulnerability of Dasein to the impossibility of any more possibilities, which is the absolute impossibility of possibilities, he also says, which is, I take it, a description of what happens when your world collapses. It could happen to you on your deathbed, but it can happen to you when the person you care most about leaves you, or the job that you've been trained for all your life, suddenly you can't do it anymore or something. When all your possibilities collapse, then you've got more than just, I'm trying to see now, where's the wholeness come in? Well, I think the wholeness comes in is that it's not that the total collapse of all your possibilities doesn't mean just all of the finite possibilities you've got, but all the possibilities you could ever have. I mean, it's got a totalizing character. If you're going to live in terms of the total collapse of your way of life, then you've got a sense in that way of living of totality that you don't have unless you do live that way. And so he has a right to bring in his understanding of death, once you formally indicate it, as the ground of a certain feature of this wholeness. It isn't a kind of wholeness which is sort of nailed down at both ends and doesn't come unzipped, the kind that it looks like birth just unzipped it and after he had it nailed down with death. It's a different kind of wholeness. It's a kind of wholeness which is expressed every moment that Dasein is acting. Dasein is going about its life. If it does it authentically, its whole life is, so to speak, at stake in this abstract sort of way, that whole life is vulnerable in this to total collapse. And therefore there's this sort of dimension. I mean, if it helps, how many have had Kierkegaard? I forget. Not very many. I mean, Kierkegaard would call this eternity in time. That is, that there's a feature of your life which is, you know already whenever you got it, that it applies not only now, but from the beginning to the end. And I'm saying in this world collapse, you know that if you've got it now, then it applies to your life totally, in the sense that every detail that makes any difference anyway is going to collapse. There was something more I wanted to say about that. Just a second, that came to me. Something about oh yeah, I'm glad I got it back because it's so tangential that I would have lost it and felt bad about it. I may have mentioned it before. We're very close again to the book of Jonathan Lear, Radical Hope. I did mention it, didn't I? I mean, there's a really existing description of world collapse. The world of the Crow Indians collapsed. Everything that made their life meaningful gave it continuity. It was in the minds of the women who were cooking the dinner that the warriors were going to go out. It was in the minds of the warriors. Everything they were doing was formulated in a certain way, and it collapsed. And it collapsed in a way that has a kind of totality about it. Okay, back to where we were. So death adds the holy. Where am I? With a WH. Let me see that. So back to the concrete situation. But now it's a way of being. So when you hold on to anticipatory resoluteness now in the way he's talking about it, you see that it makes you an individual. It brings you into the situation. That's where I am now. Where's that? Oh, yeah, here we are on 434. That's where that was just a little speech on the word holy, right where it appears above 383 in the margin. The resolute taking over of one's factical there signifies at the same time that the situation one which has been resolved, signifies at the same time that the situation is one that has been resolved upon. Now, I think the situation that gets resolved upon is now bigger than the Aristotelian phronimous kind of situation. I think the situation that gets resolved upon is your whole life as a situation. And I think that he thinks that the phronimist, I mean, he never says that the phronimist does that. The phronimist just does the kairos thing, seizes the moment for this situation and does this thing. But there is another way of holding on to your life which gives it a certain structure from beginning to end, and that whole structures, I think, the situation. Let's see if I can give you any reason why I think that. No, not right now. And maybe there isn't any, but I think there must be. So that you do the situation of your life, and you find the issue for your generation, for your time. These are the sense in which this historicizing is a bigger whole and a different kind of whole than the birth and death at the ends of your life. So when you act anticipatorily, resolutely in a way that's called historicizing, then you, I think, experience your whole life as a unified situation, experience the issue for your time, and later, Heidegger's going to say, respond to your whole culture in a way that could change the whole cultural world. And that's sort of hinted at. I mean, that's later Heidegger maybe being hinted at. He says, and maybe it's not, maybe it's something else, but he does say on 446, and maybe, I'm not sure what this is, but he says that authenticity has to do with fate, destiny, and world history. And so there's some story later in the chapter about whole worlds being able to die, so that equipment which once had a meaning doesn't have any meaning, and why not? Because the world in which that equipment made sense is dead. He sort of knows about that in the background, but he doesn't talk about cultural world collapse like the way the medieval gave way to the modern, but he will later. So now, death adds the holy, I say. Haven't I said that already? I have. So have I read it already? Let me see. Well, now we're on to a new thing, and that is, and this is an interesting one, from whence, we must ask, whence in general Dasein can draw the possibilities upon which it factically projects itself. And that's going to be, again, I'm going to tell you what I think what I think it says. I think Heidegger makes a distinction, I know Heidegger makes a distinction, which I missed for years, between the tradition and the heritage. If you haven't noticed that, you should note that you should notice that. Because the tradition is bad, and you aren't used to the tradition being bad, and the heritage is good. The tradition is whatever it is that Das Mann thinks, usually fancy people of the higher culture of Das Mann. But still, Das Mann, the tradition is what they agree on and find a kind of shared intelligibility in. The heritage is the interesting thing. What is this heritage? Well, it's, I think, the kind of, again, inchoate, non-expressible reservoir, which, if you get in the right relation to it, will give you new possibilities for acting on and looking at the world. But they're not possibilities already there, the way the tradition has a whole lot to say about what it's got to do. He has an interesting distinction in the Age of the World picture, which is always on my mind. Sorry, in the Origin of the Work of Art, which is always in my mind when I'm thinking about this. The difference between Schaffen and Schöpfen in German. Schaffen is something you do and make, and particularly he's talking about people who make works of art. Schröpfen means to fish up something from a well, I gather, from a reservoir, and you've got to have this, and that's later going to be called the earth. But you've got in the origin of the work of art, you've got to have these inchoate possibilities, which you can, by acting on them and projecting them, make them determinate. But to begin with, they're not a kind of repository of a list of explicit ways to act, but they are something, and that's got to do with the mattering too, something which can draw you to act in a certain way, even though you can't understand what you're doing as having a goal and choosing it until you've already acted that way. And when and that's the sense in which it's something you can't make, schaffen. You can't just do it. Well, schaffen means what? Make, I guess. I want a better word. It's not something you can just make. It's something that you have to be open and receptive to, which can call you to act in such a way that you will, so to speak, you will later understand the meaning of what you did. That you will later understand that was the issue for your generation or your time. But it isn't just given so that everybody can see that that's it, or it isn't even given so that it's all, everybody sort of knows it, but not everybody sees it. It's not given at all until you act on it, because it doesn't really become the issue of your time unless you're like John Muir and act on the dangers to the environment, at which point it begins to be an issue and maybe the issue. But it would be too easy if it was already sort of written. There are all sorts of issues all the time, potential issues, or even that's too determinate. There's all sorts of attractions and solicitations that could become issues, but by acting on one or another of them, you make them an issue. That's what acting authentically to take up the heritage is, I think. Does that? I mean, I'm puzzled by. Last time everybody had an opinion about everything, and I was lost. Maybe this shows that I'm not lost, that everybody is quiet because they're listening to me. And okay, well, I'll just go on as if I knew what I was talking about. But I warn you, I don't. For instance, what I just said is straight out contradicted by Heidegger at a certain point, which made me almost want to throw away the book and give up, because I had just made up this whole story about how you can't choose among the possibilities that make up your thrownness and just project on one of them, that it's got this very important characteristic of having to be made determinate by your acting on it. That's why that's what's thrown about it. That's what it means to say you can't get behind your thrownness, the positive side of it. But look at this. On 384, I'd love to find the German is wrong, but I suspect I've already must have looked it up once because I was so unhappy about it. So let me just start reading, and you notice where I would become unhappy. Starting where it says 384 in the margin of 435. The more authentically Dasein resolves, and this means that in anticipating death it understands itself unambiguously in terms of its own most distinctive possibility, the more unequivocally does it choose and find the possibility of its existence, and the less is it done so by accident. I mean, after the story I told you, which I hope was convincing, it seems to me phenomenologically obviously right. I don't understand how you can have your own possibility already there and then go ahead and choose it. And if that wasn't enough, I mean, I'll give him one slip, but it goes right on like that. Only by the anticipation of death is every accidentality and provisional possibility driven out. Oh, already crazy, but still. Only being free for death gives Dasein its goal outright and pushes existence into its finitude. Its goal. But I just wanted to say that it doesn't have a goal. It only finds out what it was trying to do after it did it. Eugene has finally gotten sort of either upset enough or something to tell me about it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say one thing about this is that this makes really clear that guilt doesn't give you constancy, that you need anticipation for constancy.
It doesn't give you constancy.
Yeah, when you just have the guilt and the resoluteness, still are prone to do everything at random and accidentally, and you don't have a...
Well, I see. That's funny. Was going to say just the opposite. Maybe it's even in my notes. I mean, I think guilt gives you constancy in the sense that there is this sort of inchoate mattering which is drawing you on, your calling, so to speak, whether personal or cultural. And because there's a calling, it gives you, and your job is to work it out. And as you say, you could work it out in lots of different ways. But the issue that you have to work out, sort of your calling, that I think stays constant. So I would have thought that guilt gives you a certain kind of constancy, but it leaves you open to another kind of inconstancy. But if you're just sort of responding at random to situations like a Phronimos, that wouldn't. Maybe that's what you're saying. The guilt that was early on, the Phronimos guilt, is not the kind of guilt that has the right positive features. Absolutely. And he never tells us very much about the positive features. He doesn't seem to really understand them until later, when he does this Schöpfen and Earth story, which in Origin, which is already 8 years later. But because it's true, the Phronimos can be just responding to this situation by giving the appropriate gift, and the next day or an hour later he can respond to that situation by insulting somebody who needs to be insulted, and so forth. And that's certainly a series of non-steady, what was your word, steady? His word, you used a different word though. Steady, or not a continuous kind of life. But if you think that thrownness and guilt reveal this other something or other that is the weight of which and is out of which, on the basis of which you haven't got as an object or a goal, but underlies there is any goal mattering and attracting you, then maybe that does give continuity. It's so confusing because he's got it so little worked out, what thrownness is and what guilt is, and what the features of, what the advantage or disadvantage, or, well, that's the wrong way to put it, what the phenomenology of not getting behind your thrownness is, and what the positive value of that is. I'm doing this, not him, but I'm sure I'm in tune with him. Tyler, you look like you want to say something helpful. Talk real loud. I have trouble hearing you.
There's some position in between what was just said that I find much more persuasive.
Than neither of what we said. Oh, well, that's exciting.
So it's the general question of the relationship between resoluteness and
anticipation.
And it's always the case. I'm just reading. Resoluteness always pulls you out of the one, right? The call of conscience, which is a call to sin and guilt constantly. It's a call which pulls you out of the one. And there's a whole bunch of concepts, vacuous concepts, constancy, almost, individuality, non-relational, which it calls you towards. So you're called out of the one you know you're supposed to assume is guilt constantly, supposed to assume what is almost...
Can I just change it a little? It sounds too choice-like. You're supposed to do it, you ought to do it. It's what, you're called to do it.
You're called to do it, but it's orientating towards a whole bunch of concepts, which should be understood in relation to where one was in the one. And then you're sort of left in this vacuous, okay, I know I'm called to my own most, I know I'm called to assume my guilt constantly, but on what basis, or within what horizon, can I do so? And it's only by adding the notion of whole, the totality, that you can fill up the contents of any of these concepts, and you get that in being fulfilled.
I would have thought that was just another formal, empty one, or even more formal and empty than all the previous lists.
The story is one in which resoluteness orientates you towards the concept which you know you're supposed to be doing.
Ooh, there you go again. It sounds so...
I don't want it to be cognitive choice.
It's too much an ought. But anyway, can't we just keep saying that you're being called to do? Conscience calls with no, without silently, but it doesn't say you ought to be doing it. That's exactly what it doesn't say.
You're called to assume your guilt constantly, and you ask yourself, well, constantly entails until the end, right? And only by understanding being put to death do you understand what it would mean to assume one's guilt constantly. Only by understanding death as one's almost possibility would you understand how conscience calls you to your own.
Well, we're back in so many issues about death. I don't know if they're important here, but there are two ways that it could be, just to get this clear, give you kind of wholeness. It could be that final event in your life, which I'm afraid you're talking like that. I mean, otherwise it's the form of your current activity, which is, I take steady and flexible in the face of possible world collapse. Is there some third thing you're
We have a very different reading of death.
I know, that's why I have trouble understanding you, but go ahead.
I guess I hope I could bracket the question of what death is.
Okay.
The relationship between resoluteness and anticipation is never, I think it's somewhere in between. If it orientates you, it calls you to something, which is then filled out by anticipation. So constancy, you're called to constant assumed guilt, which means to assume guilt until the end, and one can only understand end once one grasps death and anticipation. You're called to your own most, you can only understand what that call is once one grasps that death is one's own most. You're called to, there's like 5 or 6 of these that you keep.
And they all come from grasping death as your own most non-relatable sort of.
The movement is one in which resoluteness pulls you out of the one, orientates you, and then anticipation allows you to assume the positive consequence of the call.
I'm assimilating this. Okay, so let's try to put it so that it's between now. I'll put the two, and then you tell me the between. So Eugene was saying, if you just are resolute like the Phronimus in the guilt chapter, you've got no constancy, because you just respond to one unique situation after another, right? I think that's what you said. And I said, yeah, but there's going to be a kind of constancy, namely that there's some, which Aristotle couldn't understand, but which Christians can understand. There's going to be a kind of call for how you should live your whole life, to put it very, crudely. But anyway, and that's what gives you constancy, though you'll be doing it in lots of different ways. You've got some style, some mission, I don't know how to put it, some sense of your identity, which is just the commonality, the constancy of what you're up to. Now, you want a third thing.
It's something, maybe it's close to what you're saying, but we're called to constancy. To understand constancy, you have to understand being toward the end, right? You have to constantly be somewhat built to the end. So you're forced to think through what's the end which pertains to Dhamma, right? And the end which pertains to Dhamma would be death. So to grasp constancy, you have to understand death. I think you have to understand it not as cultural collapse.
We have to understand what?
You have to understand death not as cultural collapse.
Not as cultural collapse, but not as the end of your life either.
It's not the end of your life by design. It's a possibility which pertains to a particular dogma, which if you grasp it, it allows you to grasp the constancy of the end. But it's not cultural collapse.
I don't know what it is then. I mean, without the phenomena, I don't doubt it, but I don't know what it is.
The concrete phenomenology, you and I are doing stuff the way one does things. You hear the call of conscience, you realize, I could do my own ones. I could do something individual, authentic. I sort of look around at all the cultural possibilities. I'm going to try and do my own most. Cultivate. I ask, what is my own most, as opposed to just something eccentric or different? The only way I can grasp what could be my own most is to see that what is my own most is a single particular life to be lived. And I have to somehow, roughly, press into a set of possibilities in light of my own most single life to be lived. Assume guilt in light of...
Okay, well that seems, I'll take that over as closer to me. Although Eugene's right about resoluteness, and you're not disagreeing, but you add anticipation. Maybe that's how to reconcile us. Resoluteness alone would give you a series of responses to unique situations. You add anticipation, we're still agreeing, and anticipation gives you something, which I'm calling, you're in co-ed calling that you won't find out what it is until you've begun to done it. And that's not so far from your saying you're called to do what you uniquely have to do, and you have to find out how to do it, given the possibilities available to you. Is that okay?
Okay, so long as what you're called to isn't a finding of anything.
Isn't it what?
It's not as if you, in this call, find something.
You know, you don't find something. You make something in a way. You make your life. I mean, that's what I think you were saying. You're called to do whatever it takes for whatever you're called to do, and then the emphasis is on you have to find that out and do it.
I think the difference between you and I is in that call, and you're going to do your own modes. I'm saying you have to do it in light of a very particular individualized end.
A very particular way?
Individualized end, an end of your life. You said it's not worldwide in the sense of depression and anxiety, but in the sense of culture persists, generalized possibility persists, but my particular Dasein is the same. There's no more possibility for me. So this authentic Dasein, with resoluteness and anticipation, would press into a set of possibilities in light of a certain end, which is radically individual. It's not worldwide.
I think your calling is radically individual, so I think that's okay. Let's try this as a test, because this is just another empty term as far as I'm concerned. Even your calling is an empty term. I'm trying to find the phenomena. Well, what would it look like to be called in a way that doesn't, because I'm not going to try to save Heidegger here, have to do with choosing a goal. In fact, it would be just that would be just exactly the wrong way to think about it. It would be like having a sense, as you do what you do, that you're doing well and that things are going well and you're sort of living up to what's best for you. And every once in a while having a sense that you're, so to speak, off the beam, that you're doing something now, working for this organization or getting involved with this person or teaching in this subject, and it isn't feeling right. You're not being true to what you can't describe it. I once said it in a paper about Merleau-Ponty in a different situation, but never mind. It's like being on a radio beacon, a calling. You don't have to hear the beacon all the time. All you have to do is be able to hear when you're off the beam, and then if you just constantly respond and if you've got somehow a sense of how far off the beam and in what direction, you just have to be constantly pulling yourself back on your beam. That's your calling. And maybe you're nodding. Maybe that's got something like it. Because I just don't want to say what your beam is, but I want to say you got one.
I'm going to say that there could be a non-goal-oriented, authentic behavior, right? One pursuing one's utmost. And the phenomenology of it would be, as you say, it would not be goal-oriented. Yet there is a very particular framework, horizon within which we as observers could say, it is their own most. Right? And that framework has to be understood as an individualized depth. So as someone's pressing into possibilities without a goal, we would say it's their own most relative to their particular utmost possibility, their particular quality. So there's this there's a horizon within which we can attribute own most to this goal, this activity.
Okay, well, I'm beginning to. I don't feel too unhappy. I mean, it doesn't seem strange to me. It seems to me that's another legitimate way of understanding it. The list of things that describe ontological death are such a peculiar and heterogeneous bunch. I mean, there is just the possibility of having no more possibilities, which is very formal and very ontological, and it looks like, the formal indication has gone too far from your point of view. And then there's this non-get-overable, utterly unique. What's the jargon for it? I can't. Unrelatable, I suppose. Is that it, or which one? Ownmost. That's what I'm looking for. So then there's this ownmost thing, and that looks like something more than the possibility of having no more possibilities. It looks like your ownmost possibility of you not having any more possibilities, and you want to keep that in, and I want to formalize it out. And I don't know. I think we're both right. I mean, myself, I think Heidegger's got undigested, heterogeneous bunch of sort of descriptions of death, and you, the reader, pick the ones that you think are the essential ones. I don't think you have, nor do I have, the unget-aroundableness. You could have, you could be immortal, in fact, and still have this characteristic of, because you don't want it to be on your deathbed that this related to death thing is, so maybe you'll never come to an end in that sense. Okay, well, That's good, though. I was feeling bad that we weren't having any discussion. Yeah, Eugene. Yeah.
When he's doing the basic constitution of historicality, why does he go straight to authentic historizing? Shouldn't he do historicality in general?
Yes, and instead of authentic, I see. Isn't it that I never thought of that. I see what you're doing now. Yeah, let me think about it. There's the way he's defined the terms. He's made historicality authentic. That's the way Dasein really is, and that's how it really manifests itself when it's authentic. That's fine, but then you have to. Then, if you're asking the question, what gives unity to a life that isn't authentic? Why doesn't historicality have to cover the fact that even inauthentic people's lives are not falling apart into moments? Or is the move to say, well, inauthentic people's lives are falling apart moment by moment, and that's why historicality has to be talked about only in terms of authenticity? That's what I suspect.
I guess that's the more advanced version of the question. I was just trying to get the chapter. So the whole chapter is just about...
So the whole chapter is about historicality, which is the way that Dasein is held together. Let's look on 427 when he introduces historicizing. See if that helps. The specific movement in which Dasein is stretched along is historicizing. The bare structure of historicizing and so on. And he immediately goes to the constancy of the self, and it's a specific temporalizing of temporality, self-constancy. Is historicizing a specific temporalization of temporality? I don't know. Let's read this. Everybody read for themselves, starting on 375 in the margin of page 427. And let me tell you what you're asking yourself. Why is Heidegger talking about historicality? Is he talking historicizing? Is that something that only authentic Dasein does, or is that something that all Daseins do? I can't tell. I think talking about a specific temporalizing of temporality is a clue that it's about authenticity. Because later he's going to say, or earlier, in the way the book is laid out, temporality temporalizes itself in two ways, authentically and inauthentically. And if this is a specific temporalizing of temporality, and you'd think with self-constancy too, that must mean the same as steadiness. So historicizing turns out to be authentically stretching yourself along. And your question is still there. What about Dasein when it's not authentically stretching itself along? Surely it doesn't fall apart into a Cartesian series of moments. At the limit, maybe when it gets its life sufficiently diversified. But what one needs, and I said it already in passing in a different context here or today, namely, you need the temporality of just plain hammering, which is clearly not the present-at-hand temporality of one moment after another. You've got to have the goal, and it's got to infuse everything you do from the moment you pick up the hammer until you hit the nail, and so forth. And he doesn't seem to talk about that. If he did talk about it, it looks like he would have to either broaden the meaning of historicizing, or, given the way he's using it here, have another word, which he doesn't, which would describe it. I have a feeling he's describing it in Basic Problems, which we're not going to have a chance to read, because when he gets in Basic Problems, see if I can remember why. Yes, he's trying to find a term that would cover all forms of historicizing, I think. wants continuity for the ready to hand too. He only wants dispersion for the present at hand, which is what you just saying. I mean, there has to be a story. There's something called constancy, and we'll give him that as authentic. But we can't say that being stretched along is only true for authentic Dasein. So he owes us an account of how dispersed, distracted people are stretched along. And yeah.
I don't know what the German translation of this. Stretched along, it just seems like a substance. It seems kind of like that has this sense of kind of being present at hand.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't. I don't know what the German is. Eugene is looking. But whatever it is, we may be able to find a better translation. Oh, it's erstreckten, sich streckens. There's a footnote about it. The specific, where is he?
427?
Yeah, we're on 427, and there's a footnote to this. But you could probably get it on your own there. There's no reason to think it couldn't be better than this. There's a big mistake in the footnotes in this chapter. I better tell you about it, but in a minute. Go ahead. What does it say about erstreckens? Something like that.
So it's the same. It's really just
Stretched along. Yeah, I agreed, Delan, that it does sound like it's too much like a thing, but I don't know what else to say.
Well, it sounds more general. Is it the big word is just happening? Like the shame is just happening.
Yeah.
It's not a complicated historical thing.
Right. It's a constancy of the happening or something like that. Because there could be disparate, I can't think of the right word, happenings. Then we'd be back at the one that the inauthentic person is in. But there has to be some constancy or some unity or something. Continuity. Maybe that's a good word. Constancy sounds too authentic. That's like you got one calling and you're always on that beam. I guess there has to be not only constancy but continuity, where continuity already says not just one thing after another, but some of the way they all hang together, and that he doesn't talk about.
If he's just doing the authentic thing, then it's really what Tyler said at the beginning. He's really not doing birth at all. He's really just lost sight of that.
But he did say he was going to do birth, but he doesn't. You mean he's lost sight of it? It came up for 2 pages here, right on the top of 425, and then he seems to have lost sight of it until, and remember what I read, this funny thing that I thought was so strange, where all of a sudden the priority of the past gets mentioned again. Where was that? 441 or something like that. No? Let's look again. Well, I have it on my notes. I can find it. It's on page... Got to find it in my notes. 438. And bottom of 438 and top of 439. Has he remembered to get the past back in? Well, guess what? Here may be the way out of this contradiction. This is the historicizing authentic history. Maybe you think that's different than the historicality of Dasein. I mean, this is desperate, but I'm at the top of 439. At least there's hope that what's the context? Is he talking about history? He's talking about destiny, the way the historicizing of being with others. Could it be that the historicizing of being with others has to prioritize the past in a way that
But then here's an authentic historicality.
Where?
The next paragraph down. Even inauthentic existing must be historical.
How we do not a study of Dasein's. No, I don't see where you are.
479, the middle paragraph.
Yeah.
Historicality belongs to the being of Dasein, then even inauthentic existing must be historical. What if it is Dasein's inauthentic historicality?
Oh, I see. That is important. So I'm wait. Historicality is what you get when you're historicizing. It can't be that there's two different ways of getting historicality. I don't know. I'm just trying to. It's the same as on 427, right? Yeah. So now, turns out, I was completely wrong. At least, since he changes his mind from page to page, I don't know whether I was always wrong. Right now, what I'm saying looks wrong because it looks like historicizing, as one would have thought, is a characteristic of Dasein, all Dasein. And the fact that he's just dropped the inauthentic historicizing only to bring it up at the very end again when he's finished, so to speak, is just shows that the question is left open, which is what Eugene said to begin with. He owes us an account of what constitutes the constancy and unity of a Dasein. Now we could bring in Tyler, not living in terms of anticipating its death, but not just dispersed into a series of moments. And he doesn't have it. Yeah.
That's also on your side for the ordering, right? So not only does he have the chapters out of order, but the sections too.
The text is, even within the chapters, they're out of order. Yeah, oh, poor guy. Why did he have to hand this in? And then instead of finishing it, he burned it. And then so we're stuck with the Division 2 as it is. I mean, you may decide, I may decide, after this semester that I never want to read Division 2 again. Okay, anything else before we go back to where we are? Okay, I don't know where we are, but I was going to tell you about a footnote before I forget. The translators sometimes amaze me in the depth of their non-understanding of what's going on. Okay, here it is at the bottom of 438. I guess I would have gotten there eventually, but maybe too late. Look at this. The bottom of 438, he's got authentic temporality now. This is a little interesting. We got to go back to the talk that we got with Eugene here. Let's look at that a minute. The bottom of 438. Oh, I don't know. Pretty surprising. Just when he tells us finally that he's been talking about authentic historicality all along, which at least that seems to be consistent, but now he tells us that authentic historicality, or historicizing, the historicizing of authentic history lies in having been. But at least one thing is clear, isn't it? That he clearly thinks that historicizing is something that all Daseins do. And they can either cover up that they're doing it, and that's what then they look dispersed, and in a certain sense they really are, because they are what they do, and their activity is dispersed, but somehow structurally as Dasein, whatever that means, they've got historicizing as part of their essential structure. And then the authentic Daseins manifest in what they do. That historicizing is part of their essential structure. What it is to have it as part of your essential structure while not manifesting it, I haven't a clue what the phenomenon is there. And I don't think anybody will, so let's not. But let's look at this footnote, just because at some point we have to talk about what authentic Dasein does, which is make a reciprocal rejoinder to the history. Oh, on second thought, we have plenty of time. Don't look at it yet, because you won't see how wrong the footnote is unless I tell you the whole story about what reciprocal rejoinders are, and I'm not ready to tell you that yet. So, but if I haven't got there by 5 minutes before the end of the hour, yell, and I'll just jump up there and tell you. So if you believe the footnote, you would be totally misguided. Okay, where are we? I said we shouldn't talk about goals, and I don't know what to do about that, and we shouldn't talk about choice, and I don't know what to do about that. But one thing is sure, that if I'm authentic, I don't do the general standard thing. I do something like I do my own thing. Well, so 435. And where where are we? I want to say it's still got to do with the choose and goal quote, which I already read, but I'll read it again where it says 384 in the margin. The more authentically Dasein resolves, this means anticipating death, it understands itself unambiguously in terms of its own most distinctive possibility, and that's what Tyler was saying. The more unequivocally does it choose and find the possibility of its existence, and the less does it do so by accident. Only by the anticipation of death is every accidental and provisional possibility driven out. Only being free for death gives Dasein the goal outright and pushes existence into its finitude. Okay, I don't know what more to say about that. Well, it takes it out of comfortableness, shirking, taking things lightly, and all that kind of Dassmannish-like stuff. And I think, yeah, okay. And now, then I was saying, which I'm just going to read my notes, but I've already said it. So we have some kind of sense of what matters, what's worthy, what we feel good when we're doing it, and what we feel wrong when we're doing it. And that kind of sense is something that's in our thrownness, and guilt and conscience do that job. So if conscience ends up doing something like conscience, except it doesn't tell you any particular oughts, but it tells you, the way I want to read it, it tells you when you're on the beam and when you're not on the beam, and it tells you that by not stating any propositions or rules or anything, but either making you feel good or bad about how it's going with you by way of your mood. Somebody else wants to say something. That's great. Say something. What? I couldn't hear you.
I don't know why choice can be understood as the way Dasein acts on its calling.
What about when it acts on its calling?
Why choice can be understood the way.
Well, okay. Good point. I like that. I don't know. I hope you can save us from goal as easily. It chooses and finds. Yeah, there's always this idea that Aristotle's notion of choice is what we should be having, and not some kind of Kantian notion of choice, where choice means that there were several alternatives, and you in fact did one of them. I take it that's what the Greek word that gets translated choice means, whereas we think of choice as making a decision where you entertain the alternatives and take one of them. So you choose chocolate ice cream instead of vanilla ice cream. Whereas you could say that I chose to come in the front door of the classroom instead of the back door, and it could mean this very weak sense of choice, that there was two doors and I went in one of them. And and you're saying that, why not make choice mean that of all the possible options, I didn't entertain them and then decide for one of them, I just got called into one of them. That's good. Let's say that, except that, of course, the same bad way of thinking is in terms of the goal. Only gives Dasein its goal outright. I wonder, now we need the German. Maybe it isn't goal. Goal is, because if we could knock both choice and goal out of the game, that would be nice. Goal's a pretty straightforward word, unfortunately. Yeah. I can't hear you. There's just enough noise out there with my hearing, so you have to talk a lot louder. Anyway, the people in the podcast world will be very happy if you just yell.
So someone in our section was saying that perhaps we might think of Dasein for the sake of which. When we think about what Dasein is doing, maybe you can go expound some more on that.
Well, I see that you're for the sake of which, it better not be treated as a goal, and we had a discussion of that in my office, and not this long discussion, because you're for, I have to get it back in mind, you're for the sake of which is sometimes a particular goal, like building a shelter. But then Heidegger says that's very close to your stand on your own being, but that's not your stand on your own being. Having a goal of building, being a shelterer is not ultimately what kind of stand the Dasein takes on its being. And so if you think of the for the sake of which, the authentic for the sake of which, you may want to call that a goal, as long as you don't. What's wrong with goal? Let me just say that. What's wrong with goal is, it's in, how many have had Searle? It's representations of your conditions of satisfaction. It means you know exactly already what you're trying to do and bring about. And it's the sort of thing which you can separate from actually bringing about. So you entertain a description of the goal. My goal is to get straight A's this semester. And that's certainly not what's going on here, because the for the sake of which isn't propositional like that. You can't spell it out as a goal. It's more, I mean, whatever it is, like your calling isn't a goal. You can't sort of put it on your calling card. And that's, and the for the sake of which isn't a goal. And maybe he never calls it a goal. I don't know. What's he call it here? Zeal. Ah. Okay, well, that's goal, all right. And the question is, and I doubt if he ever calls the for the sake of which your zeal in that sense. That would just be a nutty thing to do, that all of your behavior is aimed at achieving something specific, which you can state now, and which you can either succeed or fail in achieving. That's certainly not the for the sake of which, and it shouldn't be this either, I think. Okay, yeah.
Is the problem with talking about choice, or using the word choice, that it seems to imply a kind of de-worlding, that we're the subject of being on the world?
That's right. Do we stand back and look at the alternatives? Yes, at our own life as if it was a...
Can't we just then redefine choice in the sense that we redefine guilt and death and some of the other things, in that it's not actually that we're outside the world, but something that itself arises somehow within us? Like, if we just extracted that.
Well, that's good. You see, that's exactly what I said. Yes, if it means that you were called to do this rather than that, or that you just spontaneously did this rather than that, if that's all that it means, then it's okay. Then you've managed to take away the part that makes it seem too reflective. Yeah.
But, I mean, we can do that, but we can't do it just because we like it and we hope he says something we like. Right? We have to actually ask.
That's right. He should, if he really is making that kind of either Aristotelianizing or formalizing, formal indication. If he's taking one of the most sort of central meanings of choice and dumping it, he ought to tell us. That's what you're saying, right?
And he thinks there is this calling back, right, and a de-worlding. So there is something like that going on.
I guess it sort of calls you out of Das Mann, doesn't it? But of course it can't really call you out of the world. And he says that you're always in Das Mann. But it calls you out of, well, one way to put it that I put it last semester, it calls you out of conformism, but it doesn't call you out of conforming, because if you didn't conform, you couldn't speak and you couldn't do, you'd just be a nut. But it does call you out of the sort of approved way of doing things, but it leaves you in an acceptable way of doing things, which you don't do them because they're acceptable. Okay, all that is so.
Choice doesn't call you out of the world either, right? When I'm choosing what to have for breakfast.
No, that's right. It's all in the background. So the important thing is not that, but for me, whether you can state the conditions of satisfaction. I mean, you don't choose your for the sake of which. You don't choose what you're going to do, in the sense that you can't state the goal except insofar as you're sort of being drawn to do something or other. And you don't find out until you've done it what you're being drawn to do. Think of the model of somebody who's a sculptor or something, or a potter. They don't have in their mind already, I mean, though sometimes Plato thought they did, they don't have a model that they're trying to achieve. They won't find out until they get done what they were trying to do, and yet they chose to make this pot. That's the funny part of it. But if you ask them, if you say, well, what did you have in mind before you finished the pot? They didn't have a goal in mind, and they didn't choose to bring that goal about. What they had in mind was to make something that when they had made it, they'd know that it was what satisfied them, and they were glad they made it, and they would stop. Instead of success conditions, they've got I don't know what. Acceptability conditions. That's not quite right, but you see what I mean. They have in mind that when they get there, they'll know they're there, and they'll have done what they quotes, chose to do. But they didn't choose and they didn't have a goal.
That's just success without success conditions.
Yes, that's well. Yeah, it's. Let me see. I had it once a way to talk it in Searle language. Let's see. There are conditions of satisfaction, and there are two kinds of conditions of satisfaction: success conditions and conditions of improvement. The success conditions are when you have in mind exactly what you're trying to do and you know when you've done it. Conditions of improvement are my beacon story. You know when you're off the beam and you know when you're on the beam, and in the end you'll know when you don't have to do it anymore. That's a kind of condition of that's a condition of satisfaction, but it's different than the success conditions. This is, you get this in Merleau-Ponty for sure. I think Heidegger ought to have this view, but it's not clear to me that he's got it. Did I see another hand up? No? Okay. Back to where I am. How are we doing? We have time, I think. Anyway, we'll get where we get. I have to make some... I don't know if this is helpful, but I want to say that I act without doing the general standard thing. Did I already talk about that? Yes, that's what I just talked about, I think. Yeah, right. But now I want to say I have to make some practice and role from the heritage my own. Again, this might be Tyler-like talk, and I think that's right. And what is it to make it your own? Well, it's something that you can only do if you understand that the heritage isn't a bunch of rules that are already settled. They're like the constitution for your culture or something like that. You see that the whole heritage has two things the heritage doesn't have. It isn't explicit, and it has no ultimate authority except insofar as I take it up and make it explicit in the living of it. I'm just saying again what I think is in the thrownness story. And I don't have any new quotes, so I shouldn't get stuck there. The tradition is this codified thing, the way Heidegger thinks of it, where you can say what the situation is, and you can say what you ought to do in that situation, and you can choose to do it. That hasn't got the right kind of feeling of the indeterminateness of the thrownness. Okay, now let's see. And I got a bunch of examples. I gave you the beacon example. That you could think another case where somebody spends their life working hard and making all kinds of sacrifices to become something which they can't at first understand what it would be like or why they want to do it. Say, to becoming a ballet dancer, you better start at the age of 5 and ache all over and sacrifice everything else, but you don't really understand, so to speak, the internal goods of being a ballet dancer and why it's rewarding and something to do, and do it your own way too. All of that you only get in the doing as you master it. And so, but again, I've said enough about those. I'm going to try to skip examples for a minute. Well, you're supposed to take the repeatable possibilities and repeat them in such a way as to make them uniquely yours. I feel that that's what Tyler and I may be agreeing about, and I'm feeling that I don't really understand it, but I'm getting closer. I mean, the way the ballet dancer makes these possibilities in our heritage of being a ballet dancer uniquely his or hers is having to develop their own style, having to make all kinds of sacrifices to do it, having a sense of when they're doing it right and when they're not doing it right, all of which is part of that background. And that's all got to do with, I think, with resoluteness, not with anticipation. That's right.
Diverge from the way one does it towards to be their own.
Yes.
To me, that's what resoluteness is, just the divergence from the way one does it.
Okay.
To me, that's just eccentric. It's just doing it differently than one does.
Okay.
It's masterful. That you need something else which allows you to say that my mastery, my eccentric way of doing things is my own.
I suppose you're right. I have a lot of trouble understanding the own part.
Would you say that's being with? I mean, for the ballerina to have those so-called eccentric movements, but then know resolutely that they're her own movements, but at the same time, by being with others, being know that those are different, or?
I don't think so. I think that she should know that it's whatever it is for it to be her own. She's got to just know it on her own. I don't. If she takes it from others and sort of calibrates her difference from the others, I doesn't. You know, but and feels even the difference. I mean,
Another story to tell here, though, that I think is pretty straightforward. Where ballerina's doing eccentric dancing, she's a master of it. To take it over as her own, I think, is for her to look at her possibilities that she's been thrown into. To open up the possibility of no longer being a ballerina, a masterful ballerina.
That's right. I was going to get to that. Definitely, you have to open up the possibilities that you've been thrown into, and that means what for you?
The way it becomes your own is to open up the possibility of no longer being ballerina, eccentric, masterful ballerina. To look at one's thrown past, and on the basis of what one has already done, accept one's fate. That it makes sense to be ballerina on the basis of my own historical having been ballerina thus far. So what you get is eccentric, masterful, plus ownness on the basis of one's thrown.
Isn't that funny? I mean, the trouble is Heidegger gives us so little to go on. I have a different story. Yours has got death and anticipation important in it, and I'm afraid, for me, yours is closer to the text because the anticipation is all over the place and resoluteness and throwness. But I would want to say about the ballerina, she becomes sensitive to the goods of the practice, and that's the heritage, and that by becoming sensitive to the goods of the practice, she's done what you ought to do. She's made her own reciprocal rejoinder to the practice part. So we're not disagreeing, I think. She has to make her own rejoinder, that's your story, to the heritage in the culture, which makes it possible to be a ballerina at all, and the goods of being a ballerina. That's also got to be in there. So it ought to be anticipatory resolute, and you're doing the anticipatory and I'm doing the resolute. Yeah.
How do you get goods in that?
What's that?
How do you get goods?
How do you get the goods of the practice? I don't know. That's the heritage. I think I don't know how to get behind that. The culture gives you the understanding of these practices which are something that you can devote yourself to, and I mean, you get it. Maybe that's you shouldn't stop with that, but I don't know what you can do more. And I haven't even got Heidegger talking that way. That's sort of what virtue ethics talk and Heidegger talk. Is there something more? There's not much more to say. And so what is the heritage? That's one way to put it. You got a story about the heritage?
No, I just wanted to get you back up and talk more about goods because I know it's not the phronesis good. So what would the goods of the practice be?
I see. Well, the phronimous. I see the phenomena makes sense. I mean, there is in the culture an understanding of why it's good to be a doctor or a ballet dancer, and why it's not good to be a drug dealer or something like that, and being sensitive and really appreciating the goods of being a doctor or a nurse or a drug dealer. A nurse is a kind of drug dealer too, I suppose, but we shouldn't get them confused. Anyway, so it ought to be. I mean, but let me ask you all. I mean, it's important to think about what's supposed to be this heritage, which isn't the tradition, but which is some kind of resource out of which you are supposed to be able to act. You look like you found a place to talk about heritage. Is that what you're looking at? Yeah, let's look at heritage. What page are you on? 435. Everything's on 435. We never seem to get past it. Oh yeah, heritage in the second paragraph. Okay, let's try that. This is just an example of Heidegger at his worst. It's just gibberish. If I got that in the paper, I'd give it a C-. It goes from point to point. Nothing gets explained. It switches from resoluteness to anticipation without explaining what the resoluteness did and why. And now we've got to anticipation. Roughly it's trying to say that on the basis of the heritage in which you're thrown, you have to take over authentically, somehow do it your way, and that's where death and anticipation come in. So at the beginning of the paragraph, you can see that there's a sort of an order in it. So it starts out talking about resoluteness and the heritage and the handing down and so forth, and then it talks about how you have to take over it in your authentic way, and then death comes into it, and choosing and having goals comes into it. And that's it. I mean, but it all is sort of very floating around. Okay, onward. Well, we've got to get beyond 4:35. So where are we? Well, there's this sense now. We finally got to reciprocal rejoinders, I think. So you've got to take over something that's there in the practices. You can't just come in like a genius. And Heidegger hates the romantic ideas of geniuses who just come in and make something all marvelous and new out of their own inner brilliance. You can't do that from Heidegger's point of view. You have to take over the resources of the heritage and then do something with it. And now there's a little more to say about what you can do and how you see what to do. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess just in struggling to understand heritage and why.
You going to say something about that?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, say something.
I guess the reason why it would need to be distinct from something like tradition.
It would be different from tradition.
The character of goodness lies in making authentic existence possible. Authentic existence can't be deworlded, but it also can't be controlled by Das Mon or dominated by Das Mon. It has to be somehow outside of Das Mon without being outside the world. And so in that sense it has to rely on the possibilities constituted by the world in which that Das Mon inhabits and that Das Mon defines.
That's right. There's no other source of anything but in the activities that Das Mon, the norms of the culture, right?
So it seems like heritage is in some way the happy medium between being deworlded and being dominated by the world as constituted by Das Mon.
Okay, I like that. Let me make the next move. How would you get in? What would it be like to get in such a position where you were sort of in the Das Mon world, but not really, but not completely out of it either? And I think Heidegger has a story about this, an interesting story, and that's where the reciprocal rejoinder stuff comes in. In my language, what you need is to be sensitive to anomalies. There isn't a kind of unity in the Das Mon practices. There are some, bumping up against others, like at the time of Martin Luther King, the practices of keeping the Afro-Americans in their place and the practices of Christian love and justice were certainly bumping up against each other, and the way the African Americans were being treated was an anomaly. And somebody could be sensitive to that and take that as their kind of calling to fix that, like Martin Luther King did. And it would be sort of unintelligible because there are no rules for when you should fix it. I mean, it's been around a long time. Why not just leave it around a little longer? Or why didn't we fix it earlier? Or whatever. So you find these anomalies, and then you can take them up, and that gives you. I think, does that help you now? What's your first name? I forget again.
Devin.
Yeah, Devin. Devin. So look at that. Martin Luther King is in the culture. He's got the resources of the culture, justice and Christian love, and he's got this anomaly, and that keeps him from just doing what everyone does, namely keep on treating the Afro-Americans just like they always have treated them, or roughly, and that keeps him also sort of based in the culture, because what he's doing is intelligible to him and others. He can make sermons. So, and what a reciprocal rejoinder amounts to is you take something out of the back of the culture, and you give it a new importance and a new sort of position, and in that way you change what is the issue for your time. That's what happens. That's what you should be. That's what you're called. Authentic people at their best, I think, do that. They take up an anomaly, they act on it, and in acting on it, they transform the practices and they change the issue for their time, and they transform the practices. Stephen, wait, yeah, okay, this, okay. Who, loud. Think of the podcast people in my hearing.
Like Judith Butler, she writes about gender performance and people who cross-dress, sort of reinterpreting gender roles in that way.
Oh, good. That's a reciprocal rejoinder. That's right. There are all kinds of gender reciprocal rejoinders and anomalies that you can create or respond to. And and Judy Butler, who certainly knows Heidegger, maybe sees this in Heidegger. I don't know. Has she ever said it was a reciprocal rejoinder?
I haven't talked to her.
I see. Okay. Yeah, Dylan.
I was going to say about sort of this authentic Dasein, this resolute. I mean, it seems like that not only would they, have an understanding of the norms, but they would be kind of expert. I mean, they would have the norms themselves would show up very sharply for them.
That's
they
good.
would have, like you use the example of like Ray Charles. He when he started out his career, he actually sounded a lot like the other artists at the time, and he over time was able to get his constant practice and expertise, kind of get his own voice. And
That's
the studies that I kind of was doing in kind of musical phenomenology, is the similar thing where you see a lot of students who sound a lot like, or emulate or mimic people they already hear, and then some somehow get out of that, and move into it and get their own voice, and it's very distinct.
Okay, but that's not quite what he's talking about here, because he wants this higher thing. Now, we switched. I mean, that's what you could do in your own life, get your own style. But this is now historicizing in changing what is the issue for your time. And then you have to be sensitive to these anomalies. There's nothing about reciprocal rejoinder. It isn't as if the musician has to take up some problem left in our notion of music and respond to it. I suppose they could, but that.
Ray Charles, man, he kind of combined gospel with blues and R&B. I mean, to make this very radical, considered
heretical. Well, maybe then that could do it. But I think Heidegger's thinking more of sort of shared public practices and shared big issues, like what I said, like taking up the environment. Why is nobody worrying about when the Sierra Club was worrying about it? And what's his name? I mentioned it before. I forget. Yeah, but Muir was worrying about it in national parks and so forth. Then that was something that you could take up as something which should be paid attention to and isn't being paid attention to, and you could feel that you were being called to pay attention to it, and if you did, that would be authentic historicizing, and it would change the issue for your time, or it could if you were able to carry it out, make it work. Yeah.
Except you couldn't be called to pay attention to it, right? Because that's a content.
That's a
content.
I see. You couldn't be called to pay attention to it. Well, depends on how you describe the it. You certainly can't be called to pay attention to the need for national parks, but you can feel that nature is suffering, something like that, right? That's what it would be, and then you could eventually sort of articulate that as, well, what I'm going to do is back national parks. Yeah. Okay. At its most, as I understand it, at its most not just resolutely, but anticipatory resolutely, and something else even more, historically. This fits with Delan, I mean, because it's not as if, I mean, it's as if you were describing more something like resoluteness, where the phronimist becomes more and more perfectly attuned to the culture. And Heidegger thinks that is the fullest kind of resoluteness. But if you also have anticipatory in your behavior, that means that you don't just take the current practices and sort of sharpen them up and polish them up and become an expert at them, but you're sensitive to the anomalies in the practices, and you change the culture and the practices. That the phronimist does change the culture and the practices, as I understand it, and I think as Heidegger understands it. He just does the appropriate thing at the appropriate time in the appropriate way, but he doesn't change what counts as the appropriate thing. He just has a sharper sense of it. Yeah.
Not a genius in a romantic sense, but a genius in the way I use it, which means very sensitive to certain things other people wouldn't notice, perhaps.
Sensitive to what other people wouldn't notice, right?
In any case, I mean, I'm running into a problem here. I remember way back at like the first lecture or something, I mentioned problem with Heidegger. It was not a problem, but the possibility of Heidegger being more relative.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, he seems to endorse that to some extent, and I mean, there really seems to be a problem here. The whole notion of authenticity or resoluteness, it's not impossible to me. If basically the anticipatory resolute or whatever Dasein kind of goes back and digs up in the past, kind of other Daseins and pits them against the current Dasein.
Wait, I'm not listening to you because I'm looking at this for a minute to see if this is listening to you. Go on, but talk loud.
Okay. There seems to be a problem with the notion of I guess, the grounding of an anticipatory resolute Dasein. It goes back to the past and digs up all this stuff, and is sensitive to all this stuff in the past. It really, in essence, seems to me like it's just kind of the beliefs or sayings of other Daseins from way back,
Well,
and then pits them against the current Dasein.
Okay, but you haven't got the reciprocal of the reciprocal rejoinder. I mean, you can't anymore deal with nature the way the Homeric Greeks or the medievals or whatever. You can sense that there's something not working with our relation to nature, and you can take up the role of somehow dealing it with nature, but you've got to do it in your own new way. I mean, take Martin Luther King. I mean, he, with his marches and his nonviolence and so forth, he was taking up the role of really most leading the people to the promised land in the last lecture, in the last sermon. But he was different Moses, leading them in a different way to a different promised land. That's part of it.
Right. But regardless, it seems to be some kind of a weird issue for me in that, nonetheless, I mean, I'm thinking about moral issues like the environment and like slavery and treatment of certain social groups and so on. Definitely fall into this. But I guess the example that comes to mind with me is like the abolishment of slavery in the 19th century America. We had a bunch of people citing religious texts to stop something that they didn't like in the current society. What they did there was they took something in the past, they analyzed it, I guess, in a sort of revolutionary way, as pertinent to the current issues, but they still were relying on a sort of moral framework that had been developed before, which is why I'm saying one Dasein from way back versus the current Dasein.
Well, that's you could read it what you're saying just the other. I mean, the other way. Make it Heideggerian. Sure, the gospel is full of all kinds of possibilities, and to make a reciprocal rejoinder, you've got to find some. You've got to be sensitive to some anomaly, and then mine out of this this amorphous mess, which is the Bible, something that gives you a role, like a Moses role or a prophet role or a savior role or whatever role it is that you feel drawn to, and do it, and then it would be a reciprocal rejoinder. Let me read some text. You're all talking, wait a minute, you're talking too much about without anybody knowing what we're talking about. So let me look. I think I want to begin, how about 438? Because we haven't even got to reciprocal rejoinders yet, and I want to be sure we do. Okay, I guess it gets introduced at the top of 438. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. I'll look at the italics on 437 just to make sure we haven't missed anything. If you read, that's just what we've done. That whole paragraph from the beginning to the end of the for its time is so far what he says is acting, that is to act with not only authentic but anticipatory historicality. The anticipatory is going to have to do the role in there of getting rid of any thought that any of this is grounded in some way in God's univocal kind of commands or in nature or in reason or anything. You've got to have gotten rid of all that through the anticipation part, and then you get it all together at the top, very second line. Only if death, guilt, conscience, freedom, that's the kind of choice, and finitude reside equiprimordially in the being of an entity as they do in care, can that entity exist in the mode of fate? That is to say, can it be historical in the very depths of its existence? So we've now found the almost most extreme form of authentic historicality. But it's not the most, and that happens in the next paragraph. One, you don't have to know explicitly what you're resolving on. That's a good thing. And you can't, if you glean what to do explicitly from the way Dasein has been traditionally understood, notice that's not the heritage, that's the tradition. The resoluteness which comes back to itself and hands itself down becomes the repetition of the possibility of existence that has come down to us. Repeating, this is now the rejoinder. Repeating is handing down explicitly. Repeating is handing down explicitly. It doesn't have to do this explicitly, though. I mean, what is he going to call it when it isn't repeating? I don't know. Let me go on. I'm worried about this. Just a second. Well, you can, again, like Martin Luther King, okay, the extremist ones take over some possibility and bring it into the current situation. So then you hand it down. The authentic repetition of a possibility of existence that has been, the possibility that Dasein may choose its hero. So Martin Luther King has his hero, it's Moses, is grounded essentially in the anticipatory resoluteness and so forth, loyalty to the footsteps of that which can be repeated. So you're going to do something Moses-like in a situation which is certainly very un-Moses-like, and that's fine. So it doesn't just do the past in order to repeat the past. Now comes the reciprocal rejoinder in italics. The repetition makes a reciprocal rejoinder to the possibility of that existence which has been there. But when such a rejoinder is made to this possibility in a resolution, it is made in a moment of vision. Okay, that's where moment of vision comes in. You see the whole situation, but that means a much bigger situation that the phronimist sees. It's you see the issue for your time or for your people or whatever, or something big enough to devote your life to. And as such, it is at the same time a disavowal of what's working itself out as the past. That is, you don't just do what the tradition did or says you should do. That's good. I think that's all I need there for the moment. So I say there you give birth to yourself on 442. Let's see what that is at the bottom. The self-resoluteness against the inconstancy of distraction is itself steadiness which has been stretched along. You see, we're getting, so insofar as this chapter makes sense, it's now being added up. Stretched along The steadiness with which Dasein as fate incorporates into its existence birth and death, and birth comes back finally, and there between, and holds them as thus incorporated, so that in such constancy Dasein is indeed in a moment of vision for what is world historical in its current situation, which is now a big thing, the current situation. It's sort of the state of the world, or at least the Western world, or something like that. Let's see now. And of course, you can't have this resoluteness understood as a series of experiences, he's saying on the next page. That goes back to the beginning where he formally indicated these experiences and got rid of them. In resoluteness, I'm now on 443, about a third of the way down. In resoluteness lies the existentielle constancy, which by its very essence has already anticipated every possible moment of vision that may arise from it. As fate, resoluteness is freedom to give up. Now comes flexibility in here. All the pieces are running around. Remember, you not only need steadfastness, but you don't get hooked on your thing. If it turns out that it's impossible to do, or turns out to be dangerous in some way that matters to you, you may have to back off. So as fate, resoluteness is freedom to give up some definite resolution, and to give it up in accordance with the demands of some possible situation. The steadiness of existence is not interrupted thereby, but confirmed in the moment of vision. That's good. Okay, now let's see where I get from there. 443. Well, there's more about birth, so I want to read that. At the top of 443. At the bottom of 442, at the very bottom, in the fateful repetition of possibilities that have been. Now, this is sort of Dasein now finally at its totalist, because now it's got resoluteness and Phronimos-like stuff, but it's also got resoluteness for the whole situation, because it's got anticipation, which can bring you into relation to the whole situation, and can bring you into relation to your unique relation to the whole situation, and all of that is in there now. And so Dasein brings itself back immediately, that is to say, in a way that is temporally ecstatical to what already has been before. But when its heritage is thus handed down to itself, its birth is caught up into its existence, so we're catching up on birth, and coming back from the possibility of death, possibility not to be outstripped, if only so that this existence may accept the throwiness of its own there in a way which is more free from illusion. That's about as summed up as it gets. And it's pretty abstract, but we filled a lot in, I hope. Resoluteness constitutes the loyalty of existence to its own self. As resoluteness is ready for anxiety, that's got to be in there. That's one of the ways to see that nothing is grounded and settled. It's all up to you, not to just sort of step back and choose, but it's up to you responding to what's calling you. This loyalty is at the same time a possible way of revering the sole authority which a free existing can have in revering the repeatable possibilities of existence. That's pretty important. I mean, that's the heritage. I mean, don't ask me where it comes from, but in our practices there are these resources which are not explicit but can be acted on, and you have to, and that's the only authority. That's pretty extreme claim. Just remember, not rationality, not God, not nature. There's no higher authority than the possibilities in the heritage of the practices. Don't ask me to, justify this or explain it even, but I'm telling you what Heidegger thinks. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me see now where we go. Well, here's a different example. Instead of doing it on the whole world level, I have another reciprocal kind of rejoinder example. What it is to be a father. That's in the heritage. I mean, there is in the culture a whole rich and full of anomalies understanding of what it is to be a culture. You have to be the lawgiver for the family, and the protector of the family, and the money maker of the family, and the exemplar of leadership. I don't know, all of that stuff. So, but when you were a father, you have to make a reciprocal rejoinder to all that stuff and take up some role of being a father. But you don't have to do what people have done up to now. You don't have to choose between whether you're going to be a tough lawgiver or a protector or something. You are, and you don't have to do what one does, namely what fathers do on TV or in movies, but you've got to do something to preserve and perpetuate the role of father. I'm going to say, or teacher. I get these two together in my head because they're the only two roles I've got. So you've got to take up and perpetuate and preserve the role of teacher and father. But you don't have to say that to yourself. I certainly never said to myself, now I'm a father. Boy, I have a big responsibility to make sure that the heritage of the role of father gets brought into a new relation to the current situation. And the same thing about teachers. But you do have to do something. My example, which I have to assure you is not based on my own experience, but I mean, I can imagine a father who feels now that he has to no longer be an authority, but be like a brother to his own son. That is, that it would be, it's a whole, I mean, it's somehow implicit already in some aspect of fathers that they are sort of bonded to and confiance of their sons. So let's say this father thinks of himself as kind of a brother to his son, and maybe this is my far-fetched example. So the son is then smoking marijuana. The father can be a tough authority and say, no more, you're grounded, or take him to a therapist, or smoke marijuana with him and discuss what its advantages and disadvantages are, and so forth. I would think that would be or in the 60s anyway, when I was a father, a perfectly good way to deal with your children's relation to drugs. Parenthetical, my children went to a French bilingual school in which they thought all drugs that weren't wine were dangerous stupefacants, and so my kids never had a chance to even understand that there were attractions of something like marijuana. I remember a day in which they came home shocked and said, we've heard the Beatles smoke marijuana. Tell us they didn't do that, Daddy. And of course I said, well, they didn't inhale. What can I say? But so anyway, it's a constant job to take on these roles as an individual. You don't have to be a world-transforming Dasein to be making reciprocal rejoinders to the heritage. I think that's important. So you can have a fate, and you can have finite freedom, and you can express this whole long thing again of, guilt and conscience and death and anticipation. And how does that on that list get to the historicality one? Because I want to. Well, I guess we just and historically we just added it in this chapter. That's what the chapter did, and now I think that might be it. The temporality of authentic historicality as the moment of vision of anticipatory repetition. That's what he's talking about at the top of 44. Okay. Oh, yeah, I knew there was one more thing. Whoever talked about opening up Dasein, it's got to be open to these possibilities, to the future being different, to being called to do things that haven't been done before, and so forth. This is on 438, the top. The repetition makes a reciprocal rejoinder to the possibility of that existence that's been there. That when such a rejoinder is made to this possibility in resolution, it's made in a moment of vision, and as such, well, no, that's not going to do what I want. Where's what?
437 talks about essentially.
Oh, 437 where?
All the italics.
All the above.
Oh, you just install with italicized in the paragraph.
What? I just can't hear you.
Oh, on the top of 437, there's a bunch of italicized
Yeah, okay. Yeah, didn't I read that once already? No? No? No. Well, let's read it. Only an entity which in its being is essentially futural, so that it is free for its death and can let itself be thrown back upon the factical there, shattering itself against death, that is to say, only an entity which is futural is equiprimordially in the process of having been, can by handing down to itself the possibility it has inherited, take over its own thrownness, and be in the moment of vision for its time. Oh yeah, that's an important one, because that's where I get the phrase its time. The other place is the bottom of 36, where he talks about the faithful destiny in and with its generation. I think that's all very important. What? I think, yeah, you don't? Well, let's go back then. You just asked the question to which I gave a sort of an answer on 436, where he talks about, at the bottom of that, there's that funny whole paragraph about shared historicizing. And then at the end, only in communicating and in struggling does the power of destiny become free. Dasein's fateful destiny in and with its generation goes to make up the full, authentic historicizing of Dasein. You see, so there it looks like its time means it's got to be, either got to be sensitive to the issue for its generation, or even more authentically, to make the issue for its generation. I mean, it needn't be that the big issue is global warming, as Bohr thinks. Maybe it's nuclear proliferation, and that soon everybody's going to have their own hydrogen bomb, as some other people think. Or maybe it's none of those, and somebody's sensitive to some issue which we aren't sensitive to yet. But finally, the most authentic Dasein seems to be involved in this shared historical destiny of the community of people. What's funny about that paragraph, this is just my own sort of remark, but do you notice how out of keeping with the rest of it is? The rest of it's all about fate. It could be, as Tyler thinks, all about individuals, and my example of father is, it doesn't say much about its generation. In fact, once it mentions its generation, once it mentions its time. And yet he wants to say that this not only is destiny, middle of 436, destiny something put together out of individual fates, but he wants to make the strong claim, I don't know where he gets it, that Dasein, at the bottom where it says 385, that Dasein's fate, destiny in and with its generation goes to make up the full, authentic historicizing of Dasein. So now it looks like he's going to build that in, the social dimension, in this paragraph. Well, my little joke about this is I picture Hannah Arendt reading the manuscript and saying, but Martin, you haven't mentioned the fact that there's a society of people, and that there's a community, and there's the whole shared destiny of the community. So, and she writes this in the margin the way you write when you're correcting papers, and Heidegger just puts it in when he's reading this in a hurry. So yeah, well, that's a good idea. We'll put, because it isn't motivated, nothing comes out of it, but there it is. The other thing that I'm saying, I'm just saying this time is left. First now I have to do the footnote. Then I'll tell you my final sort of Hans Sluga joke about this part of it. But okay, now look at the bottom of 438. Remember I said only after we did reciprocal rejoinders could I tell you what's crazy about the translation. So look at footnote 1. Where is footnote 1? So we can see what this translation is trying to translate. Anybody see 1? When you do, yeah.
On the top, 5 lines down.
What?
5 lines down from the top.
Yeah, I guess I've covered it up with marks. 5 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's covered up. So something about the disavowal of that which is taking place, working itself out. And it's about repetition. Now, the footnote says about making a rejoinder. So it says, where can we begin? Okay, 5 lines from the bottom of the page in the footnote. The idea seems to be that in resolute repetition, one is having, as it were, a conversation with the past. So far, so good, right? In which the past proposes certain possibilities for adoption, but in which one makes a rejoinder to this proposal by reciprocating with the proposed other possibilities as a sort of rebuke to the past, which one now disavows. So that is, it makes it sound like the reciprocal rejoinder is to say, well, it looks like this is important in the past, but you don't want to do what looks like it's important. Let's read the passage again, because as I read it now, I thought maybe he could make sense of that in the footnote. Rather, the repetition makes a reciprocal rejoinder to the possibility. Which the reciprocal rejoinder made in a moment of vision is not always a disavowal of what today is working itself out from the past, I don't think. And it's certainly not the essential feature of reciprocal rejoinders that they have to disavow what's working itself out in the past. I still think the footnote is very misleading. The main thing of a reciprocal rejoinder is that it affirms and takes up and elaborates something from the past. So the footnote is sort of off, at least, and maybe just dead wrong. Does that seem? Yeah, I'm not. So just don't be confused by it. The reciprocal rejoinder is positive, and it may have an accidental consequence of disavowing something from the past, but that's not its job. Yeah.
I think the footnote maybe would be right if disavowal is the right translation, but I think it should just be like responding.
That's right. Yes, disavowal is wrong. That's another way to put it. That they built the disavowal into the German because they misunderstood. I was trying to say that, but I didn't quite. So don't believe that there's a disavowal in it at all. It's a response to, and period. So the footnote, just fix it. Cross out the disavowal in italics in the fourth line and put in a response to. Okay, now you may wonder, and this is my final sort of joke about the construction of this messed up manuscript. It didn't say anything about the stuff from Count York on page 449. And I don't know about you, but I've read this over and over, and I can't understand a word of it or what Heidegger thinks it has to do with what he's talking about. If anybody does and wants to write a paper explaining it, let me know. Hans Sluga's explanation is the book was a little short, so he started throwing in sort of undigested quotations from other people without explaining them. Well, that's how it looks. I mean, it looks like, you ask yourself, why all of a sudden does he throw this in here without ever telling you what he finds important in it? Maybe the bottom of 452 is one of the moments I thought I understood something. But historical knowledge is, for the best part, knowledge of hidden sources. With history, what makes a spectacle and catches the eye is not the main thing. The nerves are invisible, such as the essentials in general is invisible. Well, you could say hidden sources is the heritage, but that's as near as I could come to seeing anything in here. Did you have any trouble? Did you guys read it and have trouble understanding why it was in here, or did it just seem no more strange to you than the rest? I mean, anyway, don't feel you have to read it. I think it doesn't help. I think he just put it there because it was lying around. Okay.